Here we go. Welcome into the show. The 2025 NFL Draft continues here in a few minutes, and so does our coverage here at Chat Sports. Day 3 about to get underway, and that'll be the culmination of the 2025 NFL Draft on Thursday, round 1. Last night, rounds 2 and 3. And now we're up and at it early for rounds 4 through 7 to round out the draft. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Chase Sr., producer Chip along for the ride, and he's been with me every single day, every single round, every single pick. And we're going to continue to hang out here on the program. And no matter where you are or how you're tuned in, thank you so much for making our draft coverage a part of your day and a part of your weekend. Now, coming up pre-draft, we're going to do a little day 2 recap. We'll look ahead to day 3, and we'll also take a look at the top players available. Some surprises in day 2, and in day 3, a lot of really good players who are still on the board who I think can be impactful players for their respective teams. Of course, the biggest storyline in the NFL draft going into Saturday is that Colorado quarterback Shedeur Sanders still has not been taken. For those of you watching on Philadelphia Eagles Now, little bit of a surprise, but Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network threw out the Eagles as a potential team that could take a chance on Shedeur Sanders. He's not reporting that they're interested, but it makes sense from the standpoint of what he was talking about, because he had said, when you think about teams who could decide to draft Shedeur Sanders, I'm going to throw out the Philadelphia Eagles because they deem themselves as a quarterback factory. And they have Jalen Hurts. They are set at quarterback. Hurts just won Super Bowl MVP, and they have the infrastructure to take a chance on a player like that. Now, would I be surprised if the Eagles went with Shedeur Sanders? I would be. Would I go that route? No, I wouldn't, because I really like Tanner McKee as a QB2. And at QB3, you have Dorian Thompson-Robinson, who isn't as talented as Shedeur Sanders, but the Eagles did like him in the pre-draft process coming out of UCLA. They brought him in on a pre-draft visit. They traded Kenny Pickett for DTR and got a 5th-round pick back. I'm interested to see how the Eagles could develop him as a QB3. And I do think there's something to be said for not wanting to deal with the baggage and the drama that Shedeur Sanders could bring your organization as a backup quarterback. As a starter, you're willing to live with that. But as a QB2 or a QB3, I think that's why some teams have been hesitant. And it's pretty telling that some of the reports coming from the NFL Combine and in the pre-draft process don't paint Shedeur Sanders in the best light, because his interviews were a disaster according to some teams. But look, at the most important position, that is quarterback, it's very fascinating and wild to think that he has not been taken yet, because he is a talented player. Do I think that Shedeur Sanders is a first-round pick and was worthy of being a first-round pick? No, especially in a deeper quarterback class. But it's a thin quarterback class, and we've seen the likes of Dylan Gabriel and Tyler Shuck go ahead of Shedeur. That's nuts to me. So that continues to be a huge storyline as we look ahead to day 3 of the NFL draft, as round 4 is just under 20 minutes away. Let's get the comment section going here. And as you venture into the show, I need everybody to support the show. Hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. I know some people are groggy. You're just waking up. Out on the West Coast, it's very early right now. It's 8:41. On the East Coast, it's 11:41. Central Time, 10:41. But look, myself and producer Chip, we've been live every day, every round, talking about every pick. We had to get up early. We were at work the last couple of nights past 1 a.m., but that's the beauty of the NFL draft. The content doesn't stop, nor does our coverage, and I'm fired up to be here. So let us know where you're watching from. We'll give you some shout-outs. How about this, Chip? Kane Angel, watching from England. It is 4:43 p.m. in England. But for instance, last night, Kane Angel was with us, and that time change is crazy, but Kane Angel ain't making excuses. Still hanging out here for the NFL draft. I see
one.
Butthead is in the chat. Beavis and Butthead. Good show growing up.
Oh.
Chip probably doesn't know about that, do you?
I actually did watch it.
You do
yes.
know about that.
So I didn't watch it like when it came out, obviously, but when I was like a little bit older,
Okay.
probably like middle school to high school age, I had people like show it to me.
Okay.
And so I go back and watch
Yeah.
it. It was just
Really good comedic show. Back probably at this point, in the 80s or 90s? But yeah, I was familiar with it when I was growing up. My dad definitely introduced that to me. The best comedic show that I remember watching growing up was The Chappelle Show. I mean, I was watching that at probably 10 years old. Probably too early to watch a show like that, but hilarious. And Dave Chappelle's the GOAT. But Butthead said, I need a beer chase. Look, I need a beer as well. So can somebody please send in a $50 super chat to get the party going? I know it's Saturday, but I love a good morning beer. And so if you send in a $50 super chat, I'm either going to take down a Shambong or I'm going to shotgun, and I will let you choose. The only thing I've eaten today is some pineapple. But that's not going to stop me from taking down a pineapple Happy Dad. It's the same thing, right? So let's go. I see John Freeman is in Phoenix. I see Matthew C. is in Austin, Texas. Cameron Holt, Killeen, Texas, shouting out the Niner gang right there. Ernesto is in Tucson, Arizona. Who else we got? King Rogers is in New Jersey. Gino and Joseph, Mississippi for Clemson. South 30 Jers from Matthew Stevick in the 856. Dennis Designs couldn't make it until the end of the draft last night. That's fine, Dennis, because you're here with us. And hopefully everybody saw our day 2 recap, our grades, talking about Andrew Makuba. That video went out, I think, around 1 a.m. Eastern, and it still got 10,000 views. So people were rocking and rolling with us very late and early as well, which is awesome. All right, let's give a shout out to our sponsors. The first one, Game Time. Last-minute tickets at the lowest price guaranteed. By saving on last-minute tickets, you can save up to 60% off. The more that you wait until the start of the event, the more that those prices drop. You can see the view from your seat before you buy, so you know exactly what to expect when you arrive. You can access tickets from your phone, easily resell your tickets. They have flash deals, zone deals, and the Game Time guarantee, where if you find a lower price elsewhere, they will credit you 110% of the difference. So download the Game Time app, create an account, use the code CHATSPORTS, and when you do that, CHATSPORTS, you get $20 off. Terms apply, first purchase only. So Game Time, powering our NFL draft coverage over the last couple of days. So too have our friends at Chubby's. You can get 20% off your purchase at chubbyshorts.com/chat. Sky's out, sun's out, thighs out. If you want to enhance your spring and summer wardrobe, do so with Chubby's. I love their shorts. You can get a couple of different styles, a couple of different lengths, depending on if you want to show off some quads and calves like myself and Chip like to do, because we're two fellas who have some good legs. But if you want to hide those legs a little bit because you missed leg day, you're not built like us, hey, you can get some longer shorts as well. They also have shirts and vibrant shirts if you want to do that too. chubbyshorts.com/chat. Use that code CHAT for 20% off. And here on day 3, after we were live for 6 or 7 hours the first 2 days of the draft, we're going to be live for the next 6-7 hours here today as well. I am giving you a special super chat menu. We're basically slashing our prices in half for the most part. And so previously, if you sent in a super chat of $20 or more, you entered the raffle to win a draft hat. For those of you watching on Eagles Now, that's a Niners draft hat. For those of you watching on the 49ers Report, that's a Niners draft hat. The same draft hats that these prospects have been wearing, either if they've attended the draft in Green Bay or they have gotten a hat where they've been watching the draft from, getting those legendary calls, or when they had their introductory press conferences. Those are the draft hats that they are rocking, okay? So 50% off there, $10, you enter the draft hat raffle. But until the start of the draft, I do want to make a deal with the people. Let's slash it again. If you send in a $5 super chat until the start of day 3, you will enter our draft hat raffle.
Come on!
$20, you get to spin the wheel. I always like to do this on the final day of the draft because we have a little bit more time to kill, and it's more laid back, and so we have some fun items there. $50 for a beer bong, but until the start of the draft, if you send in $20 or more in Super Chats, not only do you enter the draft, you can spin the wheel. $20 or more over the next 12 minutes, I will do a shambong. We are going from $300 to $200 for an automatic jersey of your choice, and to the largest individual Super Chatter, you get a jersey of the first-round draft pick, so Jahad Campbell for the Eagles, Mykel Williams for the Niners, and one of our show MVP football. So that right there is our Super Chat menu. Great deals here on this Saturday morning as the weekend is kicking off. I know a lot of you were working very hard Monday through Friday. Now you get to hang out. We're working kind of 7 days this week, but that's what happens with the NFL draft. One of the best times of the year. And so a lot of you are relaxing. We can have a more relaxing show here today, but you can continue to expect us to bring the heat. We're going to give you the energy. We're going to bring you the insightful, informative coverage. We're going to entertain you, and we're going to give you some thought-provoking content as well. As you can see, the countdown to the NFL draft clock is below me. We are 10-plus minutes to go until the start of round 4. Chip, I want to talk to you for a little bit.
Yes, sir.
What has stood out to you about this NFL draft, non-Shadur Sanders related so far?
Of course. Non-Shadur Sanders, because that's obviously the big talking point here. I think, when I think about the teams that have, won the draft to this point, like, you got to look at what the Ravens have done, right? With Mike Green falling a little bit into that second round, going late. Some teams taking him off their board, but the Ravens say, hey, you know what? We're sticking with it. We're going to take him even though it's late. Will Johnson falling. I think we saw some of these guys that we thought would go round 1 falling a little bit. Again, Will Johnson, Mike Green. And there's still a lot of good players as well left on the board as we enter day number 3. A lot of good running backs are still left. The fact that Dylan Gabriel got picked in the 3rd round is unbelievable.
Crazy
to me. And when I'm looking at Eagles, Niners in particular as well, this is kind of the day now as we enter day 3 where a lot of the good tight ends have gone off the board.
Yep.
So if there's teams out there that need a tight end, weren't able to get one in the first 3 rounds of the draft, maybe now you could find somebody who would be willing to give up a little bit more for Dallas Goedert, knowing that they were not able to get a tight end in those first 3 rounds. So I'd be looking out for that. Eagles have, 6 or 7 picks in these last 4 rounds.
More than expected, too, because of some of the trades yesterday.
Yeah, so look, are they going to use all them? We'll see. Could package some of them together in a potential Goddard trade. And then for the Niners, they do have 7 picks here today, and obviously still a lot of needs to address. They got to address the O-line at some point. Now, whoever you pick at this point isn't really going to be somebody you're expecting to step in right away and play, but still a lot of needs there. They've gone all defense. Do they address the offense? Do they try to go after a wide receiver? I did actually just see a George Kittle update from Diana Rossini.
He was in the building yesterday.
Yes. Yeah, Rossini said that negotiations between Kittle and the Niners continue to move in a good direction.
That's good.
With him showing up, teams did inquire about a trade, but they are expected to keep him.
Interesting.
So, good news there.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's in the building. It's obviously a good sign that things are moving in a good direction. And, of course, the Niners are going to keep an absolute all-time legend. I'm looking down at the comment section here, and we have a variety of different comments. Paul Gentle saying the Eagles are drafting lights out. Stovey saying terrible draft class, fire Kyle. I actually disagree. Now, there's something to be said for the Niners reaching on some players, but you do have to give them credit because they stick to their board and they draft their types of guys. There's been a theme. They've gone all defense so far, obviously. All of the players who they have taken are good against the run. They have reached a little bit, but again, these are the types of players that they like. And it's very reminiscent of last year's draft class. For instance, I thought Renardo Green was a little bit of a reach. It's going to be the starting outside corner for this team, and he played really well last year. I thought Ricky Pearsall was a little bit of a reach. I thought he was more of a round 2 guy, but he clearly has some ability. So the Niners stay true to their evaluations. And another thing that I said last night on my social media pages, and I put it up as a YouTube short, Robert Saleh's fingerprints are all over this draft. A lot of the players who the Niners have taken, everyone really, is a Robert Saleh type of guy. Jedi said, I'll donate $5,000 if you snort a kilo of cocaine in one go before the dollar clogs. Drinking beer doesn't impress me. Well, I have never done cocaine. I will never do cocaine. We are down to have some drinks, though, here on the show. So if you send in a $20 super chat, that's like 60% off. I will do a shambong right now.
Hey, we do also have a special deal alert right now coming from the bosses at Chat Sports.
Oh, wow. What do we got?
Our boss, Brett, deal alert. He's got 2 beer bats. 2 beer bats. You ever been to a baseball game? You know you can order the beer bats. It's like, I think it's 2 or 3 beers in one bat.
Yep.
He's got
like
2 ready to go.
Yeah,
just like a beer boot. He's got 2 ready to go. $100 super chat. He'll come in here and do that. But it's only the first 2 channels across Chat Sports to get a $100 super chat. So it's already been going on for a couple minutes. He's still got some available, though. So $100 super chat. He'll come in here and do a beer bet. But again, only the first 2 Chat Sports channels. So why not Eagles and Niners? He has to come in here and do 2 on the stream. That'd be kind of electric.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I saw Leon Sandcastle saying, oh, poor rich kid is upset. I don't care. You know, I think this Shedeur Sanders situation, it's a good lesson for everybody, right? And I give Shedeur some credit. Like, he didn't have to chase his dream of playing football. He could have lived off of his dad forever. He just could have been rich, and he could have done whatever, and he could have had money forever, but he decided to chase his dream, and he decided to put his body on the line to play football. But the lesson that I think is important for everybody with Shedeur, there's never anything wrong with being humble and treating people with respect. And so remember that as we move forward here. I saw some people say Chase Lunt is a good offensive tackle out of UConn. You know, it's funny. I think Leon said that too. He reminds me of Mike McGlinchey. The issue is Mike McGlinchey was a top 10 pick. I would like Chase Lunt on day 3 for San Francisco. Highly experienced, leaner, thinner body. But I think he's certainly athletic enough to be an offensive tackle in this league. Some people think that he should play guard. I actually think he might be a little bit too thin to play guard. That's a type of offensive lineman I would love for the Niners. San Francisco missed out on Ariante Ursary. They drafted Alfred Collins instead, and they couldn't draft Charles Grant out of William & Mary. I really like him, but Chase Lunt is one of those day 3 guys that I'm intrigued by. Mike Anthony, what an honor. You said, Chase, you're my idol, bro. I appreciate that, man. I've come a long way, having a lot of success right now. I'm certainly blessed. I'm thankful. I don't take it for granted, and unlike Shedeur, yeah, I am humble. Now, outside of sending in a super chat, here's how you can really support the show at any moment, especially right now, as we try to bring some more people in here. 330 people watching live on the 49ers Report, and we have 250 people hanging out here with us on Philadelphia Eagles. Now, do me a favor, all right? With that many people watching, we should be able to get both streams to 100 likes in the next minute. The more likes that we get, the more people who find the stream, the more people who come in here, the more fun that we have, and the more people discover that what we do here is very special. So hit that thumbs up icon and like the video right now. Last night, too, we surpassed 160,000 subscribers here on the San Francisco 49ers Report. So thanks to everybody for supporting the program, and we're already up to 160,198 subs. And then on Philadelphia Eagles Now, we've been able to pick up a lot of subs over the last few days as well, and the Eagles have only made 2 picks. We are less than 200 people away from 119,000 subscribers. So lock us in. Hit that sub button right now. Additionally, in supporting the show, you can comment and share your thoughts. I mean, I was just giving shout-outs to some people in the comment section. We will always show all of your super chats. Who's going to be the first one to send in a super chat? We haven't gotten a super on either stream yet. I know it's early. You're dusting off the cobwebs, and you're probably saying, Chase, can I get my cup of coffee down already? I took down my cup of coffee. Now it's time for you to do your work, support the show, and also share the video on social media. Also, if you want a 49ers Report hat or an Eagles Now hat, you can get one today. It's very easy. Just send me a Venmo at Chase_Senior. We have had so many people buy these hats to support the Eagles and Niners, to support the channel. They're awesome hats. You've seen me wear them on the show plenty. And I have a couple of hats here to my right. If you want an Eagles Now or 49ers Report hat, let's give away some of those today here. Send a Venmo to me at Chase_Senior. And we're going to have a more relaxed show here today because that's what day 3 of the NFL draft is, between rounds 4 and 7. So we can do another Venmo 50-50 race. You can get involved by sending a $20 Venmo to at Chase_Senior. The more Venmos that we get, the more money that you can win. We'll give shout outs to everybody who sends a Venmo in. How it works, we decided with the virtual duck race at the end of the show. So let's say we get $100 in Venmos. The winner on a $20 buy-in comes away with $50. So that's at Chase_Senior. $20 for the Venmo 50-50 race. $50 for an Eagles Now or 49ers Report hat. Let's get it. Joe Lord getting us going finally with a $2 super chat. And I had said, hey, $20 super chat, I will take down a Shambong here. Shoot, somebody sends in a $25 super chat. I'll take down a shotgun. We just need to get the juices flowing here on this Saturday. 266 people watching live on Eagles Now, 354 on the Niners Report. We're up to 81 likes on Niners, 64 on Eagles. Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. Let's get both streams to 100 likes as soon as possible. What we can do now, as the draft is about to get underway, is take a look at the draft order to give you a look at what picks are coming up here on the horizon. Joe Lord, $2 super chat. Eagles Now over any other chat sports channel. Appreciate that, brother. Thanks for your continued support of the show, and thanks for watching the show over the last few years. All right, the upcoming picks to kick off round 4. And keep in mind, you can get some excellent players here on day 3. We have seen Hall of Famers, Pro Bowlers, great players across the NFL spanning decades who were taken today who end up being impactful players right from the jump. And I can think of 2 players immediately that come to mind at the defensive end spot specifically for both the Niners and the Eagles. You think about a player like George Kittle at tight end. He was drafted in round 5. You think about a player like Trent Cole at defensive end for Philadelphia. You think about another defensive end, Max Crosby. He's one of the best defensive players in football. He was drafted in round 5. You think about Deommodore Lenoir. He was taken in round 5 a few years ago. Talanoa Hufanga, a 5th-round pick. Jason Kelce, a 6th-round pick. Again, you can find some excellent players in the NFL draft today, which is why I'm so excited for rounds 4 through 7. So the upcoming picks here, as the Titans are about to be on the clock, Tennessee at 103. Jags at 104 from Cleveland. That's a part of that trade where the Jags moved up to number 2 to take Travis Hunter. Giants at 105. Patriots at 106. Jags at 107. Raiders at 108. Bears at 109. And Jets at 110. And then the Eagles on the clock at 111 from Denver. That was that 3rd-round trade late last night. Saints at 112. Niners at 113. And the Panthers at 114. Specifically for the purpose of today's show, Niners, Eagles, both teams have a lot of draft capital today. I expect some trades to happen, but either way, we're going to be talking about a lot of intriguing rookies who are going to be making their way to Philadelphia and San Francisco. Oh! Dennis Designs gets us going, and the momentum is on. $50 super chat. He said, let's get this party started. Go Birds, Dennis. Thank you for that. I'm also looking at my Venmo. Candy sending in a $50 Venmo. Candy, can you let me know, is this for a hat, or are you just sending in a $50 Venmo? Please let me know. Also, our boss man, Brett, making a deal with the people. And what did he say there, Chip? Deal alert. I've got 2 beer bats available. Whoever gets $100 in supers, I'll come in there. So we have 1 beer bat going to our Bears channel.
Seems like we have 1 left.
And there's 1 beer bat available for our boss here if somebody sends him a $100 super chat. Okay. That sounds good to me. Boo, Roger Goodell.
Boo this man.
It's timeless. Every time he takes center stage at the NFL draft, day 1, day 2, day 3, he always gets booed. He always gets booed. 437 people watching live on the 49ers Report. 321 people watching live on Philadelphia Eagles now. We are 2 likes away from 100 on Niners. We are 24 likes away from 100 on Eagles. How's your internet, Chip?
It still says perfect streaming. Now my computer is frozen.
Yeah,
but
my computer is frozen.
The stream still says perfect streaming, so I think we're still live.
Are we still live? Let's see here. Let me try to reconnect.
My stream still does say perfect streaming.
Okay. Because my internet
my internet's tweaking too.
is down right now. But if you can still hear us, that's obviously great. Seems like our main Wi-Fi is down.
Well, at least, took until day 3.
All right. So the NFL draft about to get underway. Again, Tennessee Titans about to be on the clock at 1:03, followed by the Jags, Giants, Patriots, Jags again, Las Vegas, Chicago, Jets, Philadelphia, New Orleans, San Francisco. If I could pinpoint a player that I like for the Eagles, Marcus Bow is intriguing to me. The offensive guard out of Purdue, Gunnar Helm, the tight end out of Texas, I think could be a really good day 3 pick. He reminds me a little bit of a Hunter Henry type of player. For San Francisco, I know they don't have a huge need at the wide receiver spot, but Alec Ayumanner would be a fantastic pickup for the Niners. So I would really like Alec Ayumanner to the Niners here coming up. And Cam Scatterbu at some point maybe in the 4th round, I think would be a really good selection for San Francisco as well. Jeff Chipper!
Hey!
A $10 super chat. Chase, let's bet a dinner on the Cowboys winning the division. I like the pick so far. Micah Parsons not holding out. Great coverage by you guys. Jeff, I appreciate that. And, yeah, we could bet a dinner on the Cowboys winning the division. I think it's going to be a lot more difficult for the Eagles to win the division because the schedule is going to be a lot harder, and you really have to rely on staying healthy once again with all of this talent. Put a wager on the Cowboys winning the division. I say that they don't win the division, and we can virtually shake on that. Toddy Brew, $4 super chat. That one coming in on
Niners.
the 49ers report.
First one.
All right, first one right there. So we're up to $62 on Eagles, $4 on Niners.
All right, we get to spin the wheel for that.
Oh, that'd be clutch. Thank you so much.
$50 super that came in from Dennis.
Yes, Dennis
and
Designs.
that's a beer bong as well.
It's a beer bong. It's a beer bong. And let's just do this. Let's just keep it $20 super chat, spin the wheel. So we can do, in this case, 20 plus.
So you're saying only
let's
20s.
spin it right now with the Titans on the clock. 5 minutes between picks, so we have some time to kill here. You send in a $20 super chat. And you can spin the wheel. We also have a lot of people who are offering to come in to take down some beer bongs. Allie Barefoot, Joey Peterson. So if you want to get somebody else, a non-familiar face, to come on the show to do a beer bong, you can do that as well with the 50. All right, let's spin that wheel for Dennis Designs' $50 super chat. And yes, I didn't forget about doing that shotgun. Let's spin that wheel. Let's see what we land on. And it's going to be a dog bark. Hungry dogs run faster. Woo, 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 woo. Let's go. Woo, 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 woo. My dog bark and Chip's dog bark. Woo, woo.
Come on.
And we're hoping that these squads bring in some dogs.
All right, pick is in.
Pick is in for Tennessee at 103. And it is Chimere Dike, the wide receiver out of Florida. This is a speedster going to Tennessee here, and it's going to be a vertical weapon going to Nashville for number 1 overall pick Cam Ward. 6'3", 196 pounds. He is a burner who offers vertical ability. He does not fear getting hit either. He's not the sum of his traits as a player just yet, so there is some developmental room here for him. Limited after the catch, and he certainly dealt with some drop issues. But this is a player that when you put him on the field, you have to account for him because he can certainly take the top off of the defense, and he is very, very explosive. So, according to our draft expert, Tom Downey, also the host of the Cowboys Report, this is his 20th ranked wide receiver. So, according to his rankings, he has him going a little bit later compared to where we are right now, and his 191st player. He's going here at 103. Grade the pick. It is officially in. 4.3 40-yard dash in the pre-draft. And the proper pronunciation here, Chimere Dike. Chimere Dike going to the Tennessee Titans here to kick off day 3, round 4 at 103.
And guess what? We have another flash deal from the bosses.
Oh, what do we got?
Our boss, James, for a $100 super chat. Before the Jags make this pick, they are on the clock. Before the Jags make this pick, $100 super chat. He's coming in, chugging a full beer right here on the show. Our boss.
$100. This is the CEO and founder of Chat Sports. You want to bring him on? $100 super chat. He'll chug a beer before the Jags pick is in. Now, the NFL Network has not announced the Titans pick just yet. So you do have some time before that Jags pick is in. John Galt said bong rips coming up. All right. Carol Hosey, I like that shirt chase. Awesome. Thank you. Trying to bring some color to the show. Kind of takes away from my sleepy eyes a little bit, you know? Everything's calculated. Look good. Feel good. So on the clock now, the Jacksonville Jaguars. They are led by their young general manager, James Gladstone, who is by far the youngest GM in all of football. He replaced Trent Baalke. Niner fans know him well. Gladstone previously worked for the Los Angeles Rams as their director of scouting strategy. And Shad Khan, the Jags owner who hired Gladstone, cited his class, exceptional vision, new ideas, communication, chemistry, and he keeps understanding the new trends of the league. As we know, he comes from the Rams. That is a forward-thinking organization, no doubt. And I didn't love the trade up for Travis Hunter because giving up additional picks and a future first, it's a lot. But the Jags clearly think that Travis Hunter can be a very special player. All right, I'm so surprised that the Super Chats are slow to come in today. Where is everybody at? Forest Hill Chug a Yingling, that is my favorite beer.
Do we still have the Freedom Funnel? William wants to see the Freedom Funnel get broken out.
I'm not sure if we still have the Freedom Funnel or not.
I'd have to
Joe
look.
Lord saying Chase and Chip are the real CEOs of Chat Sports. Let's be real. Hey, we're high up. We will say that. The pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they are bringing in a very intriguing running back. Bashal Tootin headed to Jacksonville to team up with ETN in that backfield. ETN out of Clemson, he was a highly decorated player, generational type of player, and he has not been that just yet. Now, when you think about Travis Etienne's production, he still is 26 years old, but we're talking about a player who was a first-round pick. Last year, 150 carries for 558 yards. His first 2 seasons, though, more than 1,000 yards. And so he has had some ability there, but for whatever reason, hasn't fully fulfilled expectations. As for Tootin, who's going to join him, big play runner with impressive athleticism, solid production after contact, and has the shiftiness to make guys miss as well. He is not great in pass protection, and so he is a little bit limited there. Not great there or catching the ball out of the backfield. He did struggle with some drops and some fumbles, but as far as running the football last year, good player for the Hokies. 183 carries, more than 1,100 yards, 15 touchdowns, 6.3 yards per carry. And he had one of the fastest 40-yard dashes at the combine, a 4.32 40. He is a Freaks List alum, and it shows on tape as well as the stopwatch. He's a little bit shorter, but not small, and he carries decent mass on his frame. So do you like the pick of Tootin here to Jacksonville? He's explosive. Jags in this draft. Travis Hunter, explosive player, dynamic. Tootin, he fits that mold as well. 1,300 yards in 2022 with 13 touchdowns. 863 in 2023 with 10. And then 1,100 plus with 15 touchdowns this past year. 23 catches, for 81 yards. So not really a big threat to catch the ball out of the backfield. That was good for a lackluster 3.52 yards per catch. Grade that pick of Tootin. What do you think? A, B, C, D, or F?
I like Tootin, man. He's a player in like NCAA football, like the video game. He's a dog because he can run.
No doubt.
Now, obviously, very different than real life, but you can see how that applies, right? Like, he's a guy who has some of those traits, but,
It's Designs. This shotgun is for you, my guy. Thank you for that $50 super chat earlier. And he is by far our super chat MVP.
Dennis Designs. Who's going to match him with a 50? Next 50 that comes in, if it's before the Eagles pick here coming up soon, I'll do a beer bong. I'll do a beer bong for a 50. Normally 100, but I'll do a beer bong for a 50 as the Giants pick is in.
By the way, I have this whole beer boot right here. 3 beers, 1 boot. Every time we go live, we always try to finish that by the end of the stream. $25 super chat. I'll take down a Shambong. Not a sponsor, but they should be with how much we use the Shambongs here on the show. Gosh dang it.
Yep.
The New York Giants are drafting Cam Skattebo. And the Giants continue to have a really good draft. I know our Giants Now host, Marshall Green, is pumped up about this one. I hear him screaming in the studio next to us. He was clamoring for Skattebo to go to New York. And to the Giants he goes. I love Cam Skattebo because of the unbelievable contact balance. 5'9", 216 pounds. He started his NFL career at Sacramento State. And then he transfers to Arizona State, really burst onto the scene in 2024. 293 carries, 1,700 yards, 21 touchdowns. And in that college football playoff game against Texas, keep in mind, that is a Texas defense loaded with NFL players. We've seen Alfred Collins get drafted to the Niners. We saw Jahdae Barron get drafted to the Broncos. Andrew Makuba get selected by the Eagles. Cam Skattebo ran through them as a runner, had massive production as a pass catcher, and he even threw a touchdown. Skattebo is a downhill runner who offers real pass-catching value too. And if we could go back to that scouting report, he's such a unique player because he has this look. And for that size, he has such good burst and ability to create yards in short areas. He might lack breakaway speed. He's not the shiftiest player, but he's a jack of all trades. He's a contact seeker. And he's a unique chip for an offense and now a part of that Giants offense.
Man.
I love this pick for New York.
My one word, probably, damn. I think that's what you said. Like, man. I feel like some of these teams in the NFC East and the NFC West are making some good selections. Gonna be stuff to think about now for the Eagles and for the Niners. I mean, Skattebo in New York. I love that for them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm tweeting this out right now. Cam Skattebo goes to the Giants at 105. Again, the contact balance, the toughness, the versatility, the will to seek out contact is so impressive. The jack of all trades headed to New York. And I like what the Giants have done so far in this draft.
All right, Patriots pick is also in. They go Craig Woodson.
Okay.
Safety out of Cal. Woodson? Safety? I don't know.
Yeah, sounds familiar. So you think about what the Giants have done, man. Abdul Carter trading up for Jackson Dart. And then they took Darius Alexander.
Yeah. And it's funny because we were talking yesterday how our Giants host, he got the first 3 picks right. His 4th round pick at this pick was actually Ollie Gordon. So didn't get the player right, but he got the position right.
Yep. My boy Larry Kruger, wasn't able to stream with him yesterday because we were busy getting ready for the draft, but he said it's day 3 of the draft. Here is who I need today. This is for the Niners, of course. Aeneas Peebles, Chandler Martin, Eugene Asante, Riley Leonard, Taj Brooks, Dominic Mazzotti, Giles Jackson, Willie Lampkin. Willie Lampkin's a really, really interesting player. And we'll talk more about Woodson here in a moment. Our Super Chat menu, though. If you send in a $10 super chat, you enter the raffle to win a draft hat. The same draft hats that these draftees are wearing. $20, we'll spin the wheel for you. $50 for a beer one. We've pretty much slashed all of our prices because it's day 3 of the draft and we're trying to have some fun.
Let's have a day. Let's have a day, baby. There's that 5 coming in from Chipalogs. $5. Niners going for a DT or wide receiver. Next pick. They go DT again. That'd be kind of crazy. I could see receiver, though. I think Alec Iomanor is still on the board.
Alec Iomanor. I would love it for the Niners here. It's Patriots, Jags again. Raiders, Bears, Jets, Eagles, New Orleans, and San Francisco. So Alec Iomanor still within range. Unfortunately, Cam Scadaboo no longer on the board for the Niners here. And I do want to talk about the Shedeur Sanders report from Tom Pelissero. And I'm going to use that as a YouTube short as we have some time here.
Daniel Jeremiah, very high on Woodson, safety the Patriots just drafted.
Really? Okay. We could take a look at Woodson's. We have a scouting report.
Let's see.
From the Athletic's Dane Brugler.
That was the Patriots. We got some notes here on Woodson.
Yeah, we have our own scouting report on Woodson.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so Daniel Jeremiah really likes him. Couple of really sneaky Cal players who I like in this draft. Jeremiah likes Craig Woodson. I really like Teddy Buchanan, the linebacker. Fluid athlete, good feel as the play develops, very productive at the line of scrimmage. And he's a backside chaser. Sometimes he can bite on a quarterback's eyes. The Athletic Dane Brugler that Woodson doesn't have dominant size or traits that make him jump off the film, but he's good enough in most critical categories that NFL teams want at the safety spot. He'll be ready from day 1 to compete for a depth role. 70 tackles, 3 TFLs, 9 PBUs, 2 picks. And he's going to a defensive-oriented coach and organization with Mike Vrabel leading the charge. And then the Jags go with Jack Kaiser, the linebacker from Notre Dame. 6 sacks and 16 TFLs last year. Or excuse me, throughout his career. But last year, he was a very productive player on the defensive side of the ball. 90 tackles for a Notre Dame team that made it to the Natty. 5 TFLs, 2 sacks. A little bit older, 6-year senior, 24. Again, that's fine for me. 229 pounds. He's a team captain. Plenty of praise for his work ethic and his intangibles. Competes well against running backs and tight ends in man coverage. Limited frame with average play strength, but the work ethic and intangibles, him competing against other players, showing no fear, that helps you win. And sometimes that trumps the lack of athleticism. Las Vegas Raiders pick is in at 108. It's Dante Thornton Jr., the wide receiver out of Tennessee. 6'4", 5'8", 205 pounds. 26 grabs for 661 yards last year.
6'4".
Big size. Awesome combination of size and speed that could bump his draft stock. Here he goes in round 4. Vertical threat who tracks the ball well. Now, Nico Iamaleava struggled last year, which is why it was crazy that he was demanding $4 million in NIL. How about proving yourself in this day of age before demanding a high price tag? Now for Thornton, limited route tree and career production, including after the catch. But the Raiders are bringing in a player with some juice. They add Ashton Genty. They add Thornton. and they just need more dynamic players on the offensive side of the football. All right, so let's talk Shedeur Sanders here to the Eagles. Their pick is coming up at 111. So I want to film a YouTube short here, and obviously you get a behind-the-scenes look as to what we do. Here's the upcoming picks. But I want to put this up as a YouTube short because this is a big talking point here. So Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network threw out the Philadelphia Eagles as a team that could take a chance on Shedeur Sanders. He's not reporting that the Eagles are interested, but he cited Philadelphia as a team that doesn't need a quarterback. Jalen Hurts obviously just won Super Bowl MVP, but the Eagles as an organization deem themselves as a quarterback factory, and they could draft him because of good value this late in the draft. And obviously, it's especially perplexing that Shedeur Sanders is still on the board going into day 3 in a draft class that's very thin at the quarterback spot. He doesn't have first-round talent. And in a better quarterback class, it's easy to see why he would slip. But this far, fine arm, not special, not really mobile, but good against the blitz. He's accurate. He throws with good touch. He's tough. When he gets hit, he'll take a hit and pop back up. His offense at Colorado was pretty vanilla. And the offensive line wasn't good. But I do think he's slid because a lot of teams don't want to deal with the baggage and the noise of a backup quarterback.
All right. Look at that.
So the upcoming picks here, yeah. We got our Raiders pick in there at 108. The Bills here at 109, but we have a trade. And we'll wait to see what those trade details are.
Yes, so Chicago was up here. Yeah, we don't have the full details yet, but this was Chicago's pick. This is now the Bills' pick. And the Bills' pick is in, and this is a player who had a lot of buzz coming into the year as a potential first, second-round talent and had a tough year. I think this is now the third. Let me see.
Third Notre Dame DB.
This is... Well, I was talking about Buffalo's pick here.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the bottom ticker.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's my
This is now the third defensive lineman and the fourth defensive player that Buffalo has taken, but I can't be mad at them for the value here going Deion Walker, the defensive tackle out of Kentucky. So they have now drafted here Maxwell Harrison, round 1, cornerback, also out of Kentucky, so 2 Kentucky teammates. TJ Sanders, the defensive tackle out of South Carolina. Landon Jackson, the edge rusher out of Arkansas. And now Deion Walker, defensive tackle out of Kentucky.
Yep.
So they're stacking up, just like the Niners. 4 picks, all defense.
All defense.
But I like it. I like it for Buffalo. He's huge. 6'7", 330.
Oh, the Eagles trade up.
Oh!
Eagles trade up with Buffalo, and now Philadelphia is on the clock. So the Bills take Deion Walker at 109. And it looks like, what, the Eagles are trading up with the Jets then?
No, the Jets made their pick.
Okay.
Oh, so they're up right after, or no. Where'd you see they traded up?
Or is that just the draft going quickly?
Yeah, it's just going.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I lost track because I was doing that YouTube short.
Yeah, you did the short, and I think they made, 3 picks. At least 2 picks happened. So Deion Walker, and then the Jets pick is in, actually, already.
Okay, Jets pick is in.
Arian Smith, wide receiver out of Georgia. Tell you what, this guy, talented, no hands. Absolutely no hands. He was supposed to be like one of the next good receivers at Georgia, like top-end guys.
Dude, he's a speedster, though.
Yeah.
he can really, really run. So Arian Smith to the Jets. Factor in who the quarterback is with New York right now. It's Justin Fields. And Justin Fields is such a dynamic athlete. I think the Jets are going to lean on him to run the football a lot. Think about his playing style, though, and how he struggled so far in his NFL career. He does not really throw over the middle of the field. And he struggles to process in between the numbers. But what does Justin Fields have? A very strong arm. And so Arian Smith is a player who's a former track star, played mostly outside, some in the slot, lacks play strength, has real drop issues. A lot of medical concerns as well throughout his NFL career. But if you want to get a weapon for Justin Fields, who can kind of run a go, and Justin Fields doesn't really throw over the middle of the field, but does have a long ball, Arian Smith is a player who ran a 4.36 40-yard dash at the NFL Combine. Rare acceleration, fluid galloping strides, eats up grass vertically. He can decelerate pretty well. Wasn't a return man in college, but made an impact as a gunner on punt coverages. But drops really impacted his confidence. It is very rare that a player has 10 drops in a single season. And Smith had 10 drops in 2024. 48 catches, 817, 17 yards per catch. 10 drops.
God.
Crazy.
That's me in high school, baby. That's unbelievable. Eagles pick is in.
It is Ty Robinson, the defensive tackle out of Nebraska. He is going to Philadelphia with pick 111. And this was a defensive tackle target that I had looked at for the Eagles here. Look at the height. 6'5.5", 288 pounds. And in 2024, 13 TFLs, 7 sacks. Thick frame, burst off the line, strong anchor. He's a powerful rusher with aggressive counters and an eye for batting the ball at the line of scrimmage. Sometimes he can be a tight player. He can struggle with contact balance. But I like the burst at the line of scrimmage. And he ran a 4.8 40-yard dash in the pre-draft. This production here for Robinson is impressive. 37 tackles, 13 TFL, 7 sacks, as I had noted. But he added 42 pressures as well.
All right, Eagles fans, grade the pick for us. You know, we knew they were going to go D-tackle at some point. And I like this selection. I like the selection here.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot.
Yeah, he is big, tall, not quite, 300-plus pound, like, mass, but at, nearly 6'6"?
Yep.
288, like.
Grade the pick on Eagles Now. 700 people watching live. Chip, let's just do this. Let's rip this cut real quick.
Let's do it.
I think that we can do this really quickly. I like this selection for the Eagles. 700 people watching live on Eagles Now. Don't go anywhere. If you're just coming to the stream, we are going to do deep dive analysis on the Eagles' most recent pick in Ty Robinson out of Nebraska. You don't get this coverage anywhere else. And we're about to talk about it right here on the show. Ty Robinson, to the Philadelphia Eagles out of Nebraska with pick 111. Dane Brugler had a third, fourth round grade on him, and he offers really intriguing size at that defensive tackle spot. What's the sponsor for this one?
I am looking right now. Saturday already. The Chubb.
All right, Chubbies. Let's see. All right, Ty Robinson to the Eagles. Hang out here, just getting some things in order. We don't take commercial breaks here. Come on now.
The chat's loving the pick. A lot of A's and B's. That's all I'm seeing.
I like it. I like it.
Gonna make that the new poll question to get everybody's gauge here.
Yep. New poll question is up. Let's hear the feedback. 725 people watching. Do us a favor. Hit that subscribe button. Somebody sends in a $50 super chat. I'm shotgunning a beer. Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. We are 27 likes away from 200. And let's talk about this really intriguing pick of Ty Robinson to the Philadelphia Eagles. Here we go. Day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft is officially underway. We're sitting here in round 4, and after the Eagles traded out of round 3, they have made a 4th-round pick, which is very intriguing and a sneaky good selection given where we're at this juncture of the draft with pick number 111 overall. The Philadelphia Eagles are taking in round 4 Ty Robinson, defensive tackle out of Nebraska. As we know, going into this draft, defensive tackle was a need for Philadelphia. It was a position that they needed to address. Milton Williams left for the New England Patriots. He got $26 million per year. The Eagles took him a few years ago out of Louisiana Tech in the 3rd round, and so a similar juncture of the draft. And so the Eagles needed to draft at some point a defensive tackle in this class. And going into day 3, Philadelphia had only made 2 selections after trading out of round 3. And it was the back end of round 3 to compile some more picks for day 3 and in 2026 as well. Jahad Campbell, linebacker, edge rusher combo out of Alabama at 31. Then Philadelphia thought about trading out of 64, but they didn't want to run the risk of losing out on Andrew Makuba, the Texas safety with good ball skills. He can play nickel. Pass breakup machine, had the lowest passer rating when targeted among all safeties last year. Very similar player to C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And so linebacker, edge, safety needs on the football team, and now the Eagles cross off another need in defensive tackle here. Now Robinson is a little bit of an older prospect at almost 24 years old. I never worry about that because with Robinson, you're hoping that you can strike gold while he's on that rookie contract. And while he's on that rookie contract, it takes him within his athletic prime. 6-year senior out of Nebraska where he played under Matt Rule. Matt Rule, of course, really became famous by becoming the head coach at Temple University. And I love the size and the athleticism that Robinson has. 6'5.5", 288 pounds, and the production last year playing at Nebraska in the Big Ten when you're going up against some NFL caliber offensive linemen, really good. 37 tackles, double-digit TFLs with 13, and 7 sacks to go along with that. And he's a unique player with his athleticism, his build, and his size. Thick frame with burst off the line and a really strong anchor. Ty Robinson is a powerful rusher with aggressive counters and an eye for batting the ball at the line of scrimmage. The pass breakup numbers pretty damn good. He had combined for 10 in the last 2 years, and so he can jump up at the line to make impactful plays in that regard. But he's a powerful rusher who can get to the quarterback and come through with some TFLs. And so the measurables at the NFL Combine, something that I imagine caught the attention of this Eagles scouting department and Howie Roseman. 6'5", 288 at the combine, 6'5", 291 at his pro day, 10-inch hands, arm length 32 and a quarter, wingspan 79. Maybe you'd like to see that be a little bit longer as far as his length. How about this, though? At right around 290 pounds. You talk about the burst at the line of scrimmage, the explosion at the blink of the snap. That was what you saw on tape for Ty Robinson. That's why he won in getting to the quarterback with those TFLs. You also saw it with the 40-yard dash. 4.83 40-yard dash at 288 pounds. So Ty Robinson is a player who can really move. He's built like an oak tree. And what I mean by that, Ty Robinson is big, he's thick, and he's strong. Some people might say pause in the comment section, but it's true. And he's strong and stout at the point of attack where he's not easy to move. Some people will say, yeah, he's a little bit of a smaller defensive tackle at 288 pounds. Yeah, but he plays a lot stronger than that. And he's able to kind of shift, alter, and tilt the field with that initial quickness. And that is something that allowed Milton Williams to have success with Philadelphia. It's something that has allowed Moro Ajomo to find success with the Eagles. And I expect Moro Ajomo to have a breakout campaign here in 2025. He was one of the highest graded pass rushing defensive tackles last year alongside Milton Williams with limited snaps. And he's going to get some more snaps. And I like the violence sometimes that Robinson plays with. He has the swipe, swat, rip moves that can move opposing offensive linemen. Matt Rule saying, I can't express how much Ty means to me. I can't express it. And so Matt Rule tried to go to Nebraska to change the culture. Ty Robinson was a part of that. And I can remember time and time again when you were watching Nebraska games, because I was very interested in Dylan Raiola, their quarterback who can make plays out of structure. I was trying to scout him and look at what he could bring to Nebraska. There were so many times on defense. Who is number 9? Number 9 was flying around, and he was making a lot of plays. 5-year starter at Nebraska as well, 60 games played, 47 starts. Throughout his career, 26.5 TFLs, 12 sacks, 12 pass breakups, 10 of which have come in the last 2 years. Here's what the Athletic's Dane Brugler had to say about him. Robinson might lack star potential, but rugged competitors with his size, toughness, and ability never go out of style in the NFL. He projects as a rotational defender who fits both even one technique and odd 4-5 technique fronts. So you do have some positional versatility here as well. At Nebraska, he played in a 3-3-5 scheme, lining up as the nose. And so Vic Fangio is going to be able to use him in a couple of different ways. And he helped Nebraska, again, turn around that program culturally. And they had their first winning record in almost a decade. And he posted personal bests across the board with 42 pressures, 12.5 TFLs, and 7 sacks. Grade the pick of Ty Robinson. A popular word that you will hear is value. And on a day like this, the Eagles get value with this selection. Now, our sponsor for today's Eagles Now, our friends at Chubby's. Spring is here. Summer is coming up around the corner. And at the end of the day, your wardrobe deserves a springtime upgrade. So, to sweeten this deal for our audience, for a limited time, Chubby's is giving our listeners 20% off your order when you use the exclusive code CHAT at chubbyshorts.com. This ain't the time for fooling. You want to look good when the weather is good. That's when the ladies are out. Or if you're trying to find your significant other. So it's time to let those thighs breathe, whether you're playing a round of golf, you're hitting up a beer garden, you're visiting an actual garden, you're hanging out outside. Chubby's has you covered for all the good vibes that warm weather brings. If you also, in addition to their great shorts, want bright polos that demand attention, check. Killer shorts that show off those beautiful thighs, double check. If you're going to the pool, Chubby's swimwear collection is absolutely awesome. And come on, it wouldn't be a true ad read if we didn't mention Chubby's classic lined swim collection. Without hyperbole, it's the absolute top of the men's swimwear game. Whether you're squeezing out as many beach days as possible before winter or swimming laps at the gym, the ultra vibrant trunks built with a quick-drying 4-way stretch fabric, the best damn swim trunks that humankind has ever created. So one more time, 20% off your purchase, great shirts and polos, awesome shorts and swim trunks, chubbyshorts.com/chat. Use that code chat. As far as some weaknesses for Ty Robinson, I don't see a lot of them. I really don't. And I'm looking at some of the scouting notes here. Sometimes he's more average than above average as an athlete. But hold on. NFL scouts say that. He ran a 4.8 40-yard dash. One issue I do have is that because he's 6'5", sometimes he's a little bit upright. And so that allows offensive linemen to get underneath him. Sometimes he can counter that with his quickness to beat guys and with his strength. But he does have some tightness in his hips and his ankles. Sometimes he can have that initial pop, which will catch an offensive lineman off guard. But with offensive linemen who can quickly recover and catch themselves, sometimes Robinson can be slow after that initial burst. And sometimes he can over-pursue or arrive a little bit too hot. And so that leads to him missing tackles or taking bad angles because he does over-pursue to take himself out of the play. And so here we are in round 4. The Eagles have made 3 picks so far, and all of them are on the defensive side of the football. They go Jahad Campbell in round 1, 31st overall pick. And I'm fascinated to see what the Eagles' plans are for Jahad Campbell. Do they want to use him as an off-ball linebacker strictly or an edge rusher strictly? What I think the best plan is, cater to his unique skill set and use him as an edge and off-ball linebacker. He's athletic enough and can cover well enough to play off-ball. And you have concerns about Nakobe Dean, but he was recruited as an edge rusher out of IMG. He has the size traits and athletic traits to win as an edge, has experience doing that, has a knack for that, and the talent to do that. And so one of my strengths as a broadcaster, my versatility. I can talk about any sport, and I can talk about any issue as somebody who talks for a living. So one of my strengths is being able to talk about anything, whether it be sports, politics, pop culture, music, fashion, whatever, right? So the point that I'm making, at your job, you want your bosses to maximize your potential, to put you in a position to succeed. I think the Eagles can put Jahad Campbell in a position to succeed by using him as both an off-ball linebacker and an edge rusher. Now, for Andrew Makuba, I thought it was a little bit of a reach at 64, but Howie Roseman really likes the player. And he reminds me a lot of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. When Gardner-Johnson was coming out of Florida, he was a little bit lighter. And he was a little bit of a tweener. Was he going to be a nickel? Was he going to be a safety? How about both? And C.J. Gardner-Johnson played both deep safety, making plays on the football. As a nickel, making plays against the run, brings some thump to that position despite a lack of size. C.J. Gardner-Johnson also ran well in the pre-draft. Andrew Makuba has cornerback size. He also ran well, shot out of a cannon. He plays with that spirit that C.J. Gardner-Johnson plays with. He is a traditional deep safety who makes plays on the rock, double-digit PBUs last year with 5 picks, lowest passer rating when targeted among all safeties in college football. But despite that lack of size, he doesn't shy away from contact, and he can play nickel, which he did at Clemson. He can play safety. And so that's that C.J. Gardner-Johnson type of replacement. And then here, the Eagles help replace Milton Williams. You don't know what's going to happen in the future with Jordan Davis. By May 1st, the Eagles have to determine and make a decision, are we going to exercise his 5th-year option or not, because that guarantees his salary for next year. If he walks and you're not sure what he is still, 2-down player, 3-down player, I think he's more of a 2-down guy. But he's 6'6", 340. Maybe he's slow to develop. He came on last year, but you don't know the future of him. If you don't exercise his 5th-year option, He becomes a free agent, and if he gets paid because the team wants to pay a player with a lot of ability, you have Moro Ajomo still under contract. And now you have Ty Robinson. It's all about replenishing the room. And that's what Howie Roseman has done such a good job of. So be sure to give me a follow on X and Instagram at Chase_Senior. In addition to all of the long-form content here on YouTube, I do it all on my social media pages. Love this pick for the San Francisco 49ers. CJ West, one of my favorite players for the Niners, who San Francisco could have targeted. They take CJ West with pick number 113. The defensive tackle out of Indiana. Very intriguing player as the Niners go defense again. Every pick for San Francisco has been defense. And we'll do a long-form video on CJ West as well. 730 people watching live on the 49ers Report. Don't you dare go anywhere, because we are about to give you instant reaction analysis on CJ West. Dane Brugler had a 4th or 5th round grade on him. The reason why he fell a little bit is that he's a little bit shorter at 6'1", 316 pounds. But a very productive player. And just be patient with us. Let's gather ourselves here before we talk about CJ West, and then we have some room to really talk about West for a little while.
Grade the pick for us down in the comment section, Niner fans. Defense once again. Ran a 4.95 at
Dude, unbelievable.
317 pounds. Did get a couple super chats we can go through before we get to this full-length cut on CJ West. We appreciate all the super chats and donations. So we had this $2 come in from Stephen C. Any of Gunnar Helm, Dylan Sampson, Marcus Bowd, Frazier, Farmer, or Royals? Well, I didn't pick any of those guys, but I think you'll like this pick regardless. Legend Gabriel, Eagles lame, talk Niners, bang bang Niner gang. Love the pick. O-line safety for the next pick, please. Go Niners. Yeah, look, I get, wanting to adjust the O-line, and again, they really do have to, but I don't think you can be too mad about this pick here.
No.
If they don't see the value in an offensive lineman prospect here, there's no reason to reach just to take somebody. Like, you have plenty of more picks the rest of this draft, including, let's see, so we're at, pick are we at here? Texans pick is in at 116, so we're up to pick 117 with the Rams on the clock. Niners are up again at 138 and 147 and 160. So you still have a bunch more picks coming up shortly. You can address O-line there. You don't like the value, you don't got to reach. I like CJ West here. And then some Eagles fans asking when the Eagles pick again. So they just picked at 111. They'll pick again at 130. So in about 12 picks here.
Yeah,
So.
CJ West, I got some some interesting info on him. So this is pretty interesting stuff, man. CJ West. I'm always fascinated by players who are this size and they can move this quickly. I just tweeted this out on X at Chase_Senior. Niners go defense again, taking defensive tackle CJ West, 113 overall. He fell because he's shorter at 6'1", but at 316 pounds, he ran a 4.95 40-yard dash. He's a big boy who can really move. And get this, his 1.73 10-yard split, the fastest for players of 315 pounds or heavier at the NFL Combine. TFL numbers by year at Kent State and Indiana the last 4 years, 8, 4.5, 7, and 7.5. Plays violent, has really good instincts.
47% going with an A grade in the pick of CJ West.
Let me put this on my Instagram here. And then we'll go with the CJ West segment here.
Got a couple more super chats to get to.
Johnny Bottles. Good to see you again, my man.
Back again. We have Justin Jones with a 5. Love the channel, guys. Which remaining tight end would be the best fit for the Birds at this point in the draft? Best tight end left, according to our draft expert Tom Downey's big board. Gunnar Helm is still there.
Gunnar Helm's still there.
After that, I think there's kind of a drop-off.
Yeah.
Like Mitchell Evans at Notre Dame, Oronde Gadsden out of Syracuse, Thomas Fedone out of Nebraska. So I think Gunnar Helm is pretty clearly the best guy left.
Yep.
And if they want to go tight end, I think that should be the pick. We had a $10 super chat.
Mario! I will say this. Mario Montrasio, that is a name that I would expect to come from Italy. And that is absolutely incredible. Mario, thanks for supporting the show, my man. And here's a cheers to you watching from Italy.
And then Johnny.
Right out of the beer boot.
Bottles.
Johnny Bottles, one of our Super Chat MVPs from night one. The Lucky 13. Love what you guys do for us Eagles fans abroad. Holla if you guys make it down this way towards Myrtle Beach. Go Birds. Hey, man, you got it. Thanks for supporting the show so much. Jared Thomas with the $5 Super Chat on Niners saying, hey, Chase, go Niners. What's up, brother? We'll pop that Super Chat up. And then we will talk CJ West as we have a pretty big gap before our next segment that we have to do. Niners go physicality again. There's that 5 from Jared Thomas. Hey, cheers to you too, man. Only $20 on Super Chats on Niners. That's probably the most shocking thing of the day. Even more shocking than Shedeur Sanders still being on the board. $9 away from 100 on Eagles now. Come on, get those Super Chats in. Let's party. All right, let's talk CJ West. Is this also going to be Chubbies?
Yeah, all the cuts.
All right, all the cuts are Chubbies.
Triple check. Yeah.
All right. All right, let's go. Here we go. Here we are in day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft, and the 49ers have gone defense once again here in round 4 with pick number 113. And new Niners defensive coordinator Robert Saleh, the reunion, coming back to the Niners, continues to have his fingerprints all over this draft. Every single pick that the Niners have made so far has been on the defensive side of the football. Clearly, that is a huge point of emphasis for the Niners. Organizationally, they felt this, though, after a bad 2024 when they didn't have a lot of talent. They didn't have a lot of depth. They were poorly coached, and their defense was bad against the run. poor tackling unit, struggled to generate a pass rush, and they were just a broken unit. They felt this year and in this draft, they had to remake the defensive side of the football. And so the Niners continue on that theme, and they take a player here in the 4th round who we've talked about on the show as being a very intriguing selection for San Francisco. C.J. West, defensive tackle out of Indiana, a Kent State transfer, is the newest Niner here at 113 overall in round 4. A big reason why C.J. West has fallen until this point of the NFL draft, he lacks the height that a lot of teams desire at that defensive tackle position. But I'm going to explain why he's such an intriguing player for San Francisco athletically. 22 years old, 6'1 and an eighth, 316 pounds for an Indiana team that was one of the surprise teams in college football in 2024 that made it to the college football playoff. He had 40 tackles, 8 TFLs, 2 sacks, 1 forced fumble, playing in the Big Ten. I always think the level of competition is important, especially in the Big Ten when you're going up against a lot of NFL caliber offensive linemen. And when you watched Indiana games, he popped on tape because of the sudden explosiveness, the speed, agility, and athleticism at that size. And with every single pick that the Niners have made in this draft, every single player has a background of being a good run defender. And in particular, along the defensive line, sometimes it can be very hard to find defensive ends and defensive tackles who can stop the run because of the wide 9 that the Niners use. So C.J. West is a great run defender with active hands to fight and shed blockers, transferred to Indiana, and in 2024, you know what? He was even better against a higher level of competition. As far as pass rushing goes, he's a little bit limited there, and you'd like to see him improve a little bit there. And as far as the Niners' picks thus far, Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins, C.J. West, those are players who need to develop and become better as far as getting after the quarterback. But this Niners defense was a gaping hole and a revolving door against the run. And they were getting gashed time and time again. The Niners are fed up with that. And they've made this organizational, philosophical decision here with the 2025 draft class to improve specifically against the run, which is what they needed to do. Another thing that's so fascinating when you look at the numbers for C.J. West, 25 pressures, which isn't bad. That's pass rush ability. 2 sacks, 8 TFLs, 40 tackles. Is Chip, if you come full screen to me, I want everybody to look at me right now, and I want to get your attention because this is why I'm intrigued by this selection. C.J. West measured in at the NFL Combine and weighed in at 316 pounds. How about this? He ran a 4.95 40-yard dash at that size. And so C.J. West is a big boy who can really move. And at defensive tackle, short area quickness is important. It's a good measuring stick for defensive tackles at that position because do you have short area quickness and burst once the snap goes to beat interior offensive linemen? C.J. West has that. 1.73 10-yard split was the fastest for players 315 pounds or heavier at the NFL Combine. And the play against the run was shown in the numbers when you look at his TFL digits. 2021, 8 TFLs. 2022, 4.5. 2023, 7. 2024, 7.5. What I also like about C.J. West, he plays violent and he has good instincts. Here's what the Athletic's Dane Brugler had to say in his scouting report of C.J. West. Doesn't have the size measurables to fit every scheme. He needs to continue connecting the dots as a pass rusher. but his natural leverage, play violence, and ascending instincts are of NFL quality. And I will say this, like sometimes when you're shorter as a defensive tackle and you have short area burst and explosion, if you're shorter, you can get leverage on some of those offensive linemen. So your one-word reaction to this pick for the Niners here at 113, let me know down in the comment section. For me, I'm going to say explosive because CJ West is an explosive player. More to come here on the show, but let's give a shout out to our sponsor, our friends at Chubby's. Whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubby's has you covered. For a limited time, Chubby's is giving our viewers, our listeners, 20% off your order with our exclusive code CHAT at chubbyshorts.com/chat. That's code CHAT at chubbyshorts.com/chat. You can support our show, and you can tell them that Chase Sr., Chat Sports, the 49ers Report sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubby's. If you want some awesome shorts, I recommend getting the original stretch shorts. Depending on how much thigh you're looking to show, they make them in 4-inch, 5.5-inch, and 7-inch inseams. These shorts have the stretchiest fabric for ultimate movability and flexibility while maintaining a perfectly tailored fit, featuring an elastic waistband with button fly. Enjoy the classic men's khaki style with the added comfort of elastic. And if you want to spice up your wardrobe too by wearing vibrant polos, Chubby's has that as well. And I really like them because they demand attention and they look good. The killer shorts that show off your legs if you've been hitting workday. And Chubby's is a line of clothing items that you can wear out to the bar, beach, lake, on a date, hanging out with some friends, or if you're just hanging out with some homies or by yourself at the crib. You want to wear some bright clothes on the golf course like Tom Downey, our draft expert? Check. You want to wear a simpler polo with this gray shirt that we're about to show you? You can go with something that is not as loud. So again, 20% off Chubby's using the promo code CHAT, chubbyshorts.com/chat. Get hooked up today. With CJ West, a lot of the weaknesses, things that I alluded to a little bit earlier, he's lacking that ideal height and the length. As far as the length, arms of 31.5 inches, wingspan under 80 inches, and so sometimes he can get locked up by some offensive linemen, and he can fall off some of those tackle attempts too in trying to reach for ball carriers, especially when things get muddy in that tackle box. He did have single-digit sacks over 52 games in college. The sack numbers by year, 4, 1, 2, and then 2. But I was very impressed with how CJ West performed with an uptick and a jump in competition going from Kent State, MAC, to Indiana, Big Ten. So let's recap what the Niners have done so far in the NFL draft. They have gone full defense. And I said this last night. We might look back at this 2025 class and say, this was the Robert Saleh draft. And the Niners certainly have a type with some of their players. And with this draft class in particular, all of these players have very unique and explosive athletic traits. Mykel Williams is 6'5", 270, 4'7", 40, who's very violent, can set the edge, and he's really good against the run. He's only 20 years old, and he definitely needs to develop as a pass rusher. But that NFL body, the wingspan, the arm length, the physicality, the force that he plays with, he can play right away. Alfred Collins has an NFL body too, and like Mykel Williams, he's elite at stopping the run. He's 6'5", 330, and he's been extremely durable. He's pretty quick for his size, and he has insane length, and I think that he can be a part of this defensive tackle rotation immediately as well. there was a clip I saw of Nick Martin chasing down Travis Hunter. He's a linebacker from Oklahoma State who will remind a lot of people of Dre Greenlaw with the aggression and the speed in which he plays with. In 2023, he had 140 tackles with 16 TFLs and 6 sacks. You can use Nick Martin as a blitzer, and he's pretty good in coverage. He has 4.5 speed, and he plays with swagger and a nastiness. What's also of note with him and Upton Stout is that Nick Martin, 221 pounds. He put up 26 reps of 225 on the bench press. That's more than his weight that he was putting up with ease. And he is a very twitchy player. Coming off a knee injury, but I feel confident about that because he worked out at the NFL Combine. He was one of 6 FBS players with 140 tackles or more in 2023, and he was on pace to average double-digit tackles again in 2024 before a right knee injury sidelined him. With Upton Stout, he too is good against the run. He plays bigger than his size. He'll remind people of Deommodore Lenoir. Again, the Niners have a type here. And Upton Stout was the fastest DB for the gauntlet, 4.4 speed. He's not afraid to hit you either. He will come up to the line and he will smack you. He has recovery speed as well. He has pretty good ball skills. And he put up the most reps of the bench press, 225, well over his weight among all DBs at the NFL Combine as well. And so defense, all for San Francisco so far in the NFL draft. Yes, you know me. I want them to improve this offensive line. They need to certainly do that. But they also needed to improve the defense, and they have addressed multiple positions of need. You're home for all things NFL draft right here on the show. Don't forget to hit that sub button. Thanks for your support of the show, and I hope that every time you watch us, you learn a little bit of something, because that's what I want to accomplish. All right, Chip, I got to use the bathroom. How about you recap kind of the picks in round 4, because we've missed some of them. Chip's going to pop himself up. I'll be right back. Coming up next, Chargers, Cleveland, Colts, Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and we'll see you in a sec.
All right, so we got round 4 kicked off. Titans, Chamari DK, wide receiver out of Florida, followed by the Jags going Bashaw Tootin, speedy running back out of Virginia Tech. We then saw, and it's who do we have on the clock here? Green Bay on the clock at 1:24. Cam Scottaboo going to the Giants at number 105. Like that pick a lot for them. Obviously put up a lot of production at Arizona State. A jack of all trades. Can run it, can catch it, can block, can throw the ball even. He can do whatever you ask of him, man. So just a good football player, and I like that value there for the Giants. Patriots going Craig Woodson, safety out of Cal, a player that Daniel Jeremiah was talking about. He's very, very high on. So a talented safety there for the Patriots. Jags going Jack Kaiser, linebacker out of Notre Dame, followed by the Raiders at 108. Dante Thornton Jr., wide receiver out of Tennessee. Bills go with a player who's fallen a little bit really over the past year, and Deion Walker, defensive tackle out of Kentucky, came into the season. Could have been a potential first, second-round pick, but didn't have the best year in his final year at Kentucky and fell a little bit, but the Bills also going heavy defense like the Niners have as well on that defensive line. Jets go Arian Smith, a 4-3 guy, receiver out of Georgia, who has the physical tools, but a lot of drop issues. Talented player, though. Then the Eagles, we broke down the Ty Robinson selection. That video should be up on the channel very, very soon. We got the Saints going with Danny Stutzman, the linebacker out of Oklahoma. At number 112. Then the Niners going C.J. West, the pick that we just broke down on the channel. A talented defensive tackle out of Indiana. Going to be able to stop the run. One of the things the Niners have done so far is really raise the floor of their defensive line. Coming into the draft, it was Nick Bosa and almost nobody else. Yeturgos Matos. You got, other guys in there. Evan Anderson that you just don't really trust 100%. So they go get Mykel Williams. They go get C.J. West. They're getting a lot of these run stoppers. Alfred Collins as well. That will raise the floor of the defensive line. Now, will any of these guys turn into superstars? I think Mykel Williams does have a chance with his tools. I like him a lot. But got to develop there. Then the Panthers. Trevor Etienne, brother of former Clemson running back Travis Etienne. He also has all of the athletic tools at the running back spot. Going to be a great receiver out of the backfield right away. Got to develop, though, the vision, the IQ as a runner. Cardinals go Cody Simon, linebacker out of Ohio State, followed by the Texans, Woody Marks, running back out of the real USC, University of South Carolina. Rams go running back as well. Jarquez Hunter, running back out of Auburn. Falcons, Billy Bowman, safety out of Oklahoma. Then the Bengals go with my guy, Barrett Carter, linebacker out of Clemson. Like that pick there. Was really good in 2023. Good again in 2024. Not quite the same production. Dealt with a little bit of injuries as well, but a talented player. Better stopping the run than against the pass for sure. Then the Titans. This is a player that we talked about for the Eagles possibly going in the tight end spot. Gunnar Helm going to Tennessee. So a player off the board there for the Eagles could have taken there. You got the Bucs going David Walker, edge out of Central Arkansas. I know Chase talked about him a little bit as well on the channels as a potential edge option.
Good player for the Bucs.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Sawyer, finally. He's a classic Pittsburgh Steeler.
Yeah. That's, again, want to talk about Shedeur Sanders. Could have gone there to the Steelers, but he'll continue to fall. We see another edge rusher going to Green Bay. Baron Sorrell, edge rusher out of Texas. So we've seen a good amount of Texas defensive linemen get drafted so far. Kyle Kennard, another edge rusher going here. So edge rushers are flying off the board to the Chargers at 125. And the Browns go Dylan Sampson. So the Browns, very interesting here. They take Quinshawn Judkins in the second round. And now Dylan Sampson in the fourth. So doubling up on the running back spot. Obviously no more Nick Chubb there. So going to take two young running backs and hope that they can utilize both of them to get that run game back going again. And now we have the Colts on the clock at 127, which means Eagles are coming up soon. We have Colts at 127 right now, traded this pick with the Rams. Then we got Commanders at 128, Ravens at 129, and the Eagles are up again at 130.
All right, let me do a YouTube short on C.J. West. And as part of this, Jed York has been pretty hilarious on Twitter during the draft. And I'll explain here in a moment. '49ers owner Jed York has kind of been in his Twitter bag during the draft. He tweeted out, maybe we should do something a little bit different here. Oops, Robert Saleh just walked in the war room. And the Niners didn't do anything different. They've made 5 picks in the draft so far as we're sitting here in round 4, and they've gone with defensive players in each of those rounds and with all of those selections. And every single draftee who's coming to the Niners so far has a history of being good against the run. That's a huge point of emphasis for San Francisco. And with the 113th pick, the Niners are making a selection that I really like. Indiana defensive tackle C.J. West. He's shorter at 6'1", but at 316 pounds, he ran a 4.95 40-yard dash. He's a big guy who can really move, and his 1.73 10-yard split, the fastest at the NFL Combine among players who are 315 pounds or heavier. The Niners, they're going to be good against the run in 2025. All right. We'll get that uploaded here. Chip recap the picks coming up. Chargers, Browns, Colts, Washington, Ravens, Eagles.
And we're ahead of NFL Network, baby. We already got the Colts on the clock. Bunch of super chats flying in. Want to get to these. Again, if you want to send in a super chat, donate to the show. Your super chats, go a long way for us and supporting what we do, but you also can get some value out of it for yourself. $10 super chat, you get entered into our draft hat raffle. This was previously $20. We've dropped it down to $10. So $10, you get into the raffle to win a Niners or Eagles draft hat. Every 20 that comes in, we just got 2 20s. Our first 20s of the day. We're going to spin a wheel, and there's plenty of stuff on there. We could have to drink a little bit. Chase might have to show you his offensive lineman pass set. I'll tell you what, I've seen it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Maybe not to level some of these guys that are being drafted here, but still pretty good. $50 super chat. If someone sends in a $50 super chat before the Eagles are on the clock at 1:30, I will do a beer bong out of my Mirbonga, which I got right over here. That's one beer. Right into the Mirbonga. Let me show you all here. One beer out of here. I'll take that down. You can also send in, if you send in a $200 super chat, you can get any Niners or Eagles jersey of your choice. And then our super chat MVPs will be getting a jersey of each of the team's first round draft picks. Plus, we have some special MVP footballs. As look at the super chats flying in. Let's get it going, baby. It's day 3. Been a little slow so far, but now we're starting to get it going here. A 5 from Josh Marin. Rocking the beanie. Appreciate that. Over on Niners. Then Tony DeWeese.
Tony DeWeese.
$20 super chat. Hashtag 49ers. Let's go.
Welcome back, Tony.
So that'll get you 2 raffle tickets. The first raffle ticket entry we have on Niners.
The Jets have traded up to 130 with the Eagles.
Oh.
So the Eagles trade out of 130, which is coming up here in a few picks.
So Tony, we'll spin that wheel for you in a second after we go through all these super chats. Harry Matthews, $5, saying, let's go Niners. And then we got a 5 from Presidente Tio Combi. Chase, the Niners ranked 24th in some metrics in 2024. You get an O-line in that last pick, not an undersized D tackle. Trash. I don't think I'd call the CJ West pick trash.
I wouldn't say he's undersized either. He's 316 pounds.
That's a big boy.
Yeah, that's a big boy, man.
Let's see.
26 reps on the no, hold on. Let me see. How many reps for CJ West on the bench? Let's see. Did he test there?
We also got this 28
reps on the bench.
Oh, 28.
At his pro day. DeAdrian Hawthorne, what's up, my brother? Tuned in from Arkansas. Always enjoy seeing the Instagram posts, my guy.
That's 2 raffle tickets and a wheel spin for DeAdrian. So we got 2 wheel spins to do. And then...
Oh! DeAdrian! $50 super chat. Because it's been a little while, my bro, we got to bring out the Shambong here. 3 beers, 1 boot. Hopefully we can get it done by round 7. And for DeAdrian, who's been watching the show, supporting the show for a long time, cheers to you and your family there in Arkansas. If somebody matches that 50, I'm doing a shotgun.
I did say if someone was sending a 50 before the Eagles were on the clock, I would do a beer bong. No, they ended up trading out. So, but either way, did send in that 50. So I will do that beer bong. For you, DeAdrian, So Eagles fans, Eagles did just make a trade with the Jets. Eagles will no longer be picking at 130.
Nope. NFL Network hasn't announced that yet.
All right, so DeAdrian, that 50 is 5 more raffle tickets. I will do this beer bong here in 1 sec, but let's spin the wheel first.
Yes.
So this first wheel spins for Tony DeWeese. Love the wheel spins.
All right, let's spin that wheel. Recap the last 4 picks.
So we'll recap those, and then we'll spin real quick as well for DeAdrian.
DeAdrian.
Oh!
Oh, wear the split hoodie. I like this.
I like this one.
So this is pretty awesome. A viewer sent this to me a while ago, knowing that I'm the host of Eagles Now and the 49ers Report. Check this out. This thing is sweet. Look at this thing. Eagles and Niners hoodie that split since I'm the host of Eagles Now and the 49ers Report. And then it's got my name on the back as well. One of the coolest items that any viewer has ever sent.
That's dope.
Grade the hoodie. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade the hoodie. A, B, C, D, or F.
All right, so for Tony DeWeese here, we'll recap the last 4 picks as we got in the wheel spin. So we mentioned Kyle Kennard and Dylan Sampson. We then had, Jalen Travis going off the board
Oh, okay. Good offensive lineman.
to the Colts. We then had Jalen Lane, receiver out of Virginia Tech, going to Washington. So Washington adding another pass catcher there. And then another player, Chase, you talked about him a lot. Teddy Buchanan.
Teddy Buchanan. Of course he goes to the Ravens.
Of course.
Malachi Starks, Mike Green, Teddy Buchanan. That defense is going to be a lot of fun. And then Malachi Moore goes round 4. 130 to the Jets. A lot of people thought he was going to go round 5.
All right, here are the trade details. With the Eagles moving back. So the Eagles move back from 130. They pick up 5th round pick number 145. And then a 6th round pick number 207. So they trade back a little bit. Pick up a couple extra picks.
Oh, Dylan Sampson to Cleveland as well.
Yeah, they got 2 running backs.
So Quinshawn Judkins and Dylan Sampson. Wow.
All right, so let's see. Coming up, we have Saints, Bears, Chiefs, Broncos. Then we have Raiders, Ravens, Seahawks, and then Niners up at 138. So that'll be the next pick for the Niners at 138.
Yep.
Then Vikings, Panthers, Titans. Vikings again. Then Dolphins, Patriots. Now the Eagles up at 145 after trading back with the Jets. Then we'll have the Niners again at 147. So we have the Eagles at 145, then the Niners at 147.
Yep.
And then that will cover us for a little bit. Niners will be up again at 160 as well.
Yep. Yeah, so Jets, Saints, Bears, Chiefs, Broncos, Raiders, Ravens, Seattle, Niners. Then we go to round 5.
All right.
So what's that trade for the Eagles, by the way?
Yeah, I'll pop that up.
Okay, so they move back to 145. in the 5th round, and they get another 6th at 207. Okay. So the Jets move up 15 spots. Eagles move back 15 spots, and then they get 207. And then did we talk about the pick at 130 for the Jets?
Let's see who they took. Oh, that was Malachi Moore.
Malachi Moore, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right, so I owe a beer bong to D'Adrian Hawthorne for the 50. Let me hit the bathroom real quick so I don't piss myself as soon as I do it. And then I'll come back. I'll do that. Do not forget about you. Do not forget about you, D'Adrian. I'll do that here in just a second.
Nope, and I gave you that Shambong too. 161 in supers on Eagles, 54 on Niners. If a 50 comes in, I'm taking down another shotgun. I got it ready to go right here. Let's party. Let's have some fun. Let's also talk Ty Robinson here for the Eagles. Just want to do a quick YouTube short on him as well. What was that Ty Robinson pick? 111. Ty Robinson at 111. You think about the Eagles' needs going into the 2025 NFL draft in no particular order, but they needed an edge / off-ball linebacker. They addressed that with Jahad Campbell. They needed a safety. They took Andrew Makuba out of Texas in the 2nd round, and then they needed a defensive tackle. And the Eagles have taken a player at 111 overall who has a very interesting athletic background, and he's a mountain of a man. Ty Robinson, defensive tackle, Nebraska, headed to Philadelphia. He was really credited with helping to rebuild and turn around that Nebraska program. He's a very experienced college player, 60 games, 47 starts. He was in college for 6 years, 26.5 TFLs throughout his career, 12 sacks, also 12 pass breakups. So he can jump up, bat passes down at the line of scrimmage. Here's what I'm excited about. 6'5", 288, ran a 4.83 40-yard dash. So he's strong and he's fast from the interior. So Ty Robinson. That's the most recent Eagles pick. Harry Matthews. $20 super chat on Niners. And then, Elijah. He makes it rain with a $50 super chat. Here's the one from Harry Matthews. If those are Australian dollars, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. We love our Aussie audience. If it's from Austria, it's like the scene in Dumb and Dumber. It's a wonderful accent you have. New Jersey, Austria. Oh, Austria. Well then, good day, mate. Let's put another shrimp on the barbie. Classic Jim Carrey. Niners need to get more Georgia boys. Look, they needed to improve the defense, and they've certainly been able to do that. And then Elijah with the 50. Go Birds. If you were Howie, would you take 7 picks in the first 5 rounds that you can trade, or 4 picks in the first 2 rounds that can't be traded? I would go 4 picks in the first 2 rounds. I would like 4 picks inside the first 2 rounds because at your disposal, you have the best players.
Bang. All right, Elijah.
You have the best players and multiple picks for those players.
All right. My first beer bong of the day, baby. Let's get it going.
Oh, is that for DeAdrian?
Yeah, that was for DeAdrian.
All right, I got to do a shotgun for Elijah. 211 in Supers on Eagles, 66 on Niners. And obviously, as you've noticed with our ticker, you'll see picks go down at the bottom. We see picks up top here.
We're always showing you the picks, baby.
Ruben Hypolite, linebacker out of Maryland to Chicago at 132.
What a name.
5'11", 240. Good size at linebacker. 66 tackles in 2024. That tied a career high. He can really run.
Wow, the size and the speed.
.442 at the NFL Combine at 240. .208 tackles in his career, so highly productive playing in the Big Ten.
All right, let me knock out this beer bong.
Beer bong for Chipper.
Yeah. First one of the day. We also have to do a wheel spin for Harry Matthews. We'll get to that here in a sec. Are we coming up on the Niners here soon? We should be, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they're the last pick of the 4th round.
Chiefs, Broncos, Raiders, Baltimore, Seattle, and then the Niners.
Man, the Eagles have traded back 3 times.
Yep. Usually it's trading up, but they've traded back a lot here.
Do I have anything other than a pineapple, man? There's got to be something else in here. Here we go. Watermelon. Much better.
Very nice.
They're nice. All right, beer bong for DeAdrian.
DeAdrian.
Let's get weird on day 3.
Man, another good crowd in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Curious to see what the tallies are going to be for people who showed up. What a weekend of business it must be for local businesses in Green Bay. I mean, shoot, there's not a lot there to choose from, so the businesses that are there getting some foot traffic.
Borat is drafted to the Eagles. Oh, B-Doc, so is Mike Hunt. That's a Mike Hunt, our
Mike
giveaway
Hunt,
winner.
one of our winners on night 1.
That was electric.
I'll never forget Chips relaying the message, it's Mike Hunt.
Crazy. Out of all the people that were spamming the chat, the random name I pick is that.
Incredible.
Incredible. All right, beer bong, number 1 down the hatch. Let's get it going, baby. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Woo, woo. Be a dog, son. Be a dog, son.
Down the hatch.
Could the Chiefs go tight end?
Trip Ace is pathetic. Are you talking to me?
What are you talking about, man?
You talking to me, Trip Ace? I thought that was pretty solid. You can only drink so fast out of the Merbonga the way it's
It's got a small spout.
small spout.
All right, Elijah.
Oh, he said no.
Elijah. The shotgun's for you. Cheers to Elijah and everybody else who's hanging out here. Day 3 of the draft. We might be running on fumes, but you would never know. We continue to bring the heat. All right, here we go.
Chug, 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 chug. Come on now. You won't find a faster shotgunner than Chase, man.
So usually I can do them faster, but I don't have my pocket knife. I just have this little shotgun tool, so the hole's a little bit smaller. Zach Berman did say this, that the Eagles were 3 picks away, but then Jalen Travis, who's visited the Eagles, is going to the Colts at number 127. Obviously, that was a little while ago at this point. But he said that pretty much affected. Oh, he said that affected the mock drafts of Eagles reporters. Got it. Eagles currently scheduled to make 9 picks in the 2025 draft before having 12 picks in the 2026 draft. Just some context there. The Niners and Ravens were tied for the most picks this year with 11. So I would imagine 12 has to be the most in the NFL for next year. It's Carol Hosey's 2-year anniversary with us. How cool is that? And what do you think? Should we combine these 2 Niners picks?
Where are they at here? Let's see.
Last pick of round 4. Let's take a look here.
Yeah.
Because they're going pretty quickly.
You want to just look at the Niners or all of them that are coming
Oh,
up?
shoot. We can look at the Niners then.
Yeah, we could look at just the Niners here.
Because I know they have some 5th-rounders on deck. So, all right, 138, 147, 160.
Then it's a while.
Should we just do a cut for all 3 of those players?
I think that might make sense.
And then all 3 of the 7th-rounders?
I think that might make sense.
Yeah, let's do that.
Because they're all like just far enough away.
Yep.
Where it would be like back to back to back. Plus we also, so they're 138, 147, 160.
Yep.
But then we also have Eagles at 145. So 2 picks before the Niners at 147. So that's right smack dab in the middle.
Yep.
And then the Eagles are at 161, 165, 168. So those will obviously all be in one. So we have Eagles 165, 168, 161. Yeah, see, so Niners, this is going to be interesting here. So Niners are at 160, and then the Eagles are at 161, 65, 68.
Okay. So go back to Niners there. 1 cut for Niners, 138, 147, 160. We can do 3 players for that video. And then the 3 7th-rounders.
Yeah.
1 cut for 227, 249, 252. And then give me Eagles.
So Eagles will be up at 145.
Should we do 145 and then combine 161, 165, 168?
I think that makes sense. And they're at 191. And they also have 207.
Okay. So we could do. Sorry, go back
To
their previous picks.
Yeah.
Okay. One cut for 145. Combined. We could do 161, 165, 168. And then they have 191.
191 and 207.
191, 207. Would it make sense to do one cut for 191, 207?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because 207, there's still a lot of picks after that.
Right.
Because we still have the entire
then-
7th round.
And then we can do just grades.
Yeah. Yeah, if that were like later in the 7th, I'd say we don't need to do that. But since it's so early still, there'll be enough time. Uh-oh. We got, I want to say one of the new guys, but Durham's been here for a decent amount at this point. So we have Niners fans. We have a Rams fan in the office. A Rams fan in the office who's looking to make a deal. He said, I'm going to do a boot.
A boot?
Uh-oh. How much? Let me see. Let me see how much for a boot. He said, got to be a bang. Is it 100?
$100.
All right.
$100 super chat on Niners. We'll have a Rams fan come in and do a boot. That's 3 beers, 1 boot.
Y'all want to see a Rams fan drink 3 beers in 1 boot?
I would love to see this because he's also a skinny dude.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's a twig.
He's a twig. He's all skin and bones. Knows ball, but he's all skin and bones. So 3 beers, 1 boot for a Rams fan. FLA beat LA. Oh, Alec Ayumanner to the Titans.
Oh.
Damn. Alec Ayumanner to the Titans. Round 4, 136. Fucking A. Man, that's a bummer. Alec Ayumanner was one of my favorite targets for the Niners.
Shadur is
Shoot.
still there.
Shadur Sanders.
Surprised Marcus Bow is still there. Marcus Bow, Will Howard.
Yep.
All right, so Seattle's on the clock at 137. Niners up next at 138. So we're going to combine 138, 147, 160. What was the... Okay, yeah.
Oh, Gunnar Helm to the Titans too?
Yeah, they took him a little bit earlier.
Wow. Okay. Man, I like the late round picks for Tennessee. Alec Ayumanner and Gunnar Helm, both in round 4.
Before I forget, we have a wheel spin we actually have to do for Harry Matthews. Can't forget about that. Let's see what we get. All right, Harry Matthews, we got to talk about a team. So any team you want us to talk about, we'll pull up their team cards, talk about their needs. If it's the Niners, it's totally fine. Or any other team you'd like. We will talk about a specific team just for you, Harry. Just for you.
Let's talk about Tennessee. I want to talk about Tennessee.
Let's do it.
I tweeted this out. Gunnar Helm and Alec Ayumanner to the Titans in round 4. Really nice value for Tennessee to help out Cam Ward. He had 294 receiving yards against Colorado in 2023, Ayumanner. And a lot of that was against Travis Hunter. Sudden release, good on the move, good size, can go up and get it. A lot of Niner fans will be familiar with his game because he played at Stanford and NorCal. I like the physicality. He made plays every time I watched Stanford where I was like, wow. And then he goes out and he runs a 4.4 40-yard dash at the combine. Love how he can run block. I mean, he Randy Moss, Travis Hunter for a touchdown, just ripped the ball right off his back on sticky coverage. And he put up good production despite being in a bad offense with bad quarterback play. And he put up 60-plus catches in each of the last 2 years. So, Tennessee so far, think about where they're at, right? Needed a quarterback. They got Cam Ward. I think that he should start right away. Start learning. Plus, he's pretty experienced from how much he played in college at Incarnate Word, Washington State, Miami. They go Olu Aladehu, who is going to add to a defense which sneakily last year was good. And he's raw. Was an off-ball linebacker, turned into an edge, but really good potential there. Kevin Winston is one of the top safeties in this class. Going to need to work on the instincts a little bit, but is athletic and long. Chime Dike, I'm pretty sure I got that pronunciation right. Wide receiver, Florida. He's a blazer. That's a vertical threat for Cam Ward. And then Gunnar Helm, Alec Ayumanner, both in round 4, 120, 136. And I think that you could have made the argument that Helm and Ayumanner could be third-round guys. So, good draft for Tennessee. We spin the wheel. We talk about a team. And we just continue to give you great analysis here. So the Eagles now have 4 fifth-round picks, 2 sixth-round picks. And Zach Berman making some good points here, saying, I'm not sure the Eagles love this draft class. Will they use picks to try to add a player on a rookie deal elsewhere? Eagles will continue to look for 2026 picks, and they could use some of that inventory to build picks for 2027. Don't hate that strategy. Don't hate that thought. If you don't like this draft class, it's fine. Your roster's in a really good spot. You've added Ty Robinson, Andrew Makuba, and Jahad Campbell. You don't have a ton of needs. So when you crush in previous drafts, you get yourselves to a point where you don't have to draft a bunch of guys. All right. Oh, Jed York said, let's change it up. I think the Niners go offense here.
Niners on the clock as the Patriots pick is in. Just a reminder here, Chase, what are we doing? a Venmo 50-50 race. We wanted to get crazy here today.
Yes. So here's the deal. And Jed York just said, let's change it up. So I'm thinking the Niners are going to go offense. And they are. Wide receiver Jordan Watkins out of Ole Miss. So real quick, Venmo 50-50 raffle. Let's see if we've gotten any Venmos in, because I'll give you a shout out if you sent one in outside of Candy, who sent the 50. So Candy sent in the 50 for a hat. All right, but what we want to do here, both on Eagles, on Niners, Venmo 50-50. So how this works is, send me a Venmo, $20. That's the buy-in. We'll decide this with the virtual duck race after the draft. It's some of the most exciting 60 seconds that you'll ever see. So the more Venmos that we get, the more that you can win. I want somebody to get rich today. So as an example, let's say we got $200 in Venmos, right? The winner on a $20 buy-in would come away with $100. So get those Venmos in now, $20 to enter the 50-50 raffle. Scan the QR code, username at Chase_Senior. Jose Delgado Mata, just send in 20. That's our first 20 on the Venmo 50-50. I'm talking to everybody watching this show. You want to be a part of the Venmo 50-50 race? $20 Venmo gets you in the running. Isaac Santee, $20 super chat on Niners. What is up, my guy? It's been a little while. Hope all is well. Pretty sure he's tuning in from Hawaii. And you know what? For a $20 super chat from a guy who's been with the show for a while, let's go Shambong here. Shambong for Isaac Santee. He's been a legendary super chatter here on the show. Cheers, brother. And for those of you watching on the 49ers Report, the Niners pick is in. And they're going to go wide receiver here, as we mentioned.
Well, they definitely switched it up.
They definitely switched it up. So we're going to combine the deep dive analysis on Jordan Watkins with the next Niners pick, which is at 147, and then we'll run it back at 160. So let's talk Jordan Watkins here for our Niners audience. San Francisco taking the Ole Miss wide receiver who last year, catching the pill from Jackson Dart under Lane Kiffin, caught 49 passes for 906 yards, 9 touchdowns, 5'11 and a quarter, a $196, likely a slot wideout in the NFL who plays really tough for his size. Shocker. He's a Niner. Only FBS player with 5 catches of 60 yards or more in 2024. Little bit undersized, whose route tree needs some work. But Chip, I want you to stay on that because I got to fire off a tweet here. Because that explosion is pretty intriguing for Niner fans out there, especially those of you who want to see an offensive pick, or those of you who like offensive football.
He's fast.
He's fast.
4.37.
So let me find a picture of him to tweet out here. Oh, this one's good. So Jordan Watkins to San Francisco.
Can't complain about a 4.37, man.
Yeah, and we'll continue to obviously talk about Jordan Watkins too. I just want to fire off a tweet real quick with some of the notes that we have because I'm intrigued by the big playability, and I'm intrigued by the play style. So this was 138, correct? $138 there, Chip.
This was pick number 138. 138. He was number 238 on our draft expert Tom Downey's big board. But once you get into these late rounds, you can have a lot of variance. A lot of variance in these prospects.
Likely a slot.
Oh, wow. We just had an actual trade going down. The Vikings are trading for Sam Howell.
Wow.
Didn't he just re-sign with Seattle this offseason? And they trade him immediately to Minnesota as they swap picks. So Seattle moves down from 142 to 172. Or Seattle moves up, excuse me, from 172 to 142, and they'll send Sam Howell to the Vikings.
Interesting. Well, I guess he was with Seattle, so they drafted Jalen Milroe.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. Yeah, I forgot about that.
And Jordan Watkins here. Yeah, 4.37. Wow. I know the Niners have kind of reached a little bit, but I like what they've done in this draft. They finally go offense. Jordan Watkins, 138 overall. Probably a slot guy, but he can move out of the slot. 4.37, 40-yard dash. Vertical of 36.5. That's pretty good. Only FBS player with 6 touchdowns of 60-plus yards. 49 catches, 906 yards, 9 touchdowns, 18.5 yards per catch. He's short, but he's not small. Catches well into contact. Tracks the ball well, which is very important. Averaged 7.9 yards as a punt returner. Tied the SEC lead in touchdown catches. He had a touchdown every 9.4 catches. Now, this is interesting. His 4.3 second 40-yard dash doesn't always show up in vertical routes. Didn't run a full route tree at Ole Miss. That's the lack of route running that we talked about that he needs to work on. Doesn't have a huge frame, but 3-year starter at Ole Miss. 68.4% of the snaps wide, 29.3 in the slot. After Trey Harris had an injury in October, it was Watkins who was the go-to guy for Jackson Dart. Set single-game records for receiving yards, 254, and had 5 touchdowns against Arkansas. Doesn't always play up to his time speed, which is interesting. But athletic, smooth, can track it. And that's the first offensive pick for the Niners here.
You said he had 5 touchdowns?
5 catches.
Oh.
Of 60-plus yards.
I thought you said he had 5 touchdowns against Arkansas.
Oh, sorry. 5 catches of 60-plus yards.
I was like, hold on.
Yeah. 18 touchdowns in his career. Only 6 drops.
You like that?
In his career.
You like to see that?
on 185 catches.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You'll take that all
But
day.
18.5 yards per catch in 2024.
All right, we're in around 5 here.
Into round 5 officially.
Round 4 kind of took a while.
Yeah, it did take a long time. We still have 5, 6, 7 to go. Eagles coming up here soon. Ravens at 141, followed by Minnesota, Miami, Seattle, and then the Eagles.
G code, $2 super chat.
Cheat code. Cheat code travels. Another one of our super chat legends. Replacement for Jawan Jennings in a contract year. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. He is entering the final year of his deal. And we'll see what happens with Brandon Ayuk. But Jawan Jennings could play another huge role this year like he did last year. And you can use him out wide. You can use him in the slot. Jordan Watkins is a much different player than Jawan Jennings. Much faster, smaller. They both crave physicality, but Jawan Jennings plays more physical ball because he's bigger. Watkins is a little bit smaller. But always good to plan ahead with these draft picks. Big hurt. I am still in mourning not getting Scattaboo, but I effing love that pick. Big hurt.
Big hurt.
Good stuff, brother. That gets you in the running for our Niners draft hat. $2 away from 100 in supers on Niners. We're up to 211.
Oh, wait.
On Eagles.
Chase, you were right, actually. Watkins did score 5 touchdowns in a game against Arkansas.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, 5 touchdowns in a game.
I heard that, and I was like,
But
excuse me?
if go back to his scouting notes, because he led FBS with 6 catches.
Right. Okay.
Or 5 catches of 60-plus yards or more.
Right.
In 2024. Yeah.
So if we ask Trace about Jordan Watkins scoring those 5 touchdowns against Arkansas.
Trizzy Trace is an Arkansas guy. Avery, Arkansas gal. They'll say Jordan Watkins absolutely fried us. All right, I'll do a YouTube short here on Jordan Watkins. But then we're going to combine that with 2 other picks for San Francisco to do a full video for the Niners report. The Browns have just traded up over the Eagles.
Interesting. For Shador.
Man,
no,
they
took
drafted
Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, they took Gabriel.
And they've doubled up on running backs.
All right, since that Niners pick, we had Tyrone Ingram Dawkins go to Minnesota, Cam Jackson go to the Panthers, Carson Vincent, offensive tackle, go to the Ravens, Riley Mills go to the Seahawks defensive tackle out of Notre Dame, and then the Dolphins just picked Jordan Phillips, Maryland defensive tackle.
Wait. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So Browns trade up over the Eagles at 144.
So the Seahawks pick's going to go to Cleveland.
Oh, wait, no. Now I'm seeing the Browns have traded to the Eagles pick.
Oh? See, Schefter's tweet doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, not at all.
He's got it wrong.
Shadur Sanders to the Browns.
No way.
From Josina Anderson.
There is no way.
Shadur Sanders to the Browns.
So they trade up now with the Eagles. They did go to 144.
Okay, so ahead of the Eagles.
Yeah.
Conflicting reports there. Shadur Sanders finally gets taken. Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, Shadur Sanders.
Are you kidding me?
I don't like Gabriel or Shadur Sanders to Cleveland. They don't have strong arms playing in a bad weather climate. I do like Riley Mills going to Seattle, though, at 142. So the Browns have doubled up at running back and doubled up at quarterback.
Here it is.
Shadur Sanders finally gets taken by the Cleveland Browns, round 5, 144. Polarizing player, the son of Dion, one of the best players of all time. Doesn't have a bazooka for an arm. Isn't all that athletic. Not that mobile. But throws with good touch. Throws with good accuracy. Good against the blitz. Completion rate of 74%. Threw for 4,100 plus yards. Made good decisions with the football. 37 touchdowns, 10 picks. Can make good, quick decisions. Get the ball out fast. The accuracy obviously backed up by the completion rate. Good mechanics. Strong football IQ. Willing and able to buy some time, make plays out of structure. Not great, though, as far as making plays happen with his feet. He does have pretty average arm strength and physical traits. To his credit, helped to turn around that Colorado program his final 2 years there after being at Jackson State. And Sanders finally gets picked.
Wow. I need to know everybody's one-word reaction here.
Yes.
This is nuts. Eagles are on the clock, by the way, now at 145, but oh my. Dylan and Shadur. What's your one-word reaction? This is nuts. Where quarterbacks go to die. Good stuff, Tree Jitsu. Jeremy says stupid. Greg Smith, LOL. Michael Wild, Trip Aces, dead.
Yeah. We're over $100 on Niners and Super Chats, by the way. So that calls for a Shambong. It's funny. The NFL Network went to commercial. They knew, oh, we got to get ready for this. Where's Mel Kiper?
Get him on.
Where's Mel Kiper? All right, let me do a YouTube short here.
Crazy. Thank you to Fabian Gomez for this $5 super chat, by the way. A Bills fan. Roy likes the Niners pick of Jordan Watkins here.
After the Niners went defense with their first 5 picks, San Francisco has finally addressed the offensive side of the football, not with an offensive lineman, but with a wide receiver. And I like this selection for San Francisco. All right. I'm a little sick, so battling through that. Here we go. After the 49ers went defense with their first 5 picks in the draft, they finally have gone offense with the final pick in the 4th round. And this selection for the Niners is interesting. With 138, they are picking Ole Miss wide receiver Jordan Watkins. He's an explosive player who's probably going to be best suited in the slot at the NFL level, but he's fast. Only FBS player with 5 catches of 60-plus yards in 2024. Needs to work on his route running a little bit, but he's nasty and likes to block. Classic Niners pick at the wide receiver spot. At the NFL Combine, he ran a 4.37 40-yard dash. Last year, when Trey Harris got hurt, he became the number 1 go-to weapon for Jackson Dart. 49 catches, 906 yards, 9 touchdowns, 5 of them against Arkansas, 18.5 yards per catch. Tracks the ball well. Sometimes that speed doesn't show up on the verticals, but an intriguing player for the Niners.
Shedeur Sanders. What is...
Eagles have drafted a corner. McWilliams. And the Eagles have gone defense the first 4 picks. So the Browns updated quarterback room. Deshaun Watson hurt. Kenny Pickett trade. Joe Flacco free agency. Dylan Gabriel draft. Shedeur Sanders draft. And the Browns end up passing on Shedeur 6 times. And then they get to the 5th round and they're like, you know what? Let's take Shedeur. I mean, at some point too, right? You have to think about value this late in the draft. You're going to get better value than that. Shedeur Sanders, who some people thought was either a 1st or 2nd round player, and you get him in the 5th? Let's hear this reaction.
Yeah.
Big reaction from the crowd in Green Bay.
Man.
Everybody's been waiting for it. I need a cut into the Sanders house. Did they just end up not letting any cameras in? Look, good point guard at the quarterback spot. He can distribute the rock. Has accuracy, has toughness, good against the blitz. Made some clutch plays. Timing, rhythm, anticipation based.
He's accurate for sure.
Yeah. Needs to play a little bit faster for sure. 30-plus passing touchdowns, though, in 3 of 4 college seasons.
All right, so Eagles take Mac McWilliams, cornerback out of Central Florida here. So they do address the corner room with Mac McWilliams.
And it looks like the Niners might go with a running back with their pick. That's some of the chatter that I'm seeing here.
I mean, they signed Kenny Pickett. They draft 2 guys. You have Flacco. I don't really count Watson in there. He's probably not going to play. Did you still... So Niners are up soon, right?
Yep.
Did you still want to do this Eagles cut or?
Yeah. No, we can do this Eagles cut for sure.
Okay.
Let me just upload this Jordan Watkins video to Instagram.
I could run through a couple of super chats that we picked up
Oh,
here.
for sure. For sure.
As Buddy Molson's in a 20, we'll get to all
All
these
right,
here.
buddy.
So we got this 10 from Jason Hopkins. That'll get you a raffle ticket in the Draft Hat raffle. Thank you for that, Jason, over on Niners. We got a $2 super chat on Eagles from Christian Navarez. No Denzel Burke. Boo this man. Another guy that was a highly touted prospect, but really started slipping this year.
Yep.
Thanks for the 2. Andrew K, $5.
Dorian Strong, Zach Frazier. We're still on the board. Oh, Za Frazier. I'm thinking Zach Frazier last year, West Virginia. That was an interior offensive lineman that I liked. At some point, the Niners had to go offense, right? They go with the 4-3 guy who could track the ball well. Buddy Moles! You know what, buddy? I appreciate that 20. That'll get you a raffle ticket.
And a wheel spin.
And a wheel spin.
Two raffle tickets and a wheel spin.
Yeah, we'll do that wheel spin here in a bit. We won't forget.
Yeah.
But we do have some other more pertinent things to do. Cheers, buddy.
We do have the Niners picking at 147, and Chase, your intel was very accurate.
Yep. San Francisco 49ers selecting a running back. And that's offense back-to-back picks. Jordan James out of Oregon. $147 in the 5th round. Kyle Shanahan probably finally got to the table. He's like, can we please do offense? Now, Dave Brugler had Jordan James as a 3rd rounder. He falls to the Niners at 147. 5'9", 208. Really broke out this past year with 1,267 yards and 15 touchdowns. Caught it 26 times for 209. Second team All Big Ten, led the team in rushing. Knocked out of his final game due to a concussion. 21 years old. You like the size. The Niners had a very heavy presence at the Oregon Pro Day. James is a short and stocky player, good physique, creates a lot of strong momentum to keep his balance, can break tackles and grind through contact. What do you need to do as a running back in Kyle Shanahan's system? You have to be decisive with good vision, and James is that. He also works well in tight spaces, important for what the Niners look for in running backs as well. 0 career fumbles, and does have the receiving ability to become a player in the pass game. Good awareness and pass protection. Again, Kyle Shanahan likes that. Good mass, more powerful runner than his size would suggest. Good vision, quick cuts. in the pre-draft, only ran a 4.55. So he's not a blazer by any means. We'll talk Mac McWilliams here on Eagles coming up in a second.
Niners went back-to-back Jordans.
Yes, Jordan Watkins, Jordan James.
Wow, Patriots just took Braden Swinson.
Oh, I liked him for the Eagles.
We knew the Niners were going to take a running back at some point. Oh, and Jaden Blue goes to the Cowboys.
Oh, wow. I like what they've done.
Where are they? They must have made a trade here. Oh, yeah, they were up at 149, so. Puts the Dolphins on the clock at 150.
All right, we're going to talk Mac McWilliams here. Mac McWilliams. We'll do that, and then obviously, as we noted, we're combining a video talking about the Niners at 138, Jordan Watkins, 147, Jordan James, and 160, which is coming up in 12 picks.
Perfect.
And then the Niners will then be back on the clock with 3 picks in the 7th.
So nothing in the 6 for San Francisco.
Nope. And in the meantime, we'll go Mac McWilliams for the Eagles. All right, Mac McWilliams started at UAB, went to UCF in 2024. Good speed, transitional quickness, can play man and zone. Open field movements. He's clean there. Patient. Doesn't panic. 0 penalties in 2024. Can rip the ball away from offensive players. He had 11 pass breakups in 2022. Okay size. Doesn't have long arms. Under 30 inches. So sometimes outmatched in jump ball situations, but he can run 4.41 40-yard dash. Could fit well in the slot with the stop-start quickness. Eagles also trying to replace Avonte Maddox. Shout out Dennis Designs. But could compete for a role right away with the Eagles. Deion Sanders and Browns quarterbacks coach Bill Musgrave, were teammates and friends during their time with the 49ers. They've remained friends since then. Shedeur Sanders tweeting out, "Thank you, God." What's Deshaun Watson up to? All right. Let's talk McWilliams to San Francisco here in just a moment.
Man, this Browns QB room is just insane. Moving along here in the 5th round.
We are moving. We are moving. Sorry, just making sure we're all good as far as all the videos up on the channel. Day 3, NFL Draft. Here we are in round 5. All right, let's do it. McWilliams to the Philadelphia Eagles here. 574 people watching live on the Niners Report. 537 on Eagles. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel. And we'll talk about the most recent Eagles draftee here on the show. Our coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft continues, and here we are, sitting here on this Saturday, round 5, and the Philadelphia Eagles have made another selection at 145 overall. Howie Roseman has been pretty busy throughout the NFL Draft. Normally he trades up, and obviously he did that for Campbell, but in round 3, round 4, round 5, he's been really active in trading back. And I think that tells a story that the Eagles don't really love this draft class, and they're trying to load up draft capital for 2026, which they've been able to do. And then once you get to next year, you have that leverage to use those 2026 picks to maybe stack up some picks in 2027 as well. But the Eagles clearly liking their most recent pick in McWilliams, a cornerback out of UCF. And he is a really good athlete with a lot of quickness who ran very well in the pre-draft process. He clocked a 4.41 40-yard dash at the NFL Combine. He is a little bit smaller, 5'10", 191 pounds, and so he might be better suited to play in the slot inside at the NFL level. And I'm not sure that's an indication that the Eagles plan on moving Cooper DeJean to the outside. We'll certainly see. I think as of right now, it's probably best to keep DeJean in that slot nickel role because you can use him in a versatile role, hybrid linebacker, blitzer, and then from the slot, he can cover running backs, tight ends, wide receivers. But look, the Eagles did lose Avonte Maddox in free agency as he signed with the Detroit Lions. I believe he is a Michigan native, and so slot corner, something that the Eagles needed to address, and they do that here with McWilliams. Played mostly outside in college, started at UAB. He was there for 4 years and then transferred to Central Florida where he played 11 games, 11 starts this past season. Another experienced player, 42 games, 36 starts, and the Eagles with every single pick so far in this draft, they've gone defense. And you think about what happened, what transpired in NFL free agency, a lot of their players walked on defense in free agency. And so they had some needs there. McWilliams, good quickness. He excels in short area zone, but he can also play man. And so Vic Fangio can use him in a couple of different ways. As far as the knocks on him, why he's a 5th rounder, not great length, and does have inconsistent tackling results. And Makuba, the same can be said for him. So the Eagles have taken 2 DBs who aren't the best tacklers in Makuba and McWilliams, but they have taken 2 DBs who consistently have made plays on the rock. And in the last 3 years, McWilliams has had that sample size with pass breakups, 11 in 2022, 9 in 2023, and then 3 in 2024. The arm length, under 30 inches. The wingspan, under 73 inches. But McWilliams is a player who has excellent speed. He transitions very well. Good open field movements. They're abrupt and clean. He is a very patient player who doesn't panic downfield. The Eagles will like this too. 0 penalties in 2024. He has this ability to rip the ball out of the receiver's hands, and he can create some disruption late. Very sudden out of his pedal. He's good against the run like Makuba is, and he could play outside of the numbers and in the nickel. He did play on kick coverage, and he brings punt return experience to the Eagles as well. 11.6 yards per punt return. Really the knock on him, it's the lack of length, it's the lack of size, and so sometimes he can get out-physicaled, and he can lose some of those 50-50 jump balls. Here's what the Athletic Stain Brugler had to say about McWilliams. Lacks ideal length to match up with size on the outside. Fits well in the slot with stop-start quickness to stay attached, play through his hands. He is ready to compete for an immediate role as an NFL rookie. And it wouldn't surprise me if McWilliams can compete for backup slot role snaps. And that's kind of what I look at him as. And I do believe that the Eagles see some upside here with just having the ability to sniff out plays. The speed is something that can translate. If he gets beat, he can catch up. He doesn't panic. And then he's just so clean with the footwork and the pedal. And that short area burst, always important at that cornerback position. And so, again, the theme here for the Eagles, all defense so far, trying to replace a lot of the players who they lost in NFL free agency. Do you like this pick by Howie Roseman and company? He's traded back a lot here the last 2 days. Why for yes and for no? Share your opinions with me. We'll recap this Eagles draft class coming up just around the corner. But I do want to tell you about this great deal. Thanks to our friends at Chubby's. I love their polos. I love their shorts. And we're going to sweeten up your day. Because if you use the code CHAT at chubbyshorts.com/chat, we're giving you, and Chubby's is giving you, 20% off your order. You can experience unmatched comfort and style with everything that Chubby's has. From the original stretch shorts to their vibrant, colorful polos. If you like something that's a little bit more standard as far as the color, they have regular colors as well, as you're seeing here on your screen. But think about what time of year we're in, right? It's April 26th as of this recording. Spring is here. Summer is coming up. If you want to spice up your wardrobe, you want to go outside to the beach, lake, on a boat, shoreside, beachside. You want to play some golf. You want to take down some outdoor beers. You want to hang with the ladies, a significant other, your boys. Chubby's has everything that fits all of those needs. Great swimsuits, great shorts with different inseams, 4-inch, 5.5, 7. And then I really like their polos, especially some of the color schemes that they have. They can get loud for sure. But again, if you want something a little bit more less loud, you can do that too. like this kind of water-looking gray polo that we're showing you here on your screen. And I always like their logo. I'm somebody who loves to hit the golf course from time to time. Yeah, catch me on the links. Bombing drives 300-plus yards. When I'm rocking Chubbies, sometimes those drives go 350. So whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubbies has you covered. Again, limited time only, 20% off when you use the code CHAT. We always love an American flag on a clothing item as well. At chubbyshorts.com/chat. Check out everything that they have to offer. chubbyshorts.com/chat. Now, with McWilliams, as far as the injury concerns go, sometimes he can also find himself stuck on perimeter blocks because of the lack of size. Did miss 5 games as a freshman because of a thumb injury. Missed the final 6 games as a sophomore with a leg injury, and then missed the BYU game as a senior because of injury as well. And so with Makuba and with McWilliams, the Eagles are taking 2 DBs here at corner and at safety, and Howie Roseman said specifically, definitively, Makuba is a safety who can also play nickel. They're taking 2 DBs here who are a little bit slighter, a little bit on the smaller side, who do have some injury concerns. Now, the Eagles in that defensive backfield, I think they're in a good spot. You know, you have Quinyon Mitchell going into year 2, great as a rookie, as the first-round pick this time a year ago. The Eagles traded up for Cooper DeJean. He was incredible last year. You had 2 rookie starters at corner on a team that won the Super Bowl. Keely Ringo, Eagles are very high on him. He's younger than a lot of prospects in this draft. He's still only 23. Great speed, good length, good physicality. He's played well when he's been given those opportunities. I think Eli Ricks can be a good player. The Eagles signed Adoree Jackson. So this draft, who the Eagles obviously don't absolutely love, is about trying to find some gems, trying to find some depth pieces, but filling out the roster after losing players in free agency. And you think about the Eagles' needs going into draft time, right? Linebacker, edge. They checked that box with Jahad Campbell with the 31st pick. They needed a safety after trading away C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Lewis Seen, Tristan McCullum, backups there with Sidney Brown as a potential starting option. The Eagles take Andrew Makuba, who plays with a spirit and speed, shot out of a cannon, that will remind you of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And Howie Roseman said he plays an Eagles style of football. Ty Robinson is 6'5", almost 290 pounds. He ran a 4.8 40-yard dash at the combine. He can move, and he's built like an oak tree. And then the Eagles draft Mac McWilliams, round 5, 145. 4 picks for the Eagles here in the draft, all on defense under Vic Fangio. And remember what Vic Fangio said to John Clark at Citizens Bank Park? He said, I can get with Howie and get in Howie's ear, and we can replace those players. The draft is coming up. That's exactly what's come to fruition for the Super Bowl champions. Give me a follow on social media, X and Instagram. I've pretty much been doing instant reaction short form videos that I've been putting up on my social media pages for all of these picks, in addition to all of the long form content here on YouTube. And don't forget to hit that sub button. Most recent picks, Mac McWilliams, corner UCF to the Eagles at 145. Braden Swinson, edge rusher LSU, very productive this past year. Oregon transfer to the Patriots there at 146. Niners go Jordan James, round 5, 147. Good pass protector, pass catching ability, good vision, patience, outside zone runner. Ty Hamilton, defensive tackle, Ohio State, to the Rams. They get some beef in the trenches. Jaden Blue goes from Austin to Dallas. The speedster of a running back who some evaluators question his love for football. He's going to have to prove to the Cowboys that he loves ball. Jason Marshall, cornerback, Florida, to the Dolphins there at 150. DJ Giddens, running back, Kansas State, round 5, 151 to the Colts. Shamar James, linebacker, Florida, to the Cowboys as well. Jalen Rivers, 153 guard out of Miami, to the Bengals. They've gone defense heavy for the most part. And then Marcus Bow, another player who I liked, to the Giants. The Giants continue to have a really good draft. Dante Trader Jr., safety Maryland, to the Dolphins. Now that I think about it, where did Jacob Parrish go? Bucks. Are you kidding me?
Oh.
He went in the 3rd round last night. That Bucks team. Jason Light doing a really good job of late.
All right, we got Chiefs coming up, 156, Bucks 157, Chargers 158, Packers 159, and then the 49ers
160.
160, followed immediately by the Eagles at 161.
Yep. And that Niners pick at 160 is a part of the Jordan Mason trade. FYI.
All right, do want to get to this because we do owe a couple wheel spins. Want to show this super chat, though, that we got. From Chassis Fontenot, $20. I really wish we would pick a lineman. Well, still got some more picks coming up, so will they address the O-line? Who knows at this point. But thank you for that 20. So let's spin that wheel, baby. Let's spin that wheel.
Yeah, we have that one and then I think another one as well, right?
Yeah, so this first wheel spin is going to be for Buddy Moles.
Okay. Buddy Moles.
Got the 20 from Buddy. Yeah, Jesse, Giants have had a good draft. Uh-oh, Chase.
Oh, offensive tackle pass set. See, I like this because I have to use the bathroom as well. So I'll use the bathroom. I'll do my pass set on my way out the door. All right, Colton McKivitz. Colton McKivitz, take a lesson.
Look at that. Active hands.
Little kickstart.
Yeah.
Colton McKivitz, take note, baby. Niners, draft me. You haven't taken an offensive lineman yet.
That's good stuff. You guys couldn't see the feet on the camera, but the feet were moving, man. The feet were moving. Oh, great. So Chase leaves and leaves me with this. I had to make a fart noise. Chase makes a great one. That's why he put this on the wheel, so I'm a little disappointed he's not here to do this. But I could do my best here. Let's see. Let's see what I can manage here. That was awful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was embarrassing. I'm going to make Chase do his. That was embarrassing. Let me try that again here. Let me try that again on the elbow. There we go. There we go. Unbelievable. Here's a beer cheers to all of our recent super chatters. $153 on the 49ers report, $220 on Eagles now, so we're in a good battle. We are in a good battle. All right, the Chiefs are on the clock at 1:56. We haven't looked this in a little bit. Let's see who the best players left on the board are. With the Niners coming up soon. So we got Edge, Antoine Powell-Ryland out of Virginia Tech. Cameron Williams is still there. So if the Niners want to go offensive line at 160, I think Cameron Williams would be a steal of a pick. He can play tackle. I think he can flex inside a guard as well. Torrey Horton, wide receiver, Colorado State. Miles Frazier, another player I think should have been taken thus far. Again, if you want to go O-line, that would be a good pick. Eagles showed some interest in Damian Martinez out of Miami, the running back. Obviously, Niners just went running back. They won't do that again. But if the Eagles want to go running back, I don't think they need to, but they certainly could go in that direction. Smail Munden, linebacker out of Georgia. Dorian Strong, cornerback out of Virginia Tech. Logan Brown, another offensive lineman out of Kansas. who I think could be a good pick at this point. Tess Johnson, the very small receiver out of Oregon, clocked in at, what, $160, $165? And with that weight, you'd think he would ran a blazing fast 40. He did not. He ran pretty slow. Now, his game speed looks faster than the 40 time he ran, but certainly some concerns there. Kobe Bryant, cornerback out of Kansas. Rashard Smith, running back out of SMU. Chris Paul Jr., linebacker out of Ole Miss. Chase mocked him to the Niners in one of his mock drafts, but you already went linebacker. I don't think you have to do that again. Both the Eagles and the Niners went linebacker already. I like Devin Neal a lot, running back out of Kansas. Not the greatest athlete, but everything outside of that, he does at a tremendous level. If Devin Neal was even like a slightly above average athlete, he probably would have been like a second-round pick. He is a stud. Just doesn't really have that breakaway speed. But he does everything else at the running back spot so well. I think he's going to be a really good player. At the goal line, you can use him. So I would really like that pick if the Eagles went that route. Ainias Peebles, another player that chases him out to the Niners a bit, but you've already gone defensive tackle heavy, so I don't think they go that route. Top tight end on the board, Mitchell Evans, if the Eagles are still thinking of moving on from Dallas Goedert. And then Jalen Reed, the safety out of Penn State. No, Eagles did take Andrew Makuba, so I doubt they go safety again. But a player we've talked about a lot as well on the show. So those are the top guys there. I want to make a deal. I don't know when Chase is going to be back. Until Chase gets back, any super chat, any amount, producer special, I'm drinking. I'll take a sip for every super chat that comes in. Any amount. Any amount until Chase gets back. I got to drink. Of course, you do super chat. You can get involved in some deals here on the channels. Every $10 you send in, you get a raffle ticket to win a draft hat. Either Niners or Eagles. We'll have one winner on each channel. So every $10 that comes in, you will get one raffle ticket. You send in 20, you'll get 2 raffle tickets, and you can spin the wheel. We have a bunch of different things on the wheel that me and Chase have to do. $50 is a beer bong. If someone sends in a 50 right now, if someone sends in a 50 before Chase gets back, I'll give you 10 raffle tickets. That's half off, and I'll do a beer bong. Making some deals here. Also, $200 super chat. You send in $200, you will automatically get any Niners or Eagles jersey of your choosing. And whoever is the MVP of each show, so whoever sends in the largest individual super chat here today, you will get a jersey of the team's first-round pick plus our MVP football. The number to beat on Niners is just $20. All you have to do is beat $20, and you're in the lead to win a Mykel Williams jersey and an MVP football. On Eagles, number to beat, $50 to win a Jahad Campbell jersey plus the MVP football. Let's get it cracking, man. Let's get it cracking. As we chug along here in the 5th round. Who's going to make it happen? As the Patriots have made their pick at the Packers actually made their pick at 159. Niners are on the clock at 160. Niners are on the clock at 160. So following this Niners pick, we do have a couple Eagles picks, but we will cover the last 3 Niners selections in a video. Niners are on the clock. What direction will San Francisco go here? They took Jordan Watkins, round 4, number 138, and they took Jordan James, round 5, number 147. So after going defense heavy the first 4 rounds with Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins, Upton Stout, Nick Martin, and CJ West. So they went defense first 5 picks. They've gone offense with their previous 2 with Jordan Watkins and Jordan James. I'd go O-line. I'd go Cameron Williams. What up, Kovev? Real one hanging out. these past couple picks that we just had. Let's see here. So the Giants took Marcus Bow. Great pick for them. Dolphins go Dante Trader Jr., safety out of Maryland. Like this pick for the Chiefs, Jeffrey Bassa, linebacker out of Oregon. Bucks take Elijah Roberts, edge out of SMU. Keandre Lambert-Smith, Auburn receiver, going to the Chargers. And the Packers take Colin Oliver, linebacker / edge rusher out of Oklahoma State. I like that pick as well there. So that leaves San Francisco on the clock at 160. Again, you want to go O-line, which I think would be smart. You got Cameron Williams sitting right there. You got Miles Frazier sitting right there. I think both would be smart picks. Along the O-line, Logan Brown out of Kansas as well. So some options if they want to go O-line. The pick is in. As we'll see who the Niners take. At number 160, they will not be up again until the 7th round after this. So they'll have a while to wait. They will have a while to wait. Where is San Francisco going to go? What direction will they go in? Please go O-line. Pick should be in. As the Eagles pick is actually already in as well at 161.
Okay.
Who the Niners take here? Niners go safety. Niners go safety Marcus Siegel.
Okay.
Out of Kansas State.
Marcus Siegel, 5th round, 160. Dan Lanning, by the way, said Jordan James is a great fit to San Francisco. The Eagles are taking Georgia linebacker Small Mondone Jr.
Shocker.
3-year starter at Georgia. 4.58 40-yard dash in the pre-draft. Okay.
Still no O-line for the Niners. So they'll have to wait till round 7 unless they trade up, which they could with 3 7th-round picks.
No offensive lineman yet. It's wild, man.
Here it is.
Chris Williamson, if you're watching, new tonic. Not a sponsor, but should be. All right, grade the pick. Let's get the pronunciation down here. Marquise Siegel.
Marquise Siegel.
So now we can run through the Niners' 3 picks, right?
Yep. The Eagles pick also came in as well. We'll get to that. We're going to combo that, I think, with...
Yeah, we're going to combo that with the other pick that's coming up.
Yeah, because they'll be up again at 165 and 168.
Yep. So let's talk Niners here in the meantime. We'll start off with Jordan Watkins. Jordan James, and then Siegel. Ready to rock?
Yep, so we'll go through those three guys.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Let's do the damn thing. I don't know what's up with my hair. I'm trying to fix it. There we go. 3 picks to talk about for the San Francisco 49ers. Let's get into it here on the show as our NFL draft coverage continues to roll on day 3. You're watching the 49ers Report by Chat Sports. My name is Chase Sr., and if you like what you're seeing, if you like what you've been seeing here on the show over the last few days, be sure to hit that subscribe button here. We just surpassed 160,000 subscribers. Let's begin with the Niners pick in round 4 at 138. Prior to the selection of wide receiver Jordan Watkins out of Ole Miss, Robert Saleh's fingerprints were all over this draft because the Niners went defense with every single prior pick. And then the Niners finally go offense here with back-to-back selections in Jordan Watkins and the running back out of Oregon, Jordan James. As for Jordan Watkins, 5'11", 196 pounds, and once Trey Harris got injured for Ole Miss last year, it was Watkins who became the go-to weapon for Jackson Dart in Lane Kiffin's offense. This is a player who, during the 40-yard dash at the NFL Combine, flew, and he can run really fast. But sometimes that doesn't always show on tape when he's running his vertical routes. Can the Niners unlock that? I hope so. Because if they do, Jordan Watkins is a very talented player who, at the Combine, ran a 4.37 40-yard dash. He's likely going to be a slot wide receiver at the NFL level who does play tough for his size. And the Niners always are fans of wide receivers who are tough, play tough, and are willing to block. And that's partially what Watkins is going to bring to the table. What he also brings this Niners offense is explosiveness. He was electric at Ole Miss. The only FBS player with 5 catches of 60 yards or more in 2024. His route running and route tree needs work, but on some of those explosive throws and catches, he does track the ball very well. And going back to the explosive nature of his game, targeted 68 times last year, he caught 49 balls for 906 yards, 9 touchdowns, which rounds out to an average yards per catch of 18.5. He had a game against Arkansas where he had 5 of those touchdowns. He also does have value as a punt returner. He averaged 7.9 yards per punt return, and he doesn't drop a lot of passes. Only 2 drops in 2024, 2 drops in 2023, 1 drop in 2022, and 1 drop in 2021. And like last year's class, the Niners have taken a lot of players this year who are really experienced at the college level, and that helps shorten the learning curve going from college to the NFL. 60 games played and 42 starts for Jordan Watkins. He does have good hand strength. He does have a quick release with good feet. He's not going to shy away from contact. The averages of how often he scored touchdowns was pretty impressive. And I'm trying to find those numbers here. But in Charlie Weiss Jr.'s spread scheme, he did line up outside 68.4% of the time, 29.3% in the slot. But I think lining up in the slot is going to suit him best just because of the lack of size. And here are the numbers that I was looking for. Tied the SEC lead in touchdown catches in 2024, and he caught a touchdown every 5.4 catches. And I like how he really tracks the ball over his shoulder. And if the Niners can unlock that speed and get it to translate to those vertical routes on the field in in-game situations, the Niners can find very good value with the weapon of Jordan Watkins here. Here's what the athletic Stain Brugler had to say about the Ole Miss product. Watkins doesn't always play up to his time speed, but he is athletic and smooth, catching on the move, and can be as good as his target volume. He projects best in the slot where he can use the entire field. What's something there that probably has the minds working for a lot of you watching the show? He can catch the ball on the move and in space. That's what Kyle Shanahan wants his wide receivers to be able to do, especially after losing that type of skill set by trading away Deebo Samuel to the Washington Commanders. And trading Deebo led to somewhat of a need, not a pressing one, at the wide receiver spot for San Francisco. And I had thought the Niners were going to go wide out in the draft. You knew Kyle Shanahan couldn't help himself, going running back too. And so with back-to-back picks after going the first, 5 selections all defense, the Niners go with back-to-back offensive players and back-to-back Jordans. Jordan James, running back out of Oregon, going to the Niners in round 5 at 147. His head coach, Dan Lanning, said this is a great fit for Jordan because the Niners do great work with running backs. And Jordan James, I couldn't agree more. Good fit for what the Niners do offensively and what they look for and prioritize in the running back position. James is 5'9.5", 208, but he's pretty built, and he plays bigger than that size. He has good vision, good patience, best used in an outside zone scheme. He does have the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield. He has 0 fumbles throughout his entire college career, and he is also a good pass blocker. So I like the solid mass, more powerful runner than his size would suggest, good vision, good quick cuts. Again, in this Shanahan offense as a running back, you need to see hole and hit hole. He did only run a 4.55 40-yard dash, but I think the decisiveness to his running and the vision will help him out a little bit. At his pro day, he did trim that speed down a little bit to a 4.51 40-yard dash, and the 10-yard split went down from 1.63 to 1.55. Decent tread on the tires, 428 career touches. Sometimes he is inconsistent with making defenders miss at the second level. Needs to focus on his drops as a pass catcher. But I find that to be interesting because he didn't cough the ball up at all as a ball carrier at the college level. And he looked comfortable when he did catch the ball from time to time coming out of the backfield. 26 catches for 209 yards receiving in 2024. The production by year wasn't a starter until 2024. And so as a freshman, 189 rushing yards, 5 touchdowns though, 6 yards per carry. As a sophomore, 759 yards rushing, 7 yards per carry, and 11 touchdowns. And then this past year, the breakout campaign, which caught the eyes of scouts, almost 1,300 yards rushing, 5.4 yards per tote with 15 touchdowns. And so those are 2 of the 3 picks who we're about to talk about here on the show. So stay tuned for the most recent Niners draftee. But before we get to that, because the Niners won't pick until the 7th round, 2 7th-round selections, let's get to our sponsor, Chubby's. Sky's out, thighs out, spring is here, summer is coming up. If you want to add some swagger, some good-looking apparel, and just add something new to your wardrobe, Chubby's is your answer. Like the versatility of what they have to offer with all of their lines, whether it be polos or shorts, because whether you're getting dressed for your workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubby's has you covered. For a limited time, Chubby's is giving our viewers 20% off your order with our code CHAT at chubbyshorts.com/chat. That's code CHAT at chubbyshorts.com/chat. And be sure to support our show and tell them that we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubbies. Experience unmatched comfort and style with their original stretch shorts, their polos, but I also really like their swim trunks. You can go with different inseams, 4 inches, 5.5 inches, 7 inches as well. And the lineup of performance polos, it's nice. And you'll be cooking with gas with that. Soft, stretchy, breathable fabric. The polos are built to kick back, turn up, chill out, party down, and just get after it here this summer. So go to chubbyshorts.com/chat. Use that code chat for 20% off. We'll put that link down below in the comments section and in the description of today's San Francisco 49ers report here on day 3 of the 2025 NFL Draft. Look good, feel good with Chubbies. The Niners go back to the defensive side of the football in round 5 with the 160th overall selection. And they take Marquise Siegel, the safety out of Kansas State. About to be 23 years old, 5'11", 199 pounds. Malik Mustafa was a 4th-round pick last year out of Wake Forest, and I thought he played awesome as a rookie. But alongside him, there are some question marks. You know, Jair Brown's going into a huge year 3. He struggled last year after playing well as a rookie, after being a 3rd-round pick out of Penn State. That year as a rookie, Jair Brown filled in for Talanoa Hufanga once he tore his ACL. And I thought that Jair Brown did a lot of really good things, versatile player. But then last year, he was missing tackles, missing assignments, over-pursuing. And so he'll get the first crack to start along Malik Mustafa. But Marcus Siegel is a young player who we'll see if he can get some snaps here for Robert Saleh's defense. He's definitely a fluid athlete. He plays above his weight class, just like Upton Stout does. And he's not the stickiest guy in coverage. His instincts, his speed, a little bit late. Hasn't played a lot of safety, although a lot of people are going to view him as one. Last year with Kansas State, playing in that defensive secondary with Jacob Parrish, who went in the 3rd round to Tampa Bay. He had 60 tackles, 7 TFLs, 6 pass breakups, and 3 interceptions. He did start his career at the FCS Power North Dakota State, and then he transferred to Kansas State for his final 2 seasons. Siegel, though, is a player who is explosive and fast. At the NFL Combine, he did get an invite there. He ran a 4.37 40-yard dash at 5'11", 199 pounds. Former cornerback, and he's not lost that speed. He hit 15.13 miles per hour at 5 yards during his 40. That was the fastest at the NFL Combine. The Niners have brought in a lot of players who are either physically menacing or who are very fast. And I like Siegel's smooth pedal. He did not commit a coverage penalty in 2024. He's definitely a rangy run defender with the speed to kind of make plays all across the yard. He was voted a senior captain, NFL scout, speaking highly of his standing within that Kansas State program. The Niners certainly value cultural fits. He's a pretty good tackler. Didn't have a huge special teams role at Kansas State, but he was a core special teams player at North Dakota State. And low-key, the Niners with some of these draft picks, a lot of them who have been picked, they do have special teams ability here. So overall, Siegel is a player who you see how raw he is at the safety spot with some of the missteps, and that can lead to explosive plays. He's going to need some pretty solid coaching, but he does have a solid feel. He's scheme versatile, and boy, oh boy, he can run. So outside of 2 selections so far, the Niners have gone defensive heavy in this draft. Mykel Williams, 1st round, 11 overall, edge rusher out of Georgia. Alfred Collins, round 2, defensive tackle out of Texas, number 43. Nick Martin, linebacker, Oklahoma State, 75th in round 3. Upton Stout had a great draft call with John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, and Jed York. All he kept saying was, "Coach, let's do it then." And John Lynch is like, I'm not your coach. And Jed York is like, I'm not your coach, but we love how fired up you are. So the Niners go with a smaller corner who plays with a lot of speed and violence out of Western Kentucky. C.J. West, very quick and explosive defensive tackle. Jordan Watkins, speedster wide receiver. Big playability. Jordan James, the running back, good scheme fit. And then Marcus Siegel, a converted corner to safety who clocked a sub-4.4 40-yard dash. So up to this point, how would you grade the Niners draft? They don't have another pick as of right now until 3 7th-rounders. Let me know down in the comment section. Don't forget to subscribe. And as always, thanks for rocking with us. All right. As for Smile Mondone, he's going to the Eagles in round 5 at 161. Former 5-star recruit, 4th-ranked linebacker in his 2021 recruiting class. 51 games, 32 starts, 213 tackles, 17.5 TFLs, 8 sacks, 6 pass breakups, and 1 pick in his career. 6'2", 224, 4'5", 40. Long arms at 80 and an 1/8 inch wingspan, 31 3/4 arms. Above average speed, but not special speed. Can hit different gears. Can get slippery through gaps. Not afraid of being a grinder. He's played through injuries before, so he's tough. Grew into a leader. Durability, definitely a question mark. Probably needs to see things a little bit faster and quicker to reach his full potential, but athletic range and toughness do give him upside as a 4-down NFL linebacker. And then the Eagles go offensive line, round 5, 168, with Drew Kendall. His pops played in the NFL. Eagles did need a backup center. Nick Gates was the backup last year. He stinks. And so the Eagles take Drew Kendall here out of Boston College. Dane Brugler had a 4th-round grade on him. 1 sack allowed on 350 pass blocking snaps in 2024. 4-star recruit coming out of high school. 37 starts, 6'4", 308, 505 40-yard dash, fluid athlete, good lateral agility, doesn't panic if he gets beat, he can gather himself. Team captain in 2024, 31 straight starts to round out his career. He was a center-only player in college. But I do think the Eagles are bringing him in to be a backup center. And maybe Jeff Stoutland will work with him to play guard. Doesn't have great length. He's not really a wide body. They used at Boston College a mix of zone and gap schemes. Wouldn't consider him like a road grader or a mauler. But good body control, instinctive technique, has NFL starting upside. So the Eagles had back-to-back picks going linebacker, center here. And the Eagles made a trade, Chet?
Yeah, so Eagles were originally picking at 161, 165, and 168. They picked Smail Mondon at 161. Then they actually traded out of 165 to the Los Angeles Chargers. And then they picked Drew Kendall at 168. So now, the Eagles trading out of pick 165, they get back pick 168 in the 6th round and pick 209 in the 6th round. So the
Okay.
remaining Eagles picks now. They will have round 5, pick 181, round 6, pick 191, round 6, pick 207, and round 6, pick 209. Y'all got that? So they will have, after this pick at 168, which they just made of Drew Kendall, they will have 181, 191, 207, and 209. So right now, 4 picks left for the Eagles. We can show those full trade details on your screen here. So you can see, traded back from 165 to 181, picked up 209.
Okay.
So yeah, that's going to change things for us a little bit.
Okay, because now they do have a 7th rounder.
Yeah, so now they have 4 picks left. And they're all decently close to each other. They're all about 10 picks apart. 181, 191, 207, 209. So Eagles go linebacker and O-line. Eagles did announce Drew Kendall as a center and guard. Only played center
Okay.
in college.
So they
but-
announced him as a guard as well.
Oh, we have an update here from Ian Rappaport, too. This is pretty big. Says that the Eagles would like to keep Dallas Goedert.
It's because all those tight ends went off the board.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really have much of a choice now, honestly.
Oh, here we go. It's probably talking about Goddard right now.
For the Eagles, yeah, you want to do those 2 Eagles? Because we were going to do the 3.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
could do
165,
that.
168.
165, 168 with the gap until 181 and 209. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, because the Niners don't pick till the 7th round now, so.
Yeah, we can do that. 165, 168. Appreciate you. We did get a message in the Slack room from Avery. She'll do a $100 shotgun and a toast. $100 shotgun and a toast. Now, our guy Dragon Slayer, who was crushing it in free agency, haven't seen him in the draft. Dragon Slayer, are you there?
Dragon
Because
Slayer.
I know that you were paying up a lot to get Avery in here to do the shotguns. $100, Avery comes in to do a shotgun. And you know what? I'll do one as well. I'll do one as well.
What action have we had as we prepare to do this Eagles cut? Yeah, so we had Smail Mondon, we had Francisco Moiga, linebacker out of Miami, Mitchell Evans, Tennessee, out of Notre Dame to the Panthers, Yaya Black, defensive tackle, Iowa to the Steelers. Oronde Gadsden, so a little run on tight ends here, going to the Chargers. Torrey Horton going to the Seahawks, receiver, Colorado State. Titans take Jackson Slater, center out of Sacramento State. Then the Eagles, as we mentioned, took Drew Kendall. Bears take Zaw Frazier, who I saw Harrison tweet about this. Zaw Frazier is a very interesting corner. Just under 6'3", and blazing speed. So a lot of traits at that corner spot. And the Bills take Jordan Hancock at 170. So this is actually the Patriots now on the clock, as they made a trade here with the Lions.
Or did the Lions trade the Patriots?
A lot of trades going down.
Yeah.
A lot of trades were going down. You get to this spot in the draft, and you never know who owns each pick. So it is the Lions. So the Patriots traded the Lions. They took Miles Frazier, guard out of LSU. So coming up, just a reset here. We have the Rams on the clock at 172, then Bills, Cardinals, Seahawks. Then Ravens, Bills, Ravens again, Dolphins. Then Raiders, then Eagles at 181. And
Yep.
again, Eagles will have 181, 191, 207, and 209. So right now, still 4 picks left for the Eagles. And then the Niners will have 227, 249, and 252.
What do we
Are
got?
you kidding me?
Oh! Scott Birtle, a $200 super chat. New T-shirt idea: see hole, hit hole. See, that's a legend right there. We were talking about Jordan James, and I knew somebody was going to catch up to that and catch on to that. I said he's a good running back for this outside zone scheme for Kyle Shanahan. You got to be able to see hole, hit hole. That's exactly what Jordan James does.
Wow. Scott Pirtle. Insane.
Biggest super chat of the day.
Scott's making it rain. So Avery said $100. She would do that shotgun,
Yeah, I'll
right?
message.
I think we all got to do one for the 200.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think we all got to do one. So you want to do this and then the Eagles cut?
Yep.
That's what we'll do. Scott Birtle. The previous biggest super chat on Niners was $20. And Scott blew that out of the water and gives the 49ers report the lead over Eagles now in super chats, 353 to 220.
You wanna
Eagles
throw that
now,
up?
where you at?
You want to throw that up?
Yes, sir. That is the stuff of legends. Scott Birtle.
Scotty. Scotty.
So look, you can see here, Niners report taking the lead. We need someone on Eagles now to get it cracking, to get it going.
Scott the big dog.
Putting
So,
on.
all right. So that was a tweet from Rappaport that you saw on Goddard?
Yeah, I saw a tweet from. It wasn't from Rappaport. It was somebody saying that Rappaport had said it.
Oh, okay.
Where did that go?
Let's see here.
I saw the tweet from BLG.
Oh, yeah. Brandon Lee Gouton. Eagles would like to keep Dallas Goddard. I mean, that makes sense. I guess Thomas Fadone is one of the tight ends who, let's see, hasn't gotten taken yet. But there was that run of tight ends in that second round, which kind of probably altered the board for the Eagles. Well, should we do those two Eagles picks now, and then we'll do the shotgun? Or you want a shotgun now? We'll just knock it out. And then if Avery comes in.
Yeah, we can just do it now.
Yeah, we'll just do it now. All right. Scott Birtle making it rain. See-hole, hit-hole. Thank you so much for that donation and super. Appreciate you, brother. Ah.
Oh, that pineapple is so bad. Ugh. Will Wilson, I'm done here. You're a legend when you give hundreds, but trash for watching. We have never said that. Ever.
What did he say?
Will Wilson said, yeah, I'm done here. You're a legend when you give
dude.
hundreds, but trash for just watching.
You just don't watch the show enough. Because literally to start every single show, if we ever show a Super Chat menu, we also say, hey, Super Chats aren't everything. There are other ways to support the show, and you're still all real ones. So I call people legends and real ones all the time. Everybody who watches the show is a real one, including Buddy Moles!
Oh!
Buddy! He makes it rain. $100 Super Chat. All right. Let me give Buddy little shambong here for Buddy. Oh. Cheers, Buddy. Buddy Moles, one of our Super Chat MVPs here today.
Making it rain. Buddy Moles. Legendary stuff.
Rams select Chris Paul Jr. Niners won't be able to get the Ole Miss backer. All right. Buddy. Thank you for the Benjamin Franklin.
The Benji. And then on Eagles.
Outdoor Creations.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd be down with Tez Johnson, Outdoor Creations. I mean, I don't know how the heck a guy that small and that light ran so slow at the NFL Combine, but definitely plays a little bit faster.
Wayne Courtney, best place to be for Niners fans. Tell them, guys. Hey, the real ones know. The real ones know.
Real ones know.
We're working long hours, 2 channels, getting you every single pick that's made, man.
Yep, we've been live every single selection.
Oh, Cardinals take Denzel Burke.
Denzel Burke. Most starts for any Ohio State player on that championship team. Probably plays better in off coverage.
All right, so Eagles are up again soon.
Yeah, should we just do the three picks?
Yeah, because Seahawks are on the clock now at 175.
Yep.
Eagles are up again at 181, so in
Yep.
6 picks.
Yep.
Now they also have 191,
But then in the 200s.
then 207 and 209.
So probably 191, 207, 209.
Okay.
Pair those three.
So, yeah, 3 and 3. I like
Yeah.
that idea. All right, so we'll wait here to get into it. Let me message – who's doing that for us? Let me message Alfred and tell him. Where's Avery? What is she working? Doing her job? Get her in here. Her job's to drink.
Yeah, just handling a lot of cuts today. My gosh. The volume of videos that we're pushing out today is crazy company-wide.
Insane.
I mean, how many have we done so far? I've lost count.
I don't know.
I've even lost count of which players have been going off the board.
Well, good thing that we have graphics for that.
Yes, sir.
That's what we're here for, baby.
Let's recap.
Let's go back to this Eagles pick here.
So, Aronde Gadsden, tight end of Syracuse, going to the Chargers at 165. Torrey Horton, Colorado State wide receiver, one of the top players available going into day 3, going to Seattle. Jackson Slater, interior offensive lineman, Sacramento State. He's a Larry Krueger guy. To the Titans there at 167. Drew Kendall, Eagles listed him as a center and guard, first-team All-SEC player out of Boston College. His pops played in the NFL. To the Eagles there at 168. Za Frazier, a lot of people were talking about him earlier on here on the show. UTSA corner. Same school as Spencer Burford. To the Bears there. Jordan Hancock, Ohio State corner. Goes before Denzel Burke. Miles Frazier, LSU guard. To the Lions, good value there, late rounds along the offensive line. Chris Paul Jr., I liked him for the Niners. He goes to the rival Rams. Ole Miss linebacker. Jackson Halls, Georgia Tech tight end. To the Bills, Denzel Burke. Tell you what, Denzel Burke, Will Johnson for the Cardinals in this corner class and draft class. I like that. And then Robbie, let's see if we can get this name. See if we can get this name. We always want to get the names right, unlike some people here in Chat Sports.
So you just wanted to do all the Niners 7th round picks, right?
Robbie
227.
Oots out of Alabama. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're all caught up with their selections after those 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Robbie Oots, 6'3", 274, ran a 4.91 40-yard dash.
All right, so after those two big supers from Scott Birtle and Buddy Moles, the 49ers report, which started off slow today, started off slow in the supers, has taken a commanding lead.
Commanding lead. Up by $223. $453 to $230. Eagles won night 1. Niners came back to win night 2. And here on day 3, Niners with the commanding advantage.
Look at Candy. Candy's always a real one. See, so, like Candy's someone who's watched the show for a while.
Oh, Candy's just a legend.
You don't have to have money to chat. It's the lives, the shorts.
Yeah, we have short form videos,
Videos.
long form videos. When we go live, we like to have fun. We've been giving you insight. We've done deep dive analysis on every single Niners and Eagles draft pick. We've talked about every pick of the NFL draft.
And then Buddy Moles, like, this is a good point. Like, everyone who chats and watches and likes and comments, like, they're all the ones who, like, make the show go, right?
Yeah, we're all about that audience interaction, man.
And then the super chats on top of it is what adds that extra element of fun to the show, as
No
Buddy
doubt.
Moles says.
Yep.
And it's not just, like, for us.
It's
Like-
for y'all, too.
It's for y'all. For those of you who don't know, like, you send in super chats, you get into our draft hat raffle for every $10.
Yep.
$20, you get to spin a wheel. And whatever happens in the wheel, we have to do. We drink for 50s. $200, which actually Scott Birtle sent in $200. You get an automatic jersey of your choice. So Scott Birtle will be getting a jersey of his choice.
Yep.
And then whoever sends in the highest super chat on each channel gets the jersey of the first round pick and an MVP football. So right now that will go to Scott Birtle as well.
Yep. So, Scott, I need you to send me an email, my man. Send me an email, Scott. Chase@chatsports.com. It's at the bottom of your screen. Because since you sent in that super, $200, you get an automatic Niners jersey of your choice. So send me an email with what jersey you want, what size, and, of course, your mailing address so that we can get that sent to you. Our guy Scott from last night never emailed me on Eagles Now. Sad.
Scott never sent the email.
Scott last night. Remember the shirtless pic? Got the profile picture, no shirt.
Yes, he was jacked. Is he here
Jack
today?
Scotty. I don't think he's here. I haven't
I
seen
haven't
him.
seen him. All right, remaining picks for each team right now. Niners don't pick again until the 7th round. So there's some Niners fans asking in the chat about their remaining picks.
Yep.
They don't pick again until 227 in the 7th round. We are currently on 178
Yep.
in the 6th. So a while to go there for Niners fans. But then 3 picks in the 7th. And then Eagles fans asking about some of those picks as well. The pick again coming up here soon in about 3 picks at number 181. They'll make that pick. We'll do a video on their last 3 picks. Smale, Munden, Drew Kendall, and whoever gets picked at 181. And then they will have, again, a lot of movement here with these picks. Eagles made a lot of trades. Then they will have 2 more picks after that, after 191. at 207 and 209. We will then combine 191, 207, and 209. Yeah, Peter, no picks until the final round for the Niners. Now, they can always trade up if they have somebody they like, but
Yeah.
we'll have to wait and see. Have to wait and see. All right, Scott. Scott Birtle, make sure to send that email. Want to get you that jersey, brother. Want to get you that jersey.
Scotty.
Scotty.
I'll check my email now, Scott. Don't see it in there, but if you want that jersey, shoot me that email.
Dennis Designs. I'm doing dental work. Gotta save. Dennis, you good? Is it like serious
Dennis,
dental work?
hope it's all right, man. Hope you're all right, brother.
Ken Angel says, screw the Steelers. All right.
I love the Pennsylvania rivalry right there.
I guess because Tomlin's talking right now on NFL Network. Maybe that's where that came from.
Also, bad job by us going with ESPN night 1 of the draft.
Yeah.
We should have been on NFL Network then, too.
Yeah.
ESPN didn't even like last night they had their pre-draft coverage, and then as soon as the draft was about to start, it shifted to the NBA playoffs, which I get. They had their obligations. But
Yeah. Yeah, so then it just aired on ABC.
we still need Avery to do her shotgun, man.
Yeah, she's pushing out a Giants, and then she said she'll come in here.
Stop doing work. All right. Eagles are going to be up soon. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick before that pick.
Cool. Ohio State, by the way, had 13 picks in the first 5 rounds. What's up, playa? Got a little shotgun tool here for you if you want it. Cool. He just went to use the bathroom. So Scott was the one who sent in the $200 super chat. Scott and Dennis. Avery's in the building. Ready to shotgun. Sometimes the fun doctor. Sometimes I bitch. Facts. Everybody knows the fun doctor. Bill's pick is in at 177. We did ours, so you just got to do yours. Yeah. Bill's pick in at 177. Up next, Ravens, Dolphins, Raiders, Eagles, Patriots, Titans, Saints, Steelers, Ravens, Texans. It's all coming up. Yeah. What'd you say? Yeah, come on down. Come on down. Am I still taller than you? All right, Avery in the building. Here, you can, yeah, there you go. Little shoddy. Little shoddy. AP, the fun doctor, in the house. Here, make sure you're on camera, though. There you go. The shotty, don't trip. For Scott, for Dennis. Here we go. I love it. See, that's a new one we haven't heard. Like it ain't nothing. Okay. 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 Avery said, cheers to you, Scott. And she said, here's to birthdays. Birthdays come once a year. Thankfully, she's not a birthday. I love it. That's awesome. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh! Romeo! He becomes our MVP. That's the number to beat. $300 Super Chat. Romeo makes it rain. Bang, bang, Niner gang. What's up, Chase and Chip? Not sure if I've missed it on a recent video, but how's our offensive line looking? Not good. They haven't drafted an offensive lineman. And so I think where we're at, Jake Brendel, Matt Hennessy, Drake Nugent will compete at center. Spencer Burford, Ben Barch will compete at left guard. And then Colt McKivitz will be the right tackle. Nick Warren is back. What's up, Nick? Recent commenter club, Buddy Moles, Robert Wade, Greg Smith, Andrew Nathan, White Dig, Nick Warren, Coyote Bush, Dennis Designs, Romeo, be sure to shoot me an email. You see it at the bottom of your screen. chase@chatsports.com.
Oh, my.
And let me know what jersey you want, what size, and if you've moved again, let me know your address. Why'd you say oh my there, Chip?
The Eagles pick is in. Take a guess what position they want.
Is it Will Howard or Kyle McCord?
It is.
One of the two?
It is.
Well, Will Howard is from Downingtown.
Yes.
Kyle McCord is from, he went to St. Joe's Prep.
Played against Will Howard in high school.
Yes. You did. Is it what you said?
Well, year after me.
Okay.
Year after me. They lit my boys up. Or he lit my boys up, I'll tell you that.
Wow, it's Kyle McCord
Yeah.
to the Eagles. Wow. You get him in the 6th round at 181. Totally fine with it. And Kyle McCord goes before Will Howard.
Yeah. Wow. They had to go quarterback at some point.
Wow.
They trying to trade Tanner McKee?
Eagles draft Kyle McCord out of St. Joe's Prep. Went to Ohio State and then Syracuse. He's from Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Definitely a gunslinger mentality. He threw for 4,700 yards, 34 touchdowns, and 12 picks. And he really started to find his confidence. Good pre-snap processor. Anticipates well. Puts the ball in good locations for his receivers. It's a winner. 22-4 record as a starter. Pretty much rewrote every single season record for Syracuse last year. He is an average athlete. Doesn't have a lot of escapability. Doesn't have a quick release. Did lead the FBS in completions per game, passing yards. And surpassed Deshaun Watson's previous ACC passing yards record. Wow. So that's at 181.
Wow.
Wow. 181. Eagles go McCord. I'm not going to lie. Like, I do think that he could be one of the top quarterbacks of this class. But obviously, he's going to be behind Tanner McKee and Jalen Hurts. Dorian Thompson-Robinson is also on this roster. Well, that's going to make preseason fun.
Oh, yeah.
Watching Kyle McCord sling the pill.
You want to know something else, too? Kyle McCord broke all of Donovan McNabb's Syracuse passing records.
Yep, single season. Yeah, if he was there for his whole career, he could have put up some insane numbers.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to talk about McCord. Eagles have drafted a center.
Yep, Drew Kendall.
And then
Smale Munden.
Smile.
Sorry.
Smile.
Smile?
The linebacker out of Georgia.
What a name.
All right, so 3 picks that we're about to talk about here for the Eagles. Let's start with McCord for sure. Wow. Kyle McCord. I also didn't think that he was going to go before Will Howard, but he does. Patriots draft a kicker? Is it the Miami guy, Andres Borregales? Okay. All right, so 3 picks to talk about here on Philadelphia Eagles. Now, as the Eagles draft a QB, we're at 386 likes on the Eagles Now stream. Let's get the 400 here. And then on Niners, we're at 395. So a very close battle there. Let's get the 400 on both. Hit that thumbs up icon. Like the video. And we'll talk about these 3 Eagle selections here for a bit. Again, Niners not picking until 3 selections in the 7th round. But here we go. Kyle McCord to the Eagles. Let's do it. How about this? You knew at some point things were going to get interesting for the Philadelphia Eagles on day 3 of the NFL draft here, and they certainly have. The Eagles are drafting Kyle McCord, quarterback out of Syracuse, who transferred to Syracuse from Ohio State after he got replaced by Will Howard. And this is a really interesting selection by the Eagles with the 181st pick in the 6th round for a multitude of reasons. Kyle McCord, as many people know in the Philadelphia area, does have some Philly ties. He played his high school ball at St. Joe's Prep, and he grew up in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And the Eagles quarterback room is in a really good spot. And there's no reason to overreact to this, but the Eagles have deemed themselves a quarterback factory, and they have developed quarterbacks really well. And they have had to see a lot of backups play in huge games really my entire lifetime, from the early 2000s onward, whether it was A.J. Feely or Coy Detmer, Jeff Garcia, Michael Vick, Nick Foles won a Super Bowl. Even this past year when Jalen Hurts got hurt after he suffered that concussion against Washington, Kenny Pickett and Tanner McKee had to step in. And Hurts is a superstar right now. It's one of the faces of the league. Time Magazine naming him one of the most 100 influential people in the world. Swagger, confidence, cool, calm, and collected. A big game baller, dual threat player, unique skill set, ultimate team leader. Somebody who you want your kids to look at as a role model. Perfect face of the franchise. And he just won Super Bowl MVP. And earlier this offseason, the Eagles did trade away Kenny Pickett for Dorian Thompson-Robinson and a 5th-round pick. And so DTR is on this team. But the Eagles are also extremely high on Tanner McKee, who has been so impressive when he's gotten time in the preseason. And then we saw what he could do in game action last year. He's big. He throws with unbelievable anticipation, timing, and accuracy, sees the field very well, makes quick decisions. But Tanner McKee is going into year 3. And I think that he could be a starter at some point in this league and maybe a trade chip for Philadelphia. So the Eagles, I think, in drafting Kyle McCord are certainly looking ahead to the future. They've called themselves a quarterback factory. They've always been willing to invest in that position. And they're investing a 6th-round pick for a team that doesn't have a lot of needs on a quarterback with a lot of promise. And no cap, Kyle McCord is a quarterback in this class who I think when it's all said and done, and I've said this in the lead up to the draft, he could be one of the top quarterbacks in this 2025 class. He has good arm strength. He puts the ball in a good spot for his wide receivers. He can throw and complete passes at any level of the field. I like his size at 6'3", well over 200 pounds. He is a little bit of a statue in the pocket. He's not going to make plays out of structure. He does process pretty well, though. And he played awesome in 2024 for Syracuse after he transferred from Ohio State with less talent around him compared to when he was with the Ohio State Buckeyes. And I think at Ohio State, he lost his confidence a little bit. And that's why Ohio State wanted to move on. Ryan Day opted for Will Howard over Kyle McCord. But he went to Syracuse, and it was interesting. With less talent, he balled out. He led the country in passing yards, throwing for nearly 4,800 yards. And he set pretty much every single season record in that Syracuse program, edging former Eagle Donovan McNabb. Completed 66% of his passes, 37 total touchdowns. He does have a gunslinger mentality, and so sometimes he will put the ball in harm's way. 12 interceptions, but 0 fumbles. So good ball security when he's within the pocket. And I think what the Eagles also like and value here, Kyle McCord is a winner. 22-4 record as a starter. 12-1 at Ohio State. 10-3 at Syracuse. Pre-snap processing. He can decipher very well. He throws with pretty good anticipation. He's not afraid back there to test the defense and test his arm strength and press the defense with some throws. He throws with good velocity, not great. Add some arc and touch when needed. I like his poise within the pocket, but outside of the pocket, as I said, he's not really going to run around and make plays improvisationally. He's also a tough dude. And at St. Joe's Prep, pretty cool story here when he went to the legendary high school in Philadelphia. Played alongside Marvin Harrison. And Marvin Harrison said about him that he prepares better than anybody else. And after Ohio State kind of disrespected him a little bit, he goes to Syracuse, and under Fran Brown, a former Temple assistant, they won right away. They were a really competitive team. And that Syracuse program absolutely loved him. So there's no rush for him to play. The Eagles are investing in the most important position in football, and he has an opportunity to compete with DTR to be QB3. And him and DTR are much different players, vastly different styles. But I personally like Kyle McCord because I think he's a better thrower. DTR is more dual threat, better runner. Kyle McCord can't really run. But as far as throwing the football, as far as having size, putting up numbers, 6'3", 218, I like this pick for the Eagles because you can never stop investing in important positions. So your one-word reaction to the Eagles selecting Kyle McCord, what I'll say, Howie, but it's also Jeffrey Lurie because they always put an emphasis on this position. We have a few more picks to talk about for the Eagles because we're combining a lot of selections here. The Eagles have drafted a center whose dad played in the NFL. They also drafted a linebacker out of Georgia. That's coming up here just around the corner. But first, our sponsor for today's Philadelphia Eagles now, our wonderful friends at Chubby's. At the end of the day, your wardrobe deserves a springtime upgrade. We have a great deal for all of you. For a limited time only, Chubby's is giving our listeners, our viewers, 20% off your order with our exclusive code CHAT at chubbyshorts.com/chat. Look, fellas, April is here. This ain't the time for fooling around. It's time to let those thighs breathe. Whether you're playing around at golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, or visiting an actual garden, Chubby's has you covered for all of the good vibes that warm weather brings. If you want some bright polos that demand attention, check. Killer shorts, they got you. Hitting up a pool or the beach, Chubby's has great swimsuits as well. The Classic Line Swim Collection has your new favorite trunk for the sunny days. For everything non-water related, their original shorts provide that classic look with a fresh vibe. They also have some stretch everyday wear with some flexibility to give you some movement as well. So one more time, live good vibrations. Head to chubbyshorts.com/chat. Use the code CHAT for 20% off. Of course, they have some of the vibrant and loud tops, but if you just want a standard shirt or a polo, Chubby's has that as well, and you always have to love their logo. Next up, for the Philadelphia Eagles here, they of course had to tap into the Georgia well, and they are drafting a linebacker who was a former highly touted recruit coming out of high school in Smile Mondone Jr. He does have some injury concerns, and he's missed some time throughout his Georgia career. He's not the fastest player, but at 6'2", 224 at that linebacker spot, the speed is good enough. He does have a large wingspan at 80 1/8 inches. And so, long-armed athlete who's lean, defined muscle tone. He hails from Dallas, Georgia. In 2024, 57 tackles, 4 TFLs, 3 sacks. And he really is a good all-around athlete with good closing speed. He will bring Philadelphia some special teams value with plenty of punt coverage reps. He is not the best prospect dropping back in coverage, but at the very least, I do think that he can help the Eagles on special teams right away. He was a good on-field leader for Georgia. In 2022, he led the team in tackles but missed 2 games with an ankle injury. In 2023, second-team All-SEC player. Did miss a bowl game because of a left foot injury. And then in 2024, he missed 4 games as well with a foot injury. So the durability concerns, a big reason why he slid. And here's what the Athletics' Dane Brugler had to say in his scouting write-up about Smile Mondone. Needs to see things a half a beat faster, to reach his full potential, but the athletic range and toughness give him upside as a 4-down NFL linebacker. So his health could be a main concern, and that keeps him from becoming an NFL starter. But what's telling from Brugler there is that Mondone has an opportunity to, at some point maybe, become a 4-down linebacker. He likes to be coached hard. Georgia players and coaches really liked his character. I wouldn't say he's a thumper, but he does play downhill. Really the biggest concerns for him, dropping back into coverage and the lack of size, but it's yet another Georgia player making his way to the city of Philadelphia. And then the Eagles also went back into the trenches, and they continue to stock up there. In round 5, pick number 168, the Eagles taking Drew Kendall, center out of Boston College. His dad played in the NFL. Now, the Eagles did list him as a center and a guard. But when he was in Boston College, or at Boston College, and in college, I should say, he only played center. He was an all-SEC player. He was a team captain. And at this point, when the Eagles draft offensive linemen, you're just banking on them being able to develop under the best offensive line coach in the NFL in Jeff Stoutland. And you think about that Patriots dynastic era with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, one of the reasons why they were so dominant, they had Dante Scarnecchia, who up there with Jeff Stoutland as two of the best offensive line coaches in the NFL. Offensive line coaching, offensive line development, and offensive line talent, being able to have good players as starters, but being able to have good depth pieces. And just bringing those players along is so, so important. You look at a team like the San Francisco 49ers, they don't value the offensive line. They don't really invest in it. It couldn't be more of an opposite plan and strategy for the Philadelphia Eagles. And that's how I build my football teams. That's how I would prioritize it if I was putting together a roster. Kendall is a heady football player, good IQ, good in pass protection, didn't give up too many sacks last year, only one, moves well in a zone blocking setup, and he does have positional flexibility, but the thing is, 0 career non-center snaps. His Pro Football Focus grades in 2024 for Bill O'Brien's Boston College program, 78.8 on the overall, pass blocking grade of 81.5, run blocking grade of 75.9, and he was steady. He was consistent. Only gave up 1 sack. Moves pretty well, ran a 5.05, 40-yard dash. Here's Brugler on Kendall, too. Might not be a mauler, but he works hard to stay attached using his athletic body control and instinctive technique, which help him finish the mission. He offers NFL starting upside in his own blocking scheme. And so with Mondone and with Kendall, the Eagles are taking 2 players who evaluators think at some point, yeah, they can become starters. I like Kendall's fluidity. I imagine the Eagles like that as well. He's been very durable. Started 37 games the past 3 years, including 31 straight to finish his career. And he came up under the tutelage of a dad who was also an NFL offensive lineman. It's definitely an interesting draft class for the Eagles. They take Campbell, who was a top 10 player on their board. What are their plans for him? Is he going to be an edge linebacker? I'd like to see him do both. I thought it was a little bit of a reach to take Andrew Makuba out of Texas, a very C.J. Gardner-Johnson type of player with what he does on the field, the versatility, the game, but also the lack of size. But he does play physical and fast for his size. He's a 4'4" guy. Ty Robinson is 6'5", almost 290 pounds. He ran a sub 4.9 40-yard dash. He could help replace Milton Williams. Mac McWilliams is another undersized DB like Makuba. Eagles did not bring him in on a pre-draft visit, and he too has some injury concerns. Smile Mondone, Georgia Pipeline. The ability is there, and I believe he was a former 5-star recruit going to Georgia, but again, injuries for him. Drew Kendall, very durable, and then in round 6, 181, a potential backup quarterback, and a local native, a Kyle McCord, who grew up in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, and went to St. Joe's Prep and played there alongside Marvin Harrison. And they both went to Ohio State before McCord went to Syracuse and straight up was able to sling it, chucking the rock and balling out in 2024 under Fran Brown. Grade the Eagles draft so far. A, B, C, D, or F. I'm going to go somewhere in that B range as of right now. We'll see what they do with their remaining picks. Be on the lookout here on the show because we will be doing draft grades for all 7 rounds once the draft wraps up. All right, let's talk Kyle McCord for a YouTube short because that's going to do some numbers here. And that was at what? 6th round, 181. How about this pick for the Philadelphia Eagles on day 3 of the draft in the 6th round at 181 overall? The Eagles are taking quarterback Kyle McCord out of Syracuse, who is a local guy. He played his high school ball at the legendary program St. Joe's Prep alongside Marvin Harrison Jr., and he's from Mount Laurel, New Jersey. He went to Ohio State originally, and it didn't really work out well for him there. Ohio State wanted to move on. They went with Will Howard. It worked out for Ohio State because they won the national championship with Chip Kelly as the OC, but it worked out for McCord because he transferred to Syracuse under Fran Brown, a former assistant under Matt Rule, and McCord balled out. He threw for 4,700 yards. The production was excellent. He's a gunslinger, good pocket feel, good accuracy, puts the ball where receivers can catch it, and has really good arm strength. The Eagles call themselves a quarterback factory. This is a part of that. All right.
Some notable picks. Eagles took McCord at 181.
Yep.
Pats go kicker.
Andres Borregales. The best kicker in this class.
Titans then go Marcus Harris, corner out of Cal. Saints go Devin Neal, running back out of Kansas. I like Devin Neal a lot. He has everything except for the long speed and athletic ability you might be looking for out of a running back, but he does everything else at such an elite level. I love that pick for the Saints. He's a really good player. Then the Steelers. They go with their quarterback finally, and they take the Pennsylvania native, the Philly native, Will Howard.
Oh, okay. I like that for Pittsburgh. Look, we don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. Right now, Mason Rudolph is their QB1. Will Howard in round 6. That's good value. It makes sense. They passed up on Shedeur Sanders so many times.
Yeah.
And clearly they valued Will Howard more than Shedeur.
So Will Howard staying in state. Going to Pittsburgh. And the Ravens take the second kicker of the draft, Tyler Loop out of Arizona. So 2 kickers now gone in the 6th round, pretty close to each other. And the Texans. Guy we talked about a lot on the show, Jalen Reed, Penn State safety.
Oh, yeah.
Going to Houston. 6th round. I like that. I like that. Tennessee Titans go Khalil Mullings, running back out of Michigan. Shout out to James Yoder, who actually wanted to come in here. Let me message him that we're done with the cut. I don't know what he wants with you, Chase, but he wants something.
Who?
James.
Oh,
I think it has to do with the McCord pick.
Oh, I did Slack him separately.
And the Eagles actually, their pick is in at 191 already.
Okay.
And waiting for this to sync up here. Let's see.
Riley Leonard to the Colts, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's staying in Indiana.
Riley Leonard. Interesting.
And then the Eagles pick is in after that as well.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, I guess the Colts have 2 picks, Chip.
Yeah, they had 2 picks, but I don't know
But
how.
we don't know 190 yet.
I guess I can show it. It's fine. So we don't know the Colts pick a 190 yet. We know their pick a 189 is Riley Leonard. They have another pick a 190, but it's already been reported that the Eagles are going back to the O-line
Okay.
at 191. Myles Hinton, offensive tackle out of Michigan.
All right. Maybe that's why James wanted my attention.
Man, right. So the Colts have Riley Leonard, Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones. Quite an interesting quarterback room. Very interesting quarterback room. Yeah, so here's that pick. Myles Hinton.
All right, Myles Hinton to the Eagles there, round 6, 191. They drafted Drew Kendall, 168, a center out of Boston College, all ACC player. And then they go back to the offensive line with Hinton here at 191. So we can go through Myles Hinton here and talk a little bit about him. Let's see. What do we got here on Myles Hinton? 6'6", 325. Big dude. I like McCord. I think he can be one of the top QBs in this class, to be honest with you. He was slinging it last year. Good tackle versatility from Hinton. Yeah, let's hear from Bossman James Yoder about Myles Hinton or Kyle McCord. You know both.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've been friends.
You can get on camera, too, right here.
Hey, look, manifested it.
Eagles now, Eagles now, baby.
I've known his dad since he was like a sophomore, maybe junior in high school.
McCord's, yeah.
He's been out in Dallas. We've hung out. I just think the world of the family. I think they're awesome. We hung out at the Ohio State Notre Dame game last year, and I mean, look, I thought he'd go earlier than what he went.
Me too.
I don't know if he's going to obviously start in Philly with what they got in Jalen Hurts, but if Hurts goes down, what an arm from McCord. I mean, he can throw the ball. I would say he's probably got the second or third strongest arm in this class.
Yep.
Maybe some decision-making at times at Ohio State.
Gunslinger.
Was limited. Threw the ball sometimes when he shouldn't have, and then didn't throw the ball sometimes when he should. But I think he figured all that out at Syracuse last year. Outside of the one game they lost where he threw the 5 picks, it was almost a flawless season, right?
Yep.
Taking a 4-win team to a 10-win team. So excited about it. I'm going to try to get him on the show, Chase, before too long.
Oh, let's go. Yeah, totally down.
He's got a sponsorship deal through NIL that goes to the pros with I don't know how you guys do this with the echoing shit. I don't know, I might take this off. Hearing myself talk. We should, they've got he's had a draft party tomorrow. I think there's a couple other prospects that are doing deals with that are from Philly area with BW3 Buffalo Wild Wings, right?
Okay, cool.
So, we're having a draft party on Sunday, etc. So telling Brett right now, we're chasing ship. Championship parade, draft party. We might have to go. You know? So,
let's go.
Excited for it, man. I think he's got a good potential backup for a few years. We'll see where his career takes him. So,
good developmental player. And then what do you know about Myles Hinton?
So you got to okay,
Eagles
cool.
took him
so,
as well.
I did not see that one.
Yeah.
Was a 5-star, went to Stanford for a couple years. His brother was at Michigan, got drafted by the Giants a few years back. But I would say unlikely to make the team, right? He's a size, he has the ability, but he's kind of just like there. I wouldn't say he's a road grader. He never really made a massive impact at Michigan. A 2-year starter, but there were times in the 2023 season where he got taken out for like 1 or 2 quarter stretches. Michigan would rotate 6 offensive linemen in pretty frequently in 22 and 23, sometimes go with the 6 lineman set. And Hinton was kind of always in the championship game the first guy out that would sometimes, he'd get taken out the second series or the third quarter, wouldn't make it back in. So the only returning starter on the line this past season, and so was kind of the main guy. But, he's okay. I didn't expect him to get drafted maybe even this high. I thought maybe late 7th round. So, but got ability. I mean, he was a 5-star coming out of high school for a reason, so he's got ability.
Cool.
Yeah. So, a lot of snaps played. I mean, 4-year college
that's
starter,
what I'm seeing.
Stanford, Michigan, so tons of snaps, and it's not like he was one of these guys that sat the bench for 3 years, played 10 games, and was going to the pros.
Yeah, 19 starts at right tackle, 12 at left tackle. So that's James, boss man here at Chat Sports, host of the Michigan Football Report. So that's the Michigan insight there. And then, as he said, knows Kyle McCord and his family very, very well. So always good to get that insight here on the show. Appreciate Yoder for coming on in here.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to actually re-record that McCord one because I went a little bit over a minute for the short. So, all right, McCord, Miles Hinton. Again, Niners not on the clock here for a little while until they have 3 picks, which are kind of combined very closely in round 7. Let's see here. So we're at 192 in the 6th right now. How about this pick for the Philadelphia Eagles in the 6th round? They have called themselves a quarterback factory. Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni. They've echoed that time and time again. And so they are taking Syracuse quarterback Kyle McCord here in the NFL draft. And he's a local guy from Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Played at the legendary program St. Joe's Prep in Philadelphia alongside Marvin Harrison Jr. And he started off at Ohio State, won a lot of games there, but then transferred to Syracuse, and Ohio State replaced him with Will Howard, and he really put it together in 2024. You saw the confidence come about, good leadership qualities, and he's one of my favorite quarterbacks in this class. Good size, good arm strength, good accuracy, puts the ball in a catchable spot for his receivers, basically rewrote the record books for a single season in Syracuse program history, overtaking Donovan McNabb, led the country with 4,700 plus passing yards, and he threw for 34 touchdowns. All right. We continue to get it going on Philadelphia Eagles now in the 49ers report.
All right, so the Colts took Riley Leonard, and then Tim Smith, defensive tackle out of Alabama. Eagles took Miles Hinton, as we said. Seahawks go Bryce Campbell,
Okay.
guard out of Kansas. Then we got 2 more picks that just came in. Bengals go Taj Brooks, running back out of Texas Tech. And then Jags go Jalen McLeod, linebacker, Auburn. Buddy Moles, who's winning the Super Chip? I don't know, Niners or Eagles. I can show you right now.
I'll
tell
you right now,
what,
brother.
it's not close. It's not close.
49ers report is up, and they're up by a sizable margin here.
They're up by $500.
Yeah. Can we get to 1,000? The Niners report has not gotten to 1,000 yet in the NFL draft. Can we get there today?
Someone on Eagles got to make a push. Make it more respectable at the very least. Again, the highest individual super chat on each channel wins the jersey of the first round pick. So for Eagles, that'd be Jahad Campbell.
Yep.
And the MVP football. Right now, our highest super chat on Eagles is 3 different people with $50. So
Yep.
$50 is the number to beat on Eagles.
That's it.
That's it. I'll make a deal right now while we're sitting here kind of waiting for these picks. Next person to send in a $100 super chat, that would normally be 10 raffle tickets. I'll give you 20 raffle tickets, and I will do a beer bong for you. So you get double the amount of raffle tickets to win a draft hat. Eagles or Niners, whatever channel sends it in. And I'll do another beer bong for you. I got a lemon lime Happy Dad ready to go. Yeah, Rusty, Eagles did get Kyle McCord. Take another quarterback.
Yeah, I kind of like Kyle McCord for the Niners, too, because they kind of had more of a need for a quarterback, but interesting nonetheless. All right. Drew Kendall was the other one. And then Miles Hinton. 3 most recent ones.
Super chat on Eagles, K. Burton, $2.
K. Burton. All right, let me use the bathroom here, then I'll be right back. Chip can chop it up with the peeps, and I will be right back.
All right, here is that $2 super that came in. K. Burton, thank you for the donation. Appreciate that. Robert Smith, any signed jerseys available? So the jerseys aren't signed, but if you do win a jersey, we will send it to us first, and we'll write you a little note with the jersey, and you'll have that note with the jersey, but the jerseys are not signed by the player. But again, if you're the MVP, you send in a $300 super chat, you get the jersey of the first round pick and our MVP football. Number to beat on Niners is $300. So you have to beat $300 to win that. Number to beat on Eagles is $50. But if you send in $200, you can get a jersey of any Niners player that you please, or Eagles. So for $200, you get a jersey. $300, you get, well, if you're the MVP, you get the draft jersey and the football. And again, I said if someone sends in a $100 super chat right now, we're doing a raffle as well. So even if you aren't the MVP and you send in a super chat, you still have a chance to win something. We're doing a draft hat raffle. So We'll spin a wheel, and whoever wins a 49ers and Eagles draft hat. It's $10 for a raffle ticket. So that would mean $100 is 10 raffle tickets. If someone sends in $100, I'll give you 20 raffle tickets, and I'll do a beer bong. But only the next person to do that. Yeah, so Eagles have 2 more picks. They just picked at 191. They have 207 and 209. Can you go over the picks so far? Yeah. I can do that. Colby. We'll go over the Niners picks and the Eagles picks that they've made in the draft so far. It's a good idea. So we'll start with the Niners here since you asked on Niners. Niners, of course, want Mykel Williams in the first round, edge out of Georgia at number 11. Going to really be able to set the edge and was injured pretty much all last year. I think he could play a lot better than what he showed last season. He was dealing with an ankle injury all season long. Alfred Collins, another run stuffer along the defensive line on the interior there. Second round, number 43 overall. So really beefing up the trenches in the defensive line, raising the floor of that defensive line. Neither of these guys project to be great pass rushers right away, although Mykel Williams can be a great pass rusher with time. Both good run stoppers. Then they go Nick Martin, so defense again at that linebacker spot. Plays a lot like Dre Greenlaw. Niners fans are going to like that. Defense again with their 4th pick, round 3, number 100 for the Niners. Go Upton Stout, slot corner out of Western Kentucky. CJ West, another defensive tackle out of Indiana, another good run stopper. So really a big focus for the Niners on stopping the run. Jordan Watkins, receiver out of Ole Miss. Jordan James, running back out of Oregon. And then Marquise Siegel, safety out of Kansas State. So that is where the Niners are at right now. And then they will pick at 227, 249, 252 in the 7th round. So 3 more picks left for San Francisco. For the Eagles, Jahad Campbell in the 1st round. Can play linebacker, can play edge. Andrew Makuba, safety out of Texas in the 2nd round. Plays a lot like C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Plays well back there on the deep end of the field. Then Ty Robinson, defensive tackle out of Nebraska. Had some good production, 6-year senior. Mac McWilliams, corner out of UCF in the 5th round. And then 4 more picks here. They got Smile Mondone, linebacker out of Georgia. Back to the Georgia pipeline.
Back to the Georgia well.
On defense there. Drew Kendall, center out of Boston College. And the Eagles go quarterback Kyle McCord. Led the FBS in passing yards last year. Over 4,000 passing yards. Gunslinger. Can make some bad decisions, though, but an intriguing player in the 6th round as they add to that quarterback farm. And then Miles Hinton, offensive tackle out of Michigan. Huge dude with a lot of experience, but has to put it all together. And then Eagles have 2 more picks remaining in the 6th round at 207 and 209. Juju trade 207 and 209 for Trey Hendrickson. It's never going to happen. Never going to happen. But I like the thought. I like the thought.
All right. I could talk about Jordan James a little bit for a little YouTube short action. Didn't do one there.
Yeah, gotcha, Colby. Of course. Dennis, what's a draft head look like? Got one to show? Actually, we can.
Yes.
Well, we have the picture of the. Eagles Now hats, right? Those are the ones we're giving away on Venmo.
Well, no, we Fanatic Sheet, we did draft hats a while ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I could pull that up. Yeah, Dennis, I could show the.
Yeah. Well, let me just record this for a minute on Jordan James.
Yep.
Let's talk about Oregon running back Jordan James, who the 49ers took in the 5th round at 145. This is a Kyle Shanahan, Bobby Turner type of running back. He's decisive. He has pretty good vision. He's a really good scheme fit for the outside zone, which is what Shanahan runs. And Oregon coach Dan Lanning, who is one of the top young, up-and-coming coaches in the country, even tweeted out that Jordan James is a great fit for San Francisco, given how they've been able to develop and utilize running backs. He's also a good pass catcher. He can do some work there and has to improve a little bit, but the ability and potential certainly a part of his game. And he's a good pass protector as a blocker. I also like how sure-handed he is. 0 career fumbles. Last year, 233 carries, nearly 1,300 yards and 15 touchdowns. And I think that he's going to have an opportunity to get carries right from the get-go. What type of NBA playoff games we got tonight?
Yeah, we actually already had one. The Cavs blew out the Heat today.
Okay, so that's a sweep, right?
They're up 3-0.
3-0.
They're
Okay.
probably going to sweep. And then the Thunder and Grizzlies are playing right now. No Ja Morant for the Grizzlies.
Okay.
That one right now. Thunder only up 1, though, at half, 60-59. Then we got Rockets Warriors later tonight, and then Nuggets Clippers is about to start right now. All right, we can show these Eagles
That's
Eagles
the
and
Clippers
Niners draft
looking to go up 3-1.
Yeah, I think so. At home, take a commanding lead in that series. All right, then, as you asked, we delivered. Here's the Eagles draft hat. This is what this looks like. So if you win the raffle, this is what you'll be getting on Eagles now. Sweet Eagles draft hat. And then the Niners one. There's 2 different versions as well. You have the black with the Liberty Bell on there.
Yep.
And then you have the kind of cream as
And
well.
you can get it that style or the like dad hat style. There's also fitted and snapbacks available too. And then on the Niners, got them too, Chip.
Got them both. Niners draft hats also in multiple colors, multiple styles. They have that new design on the brim this year.
I think these are fresh hats. I haven't loved draft hats always in recent years, but these and this version, definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah. So again, if you want your chance to win one, $10, every $10 you send in gets you a raffle ticket to win, and we're going to spin a wheel to see who wins the draft hat. So every $10 you send in, one raffle ticket. I did say whoever the next person is to send in a $100 super chat. Instead of giving you 10 tickets, which is what that would be worth, I'll give you 20 and a beer bong. But only the next person who sends in 100.
I see Juju in the seat. Can y'all see hitting that right guard like Becton moving, folks? I could see why you have that idea. The thing with Hinton is that he's not really a mauler. He's not really a road grading offensive lineman. He's huge. He was definitely a highly coveted player for Jim Harbaugh, and then before that at Stanford. But he doesn't really play that physical for his size. Mekhi Becton, he beat people up. And so you heard it from James, who covers Michigan football. Doesn't know if he's going to make the roster. So we'll see. If not, maybe a practice squad guy. But look, it's 6th round.
Colby Cash, how many if I give 100 on Venmo?
For what?
How many raffle tickets? I said I'd give 20 raffle tickets to the next person who sent in a $100 super chat.
I mean, how about this? If you send in a $100 Venmo, we'll give you 10 raffle tickets, and I'll send you a 49ers Report hat.
Boom.
And you said that on Niners? Is that on Niners?
Yes, Colby Cash asked that on Niners.
Colby. So I'll send you a 49ers Report hat. I can show you here. I'll send you a 49ers Report hat if you send in a $100 Venmo. And then we'll give you 10 raffle tickets to win the Niners Report, or 49ers draft hat, excuse me.
I said I would do a beer bong too for 100, so that still applies. Marquise, what's our 6th round pick number? Niners are not picking the 6th round.
Yep. No 6th-round picks for Niners. How about what's up with NFL Network not being live from Green Bay right now? Why are they doing stuff in the studio?
Really? They didn't send people out? I mean,
Well, no, because like Rich Eisen's been there, and last night they had Daniel Jeremiah and others, but like right now they're on the set.
maybe they called it for late day 3.
Called it for late day 3.
I think they were out there earlier today.
Yeah, they were. Joe Klatt was there last night. What are we doing?
Buddy, talking about the Niners, we have 3 picks in the 7th round. Hope to God they're all offensive linemen.
That's funny.
Rusty, I'm surprised we didn't get a tight end yet. We're keeping Goddard. Yeah, Rappaport reported that the Eagles are going to keep Goddard.
Yeah, we'll probably hit on that on Monday. Could do a YouTube short on that.
Last year's draft was blind luck for the Niners. I don't say that.
I actually like some of what they've done. I mean, I don't like how they haven't addressed the offensive line at all, but I think they've picked up some good players to help try to change the identity of their football team. And I think some of the players that they're bringing in definitely have some promise. Susan, I got your email for the Bosa jersey. All good on that front. I got you. What's interesting about Marcus Siegel, too, who the Niners took, he said he could play 4 spots. Free safety, strong safety, nickel, and dime. Fastest safety that the Niners have drafted since Tarvarius Moore. Interesting. Moore went in the 3rd round. Siegel going, obviously, a little bit later.
I didn't even realize this. The Steelers took Jack Sawyer and Will Howard, so they're reunited in Pittsburgh.
Okay, 2 Ohio State Buckeyes. Not having to travel far.
Matthew Golden's going to wear number 22 for the Packers.
22?
Yeah.
I hate that. Kobe King to the Vikings. That pick just in. That's at 201. Jags was at 200.
Yeah, so now they're up again at 202. Back-to-back from Minnesota. Austin Scarberry!
What do we got? What do we got? Oh! Scarberry's back. What's up, boys? What did I miss? I was at a wedding. Side note, anybody watching the Supercross tonight in the Steelers Stadium? Austin DM'd me yesterday. He's like, dude, you got to get into motocross. And I was like, bro. Or motocross, Supercross. Those guys are freak athletes. on the low. Like, they've got some stones, they've got some balls, but they're good athletes too. In order to do that, like, you have to be really flexible. Otherwise, if you're not, you're just going to be tearing ligaments and breaking bones. That's cool, though. It's at Acrisure Stadium, formerly known as Heinz Field. Sure, that'll be a good environment. Pittsburgh's located in a place where they're going to draw some good crowds for that type of event. You can get very rural in that part of Pennsylvania, but you're close to Ohio. You're close to West Virginia as well. What did you miss? Oh, we can recap all the Niners picks for you. Still no offensive lineman, Austin. It's quite crazy. Obviously, round 1, pick 11, edge rusher Mykel Williams. Round 2, 43 overall, Alfred Collins, the defensive tackle out of Texas. Nick Martin, linebacker, Oklahoma State, 75 overall in round 3. Upton Stout, also in round 3, pick 100 out of Western Kentucky, cornerback. CJ West, defensive tackle, Indiana, round 4, 113. The first offensive pick for the Niners, Austin, was Jordan Watkins, 4.3 speedster out of Ole Miss, at 138 in round 4 as well. And then they go back to offense and another Jordan with Jordan James, round 5, 147. He's a running back out of Oregon. Really fits what the Niners look for in running backs. Marcus Siegel can play a couple of different positions in the secondary. Fastest safety that the Niners have drafted since Tarvarius Moore in 2018. He played at Kansas State. And so that's everything that the Niners have done so far. Shedeur Sanders went to the Browns, Austin.
Yeah.
That was a pretty big moment. Also with the 50, let's go. Almost done with the beer boot here. Austin Scarberry, thanks for the 50. Do we take Willie Lampkin, Paul Watson? Maybe with one of those 3 7th-rounders. Up to 803 in Super Chats on Niners. Which, Chip, let's show last night's numbers. I think we're getting close to beating it.
Yeah.
$232 on Eagles. Where are the big dogs at? Where's Jonathan Ephraim? We actually beat our number from last night.
Yeah.
So day 2, we did $700 in Super Chats on Niners. And today, day 3, 803. Let's get to 1,000. That's the number I love getting to. Electric.
Now, Eagles has some work to do.
Yeah, Eagles now has some work to do. 670 day 2. 2K day 1. 232 day 3. And let's see. We're at 204 right now, and there are 257 picks in the NFL draft.
That means Eagles are coming up soon, right? Yeah, Eagles are at 207 and 209.
Yep.
And then we're going to recap those 3 picks.
Yep.
Starting with
Hinton.
Yeah, Hinton.
Yep. Ravens should get Donovan Edwards. Hey, we'll see if another Michigan player gets taken. He actually ran pretty well at the combine. I was surprised by that, but yeah, deep running back class. And so maybe in other years, you'd see some of these running backs go off the board a little bit earlier, but this year, not as much. R.J. Harvey taken 60th overall by Denver, getting some Darren Sproles comps. I like R.J. Harvey. I love that line from Maurice Jones-Drew. Makes people pull their hamstrings trying to catch him. Hey, I mean, if NFL Network isn't going to go live from the draft, at least we have Baldy on. Medrano to the Commanders at 205. That pick is officially in.
All right, so we got Bills 206 and Eagles at 207 and 209. Damian Martinez is still available.
Yep. The Miami running back. Johnny Cornelius, a guard out of Oregon, to the Cowboys.
Of course, Trace is tweeting out how he needs the Saints to draft an Arkansas player in round 7.
Woo pig, baby.
Woo pig, I can respect it.
All right, Eagles in the hole.
Buddy Moles, the Giants took Cam Scadaboo. That's
Yep.
who you're talking about.
Early in round 4. Chase Lunt to the Bills.
He was still on the board?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
$20. Juan Feliciano.
Hey, Juan, what up, brother? What's up, Chase and Chipper? Still hope. 4 to 7. Offensive lineman, give me a spin, bros. Hey, we'll spin that wheel for you.
Yes, sir.
Man, need offensive linemen, right? We really running it back with Jake Brendel and Colton McKivitz. And then at left guard, Ben Barch or Spencer Burford. Bold strategy when you're about to pay your quarterback. All right, let's spin that wheel, Chip.
Let's do it.
For Juan.
And we got another 20 just now.
Hey, 2 wheel spins coming up. Here we go.
All right, first one is for Juan, and then we'll show you super chats, of course, on screen.
Talk about a team. I saw some people on Niners saying, hey, what are the picks? We can run through them.
Absolutely.
Wheel spin 2.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
It's for Basra 95 here. Jumping jacks for Chase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Boom. So that was for Juan and Basra, 95.
So did that spin for one, and then here is the one from Basra. Hope we get some good alignment this draft. Not yet. Haven't gotten any.
Cam Williams to the Niners or to the Eagles.
Oh!
Another offensive lineman. Cameron Williams is huge. 6'6", 334. Had been as heavy as 380 pounds. If you would have gone back to school, could have been a first rounder.
I like it. I like it.
Wow.
Quinn Ewers is still on the board, huh?
Holy shit, I didn't think about that. Yeah. Former number 1 overall recruit in high school.
Is he going to go undrafted? I like this pick, man. 6 rounds, great value.
Yeah, great value. This could end up being one of the biggest steals of the draft. I like it. Wow. So Cam Williams, Howie Roseman, third offensive lineman. Dane Brugler had him as a 4th-round player.
Wow. Get him in the 6th.
We about to rip that that Eagles bid, or we got one more, right?
They should be up at 209.
Yep,
right?
they're up at 209.
Yeah. So Eagles pick again right now.
Jimmy Horn to Carolina. Another Colorado Buffalo.
All right, Eagles right back on the clock.
Final scheduled pick coming up. Okay, pick is in.
Fast.
Virginia Tech edge rusher Antoine Powell Ryland.
He's been the top player available on our board for a long time.
Yep.
It's just value.
Value, value, value. Cam Williams is a massive dude. 6'5", 334. Big body blocker. Big frame. 84.5-inch wingspan. 34.5-inch arms. Good leverage in the run game. Sometimes engulfs rushers with his pass slides. Heavy hands and strength. He's still young. 21 and a half years old. Went to Duncanville, south of Texas. 16 starts, so a little bit inexperienced. He was flagged 18 times in 16 starts. Sometimes gets a little bit off balance. Dude, he exceeded 370 pounds during his sophomore year at Texas. So consistent conditioning is going to be really important for Cameron Williams.
All right, so after picking Antoine Powell-Ryland now here at 209, that's the draft for the Eagles.
That's
unless
the
they
draft.
trade back in for some reason, but
And then for Antoine Powell-Ryland, Tom had third-round grades on Cam Williams and Antoine Powell-Ryland.
yeah, he's terrified.
All right. A lot of picks to talk about.
Yeah, 3 players.
All right. Who are we starting off with again? That's Hinton, right? Yep. Antoine Powell-Ryland, 19 TFLs in 2024, 16 sacks. Ooh, and ESPLs to the Ravens. Man, they are killing this draft. All right, so 3 picks that we're going to talk about here on Eagles Now. And it's a pretty classic Howie Roseman way to end the draft. More than 300 people watching live on Eagles Now. About 300 on the Niners report. We're at 843 in Supers. If we get to 1,000, I have one more shotgun to do. How did Antoine Powell-Ryland fall this far? Was that Florida then went to Virginia Tech? I mean, we're talking about great production. Consistent in the run game, but come on. All right. Miles Hinton, Cameron Williams, Antoine Powell-Ryland coming up. All right, here we go. Let's do it. The Philadelphia Eagles have made 3 more picks here in the 2025 NFL Draft as we continue to inch closer toward the end of this particular draft. And I think the Eagles just rounded out their final 3 picks in classic Howie Roseman fashion. We know that Howie Roseman loves to build his teams along the trenches and load up on offensive linemen and defensive linemen. When we were at the NFL Combine, he had said, I have a healthy obsession with finding offensive linemen in the trenches and defensive linemen in the trenches. Well, with the final 3 picks for the Eagles, they went offensive line, offensive line, and offensive line. Two of the three players I really like. And we're going to get into it here on this edition of Eagles Now by Chat Sports. I'm Chase Sr. The first pick that we're going to talk about is Myles Hinton, offensive tackle out of Michigan. The Eagles take him in round 6 with the 191st overall selection. And Myles Hinton is a player who is huge in stature. Almost 6'7", 325 pounds. He started his college career at Stanford. Clearly, they have academic standards there, and so very smart, high character. When he was in high school, as a freshman, he was getting recognition from places like Alabama, Auburn, Florida, Miami, Ohio State, USC. A lot of people thought that he was going to join his older brother at Michigan. But instead, he decided to go to Stanford, and an interesting career there. He's a solid athlete, paired with the high football IQ, offers the traits that you want. But what's weird about him, and you saw this at Stanford, you saw it at Michigan, needs to finish more often, is not a road grader for his size, left a lot to be desired, sometimes plays tall, and his hand placement is a little bit too low, and so that leads to swipes from defensive linemen. And at Stanford, after being the highly touted recruit that he was, 12 games, 9 starts in 2021, 7 games, 7 starts in 2022, missed 5 games due to an injury, and then he transferred to Michigan, where he played in 13 games, but only started 5 games. 4 at right tackle, 1 at left tackle. And Jim Harbaugh would rotate him in and out of the lineup at offensive tackle because he was a little bit too inconsistent, and Michigan used some jumbo packages, and sometimes they would just like to play 6 offensive linemen. Now, this past year at Michigan, played in 10 games and started 10, but the results were really just okay. Overall PFF grade of 69, pass blocking grade of 69.4, run blocking grade of 66, and he did only give up 1 sack. Well-built, NFL quality length for sure, 82 3/4 inch wingspan, arms of 34 1/8 inches, pretty coordinated mover for 325 pounds. Was only flagged once over his final 2 years at Michigan, but just needs to be more forceful and pass protection. Maybe Jeff Stoutland could bring that out of him. I think he's more of a practice squad player to start his career. I don't think he's going to make the 53-man roster for the Eagles. And some of his nuances with this technique just need to be a little bit better, like the aforementioned hand placement. Here's what the Athletic's Dane Brugler said on Myles Hinton. This is an NFL draft analyst that we certainly respect and appreciate here at Chat Sports. Hinton leaves you wanting more on his tape, but his traits are appealing. He has the length, feet, and core strength to stabilize his blocks. He projects as a depth piece for an NFL offensive line with swing tackle potential. And speaking of that swing tackle ability, that's what he did in college. 19 starts at right tackle and 12 starts at left tackle. So maybe a backup swing tackle for the foreseeable future for the Philadelphia Eagles here. Then, later on in round 6, at 207 overall, this is a pick that I absolutely love. There's some boomer bust to it, but in the 6th round, you take chances on players like this. The Eagles take Cameron Williams, offensive tackle out of Texas. He was a surprise player to classify for the NFL draft, because if he went back to Texas, he's only 21 and a half years old, and he's a little bit inexperienced, and he played well in 2025, he could have garnered first-round buzz because he is very, very gifted, very talented, and he is a massive human being. 6'5", 334 pounds. In 2024, 15 games played, only an overall PFF grade of 67.4, 5 sacks. His last 2 years, he was penalized a lot. but he is a raw, talented player who will need time to fix his technique issues. Great physical tools and a strong anchor. His footwork not the most fluid, and sometimes it can make him slower in pass protection. But you think about the traits that Cameron Williams has and the potential that he has. Again, if he goes back to Texas, this is a player and a prospect who could go in the first round next year. And the Eagles get him in round 6. This could end up being one of the steals of the draft potentially. And it's a similar type of story, I think, of what we could see with Cam Williams, what we saw with Mekhi Becton, where if he's a little bit too big and a little bit too small to play offensive tackle, then you just slide him inside and he has overwhelming power to play guard. Big body, broad frame, tree trunks for legs, length for days, 34.5-inch arms, 84.5-inch wingspan. Functional mobility for his size, but he's still very, very young in his football life, and this is a player who will now go to the Eagles, not have to be thrust into action right away. They have a top 5 offensive line in football, the best offensive line coach in the NFL, with Jeff Stoutland coaching, maximizing, and developing these players. And down the road, he could end up being a terrific offensive tackle. He's also pretty comfortable climbing, getting out in space on pull blocks in the run game. And as we know, the Eagles really like that within their offensive system, within their running game, and with their offensive linemen. Here's what Dane Brugler said about Williams. Incredibly raw, which presents itself in several ways, but the physical traits and power, easy to identify, and will have NFL offensive line coaches excited about developing him. As long as his knee is healthy, he has down-the-road starting ability at tackle or guard. As far as some of the weaknesses for him, he was flagged 18 times in 16 career starts. That included 11 false starts, 6 holding calls, 1 unsportsmanlike penalty. He, at one point during his sophomore season at Texas, exceeded 370 pounds. And so, like Mekhi Becton, again, that's why I threw out that comparison, consistent conditioning, strict regimen with conditioning, and what he's eating with nutrition will be important. The sprained knee that he suffered in December of 2024 did require surgery after the year. Those long-term medicals will be important. All of his starts did come at right tackle, and he primarily was a right tackle in high school. Well, guess what? Lane Johnson's getting a little bit older. Could this be a developmental player to eventually take over for Lane Johnson? Something to think about here. But while he's raw, he has those traits that you look for in an imposing, dominant offensive lineman who I think at the NFL level could have guard or tackle flexibility. So hitting on Cameron Williams, I'm like, wow. And the next player who we're going to discuss was one of the most productive defensive ends in all of college football. And I can't wait to evaluate him and talk about him coming up just around the corner. If you've been watching our Day 3 NFL draft coverage, you know it's been powered by our friends at Chubby's. Skies out, thighs out. Limited time only for our loyal viewers, our real ones, our legends. We're giving you 20% off if you use the code CHAT at chubbyshorts.com/chat. Spring is here. Summer is around the corner. And this ain't the time for fooling around. It's time to look good, feel good, get some shorts, get some polos, get some shorts, swimming trunks, shirts to up your swag game. And Chubby's has everything that you have to offer in one. Bright polos that demand attention. Yeah, they got you. Killer shorts that show off those beautiful thighs. Double check. Hitting up the pool or the beach, their classic line swim collection has your new favorite trunk for those sunny days. And for everything non-water related, I really like their original shorts. They provide that classic look with a fresh vibe and a modern fit. And for a mix of laid-back style and performance, you have to try their everywhere shorts. look, at the end of the day, your wardrobe deserves a springtime and summertime upgrade. So to sweeten this deal, limited time, we're giving you 20% off using that code CHAT. I like their bright, loud, vibrant polos. And come on, this wouldn't be a true ad read if we didn't mention Chubby's Classic Line Swim Collection. Without hyperbole, the absolute top of the men's swimwear game. And I also like some of the flexibility, the durability, the stretchability of their products. So whether you're getting dressed for the workday, a workout, or a weekend getaway, Chubby's has you covered. For a limited time, Chubby's giving our viewers 20% off. Use that code CHAT, chubbyshorts.com/chat. We'll put that link down below in the comment section and in the description of today's Philadelphia Eagles now. So Cam Williams, according to our draft expert, Tom Downey, he had a third-round grade on him. He also had a third-round grade on Antoine Powell-Ryland, edge rusher out of Virginia Tech. He originally began his college career at Florida. He wanted to be closer to home, so he transferred to Virginia Tech. And get this for his college production last year. And really, the insane production the last 2 years. In 2023, first year at Virginia Tech, 13 games, 12 starts, 14.5 tackles for loss, 9.5 sacks, 3 forced fumbles. Then in 2024, 12 games, 12 starts, 19 TFLs, 16 sacks. For instance, Mike Green led college football with 17. Antoine Powell-Ryland right behind him with 16, and once again, 3 forced fumbles. This is a player who can play against the run, who has shown a consistent, proven ability to sack the quarterback, and this is another player in this Eagles draft class, whether it's Andrew Makuba or Antoine Powell-Ryland or others, who have this knack for generating turnovers. Antoine Powell-Ryland has 3 forced fumbles in each of the last 3 years. So an extremely productive college player. And evaluators have concerns about his size. But here's the thing. He's 6'2", right around 260, with the 4.69 40-yard dash ran at the NFL Combine. The arms are definitely a little bit shorter, 31.25 inch, wingspan of 76 1/8, but a 4.69 40 at around 260 pounds, that plays. And sometimes we worry too much about the measurables. We're talking about 14.5 and 19 TFLs the last 2 years, and then 9.5 and 16 sacks. He'll threaten with speed. He does have good flexibility in his lower half. Almost half of his tackles in 2024 came in the backfield, 44.2%. Good timing with his hands. He plays with good leverage. He can rip the ball away. 9 forced fumbles over the last 3 years. Blocked an extra point against Syracuse in 2024. So maybe he can be a part of a special teams unit. And is he light? I don't know. Nolan Smith, I know he ran a 4.4. He's about 250 pounds soaking wet. Antoine Powell-Ryland is heavier than that. Sometimes he can tackle high. He's definitely not a player who you want dropping into space, but that's fine. The Eagles can have him as an attacking defensive end and or edge rusher. Did stay healthy in college, but flagged in the medical process because he did have multiple shoulder procedures while in high school. But for a 6th-round pick, for a player this productive, we'll see if he makes the team. But this could be like the Cameron Williams selection, 2 late-round hits for general manager Howie Roseman. So the Eagles' draft class as of right now is set and fortified. Jahad Campbell, round 1. Andrew Makuba, Round 2, Howie Roseman traded out of round 3. They took Ty Robinson in round 4, Mac McWilliams in round 5, Smile Mondone in round 5 as well, Drew Kendall in round 5, Kyle McCord, quarterback, round 6, Miles Hinton, round 6, Cameron Williams, round 6, and Antoine Powell-Ryland in round 6. Heavy on defense, heavy in the trenches. And now that I think about it, not a single skill position player taken in this draft. No wideouts, no running backs, no tight ends. And according to Ian Rappaport, the Eagles would like to bring Dallas Goedert back. I'd like to bring him back too. Hopefully just at a lower number. Stay tuned here. Coming up soon on Philadelphia Eagles Now, we'll put this up on the channel. My full 7-round 2025 Eagles draft grades. You don't want to miss it because we'll do deep dive analysis on every draftee for Philadelphia. But before we dip on out of here for this show, who's been your favorite pick so far for the Eagles? Okay. Recent picks here. Taj Brooks, running back, Texas Tech, to the Bengals. Jalen McLeod, Auburn linebacker, to the Jags. Luke Newman, guard out of Michigan State, to Chicago. Ahmad Hassanein, edge rusher, Boise State. Lions in round 6. This is gross. Graham Mertz, quarterback out of Florida, to Houston. Warren Brinson, defensive tackle, Georgia, to the Packers. Branson Taylor, offensive tackle, Pittsburgh, to the Chargers. Raywan Lane, the Navy safety, who the Eagles did meet with in the pre-draft, to the Jags at number 200. Kobe King, Penn State linebacker, round 6 to Minnesota. And then the Vikings back on the board with Gavin Bartholomew, tight end out of Pittsburgh. LeJonte Walker, Colorado wide receiver, to the Ravens at 203. Johnny Cornelius, offensive tackle, Oregon, to the Cowboys at 204. Kane Medrano, UCLA linebacker, taken by the Commanders there at 205. Chase Lunt, offensive tackle, UConn, to the Bills at 206. Eagles go Cameron Williams, as we talked about. Jimmy Horn Jr., another Colorado player taken. Panthers in round 6. Antoine Powell-Ryland, edge rusher, Virginia Tech, to the Eagles there at 209. Aeneas Peebles, Virginia Tech defensive tackle, to the Ravens at 210. Hayden Connor, Texas guard, to the Cardinals. Robert Longerbeam, Rutgers cornerback, to the Ravens. Tommy Mellett, wide receiver, Montana State. Pretty sure he was a quarterback in college. Freak athlete. And I was wondering if a team was going to take him as a wide receiver. R.J. Mickens, the Clemson safety. That's Chip's guy, to the Chargers. And then Cam Miller, the North Dakota State quarterback, also to the Raiders. So Tom Brady had Shadur Sanders ties and a relationship with him. They don't go Shadur when they had multiple times and opportunities to do that. But later in the draft, they take Cam Miller. Interesting. Interesting. Cam Williams could end up being the steal of the draft.
All right, Eagles are done. 3 picks left for San Francisco in round 7. But the Eagles draft is complete. Carol, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you hanging out with us every single day.
Carol Hosey, you're a legend. All right, I need to wake up. I need to wake up with the shotgun. Somebody help me out. We've been live every day, every round, every pick. I need a shotgun. $50 super chat. Let me do a shotgun.
Broncos just took a punter.
Wow.
Jeremy Crawshaw. Punter out of Florida at 216. So I think we're still ways away from the Niners.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're 249, 252. 249, 252. They have another one? 227. So 10 picks away from their first one. Yes, people asking again. Niners up at 227, 249, and 252. We are at 217 right now with the Cowboys on the clock. Buddy Moles!
Oh, Buddy Moles. He does it again. Let's go.
Interesting. So for Damian Martinez, we were wondering why he was still on the board. Brett Coleman says apparently he's very immature and had horrible interviews.
Really?
Yeah,
Man, can you imagine messing up to that level?
that's insane.
Like, you've got an opportunity to do something pretty awesome, man, and you're going to mess it up like that?
Brutal.
Oh, while we're on it, Bearded Niner, five raffle tickets for Saturday. Did you put that in there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can't forget. Bearded Niner, are you here? We didn't forget, baby.
And Buddy Moles, 5 more. Buddy Moles, the 50. And then, yeah, Bearded Niner with the super chat. And that 10 will get you another one. Keeping us on our toes, Bearded Niner, of course.
Is he in there?
Yeah, he sent in a super chat.
Oh, let's go. See, we never forget.
Yeah, so it was a 50 from Buddy Moles here. Scott, did I get 20 raffle tickets? Scott, yeah, if you send in a...
Round 7 is underway.
Yeah, Scott, you sent in a 200, so yeah. $200 equals 20 raffle tickets for you, Scott. You did indeed. And Romeo got 30.
Buddy Moles. Wait, that's crazy. I looked at the doc and I said, we got to remember about those Bearded Niner raffle tickets. He literally sent in a super chat right after that.
Yeah.
I didn't say it because Bearded Niner sent in that super.
That's nuts.
That's crazy. All right, let me take down this shotgun from Buddy Moles. Just a steady super chatter here today.
We got Kadoka here with a 5 as well.
Kadoka! How do you feel about Jordan Watkins? I like him, man. He was the only player in college football with 6+ catches, or 6 catches of 60+ yards. He averaged like 18 or 19 yards per catch. He could track the ball well, and he ran a 4.3 at the NFL Combine. Now, for whatever reason, the vertical speed doesn't always show up on tape, but the Niners needed a vertical threat, and they have him and Jacob Cowing, Ricky Pearsall, Brendan Ayuk, who can get past the defense. So I do like it. Bearded Niner!
Yes, sir.
We're up to 908 in supers on Niners. We got to get to 1,000, man. We get to 1,000, I'll finish this boot. Bearded Niner.
Chug, 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 chug.
Ah! Let's go. All right. I'm going to do a Cameron Williams short. Because, man, he could end up being one of the steals of the draft.
Giants just took Thomas Fedone.
Okay. I think he's a good tight end out of Nebraska.
They've had a good draft. Senator, here's the thing. I know technically, like, you took 2 offensive tackles and a center. They can all play all over the line. So it's not like you didn't take a guard. Like, they all have flexibility. Cameron Williams can have flexibility. The center they took. Drew Kendall can have flexibility. So these guys can play all over the line. All over the line. Kadoka with another 5. For those back-to-back 5s, Kadoka, I'm going to give you a raffle ticket since you sent them back-to-back. Round 7 targets for the Niners. I mean, they already took a running back, so you're not going to take Damian Martinez. Plus, he's falling for bad character, apparently. Logan Brown, if you want to tackle out of Kansas, is there. Tez Johnson, Oregon receiver, but you just took a receiver as well. Kobe Bryant, cornerback out of Kansas. Yeah, Fadil Diggs, Syracuse edge. Jared Ivey, edge at Ole Miss. A lot of running backs left here. Seth McLaughlin, center out of Ohio State. He had a good interview at the Combine. I enjoyed doing that one. But not a whole lot left as we reach the end of the draft. So, I mean, if someone like Logan Brown falls, you got to take O-line eventually, right? You'd think.
Yeah.
You'd have 2 Kansas guys in that O-line then, if you do take Logan Brown with Dominic Pooney. Bearded Niner with another 10. That was crazy. I had just joined the live and was in the middle of sending that super chat when you mentioned me.
Dude, nuts.
Oh, my God.
Crazy, bro. Crazy timing. All right, so the Eagles 2025 draft class, it's complete. Jahad Campbell, Andrew Makuba, Ty Robinson, Mac McWilliams, Smile Mondone, Drew Kendall, Kyle McCord, Miles Hinton, Cameron Williams, Antoine Powell-Ryland. So they entered the draft with 8 picks. They take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players. Howie Roseman's first 2 draft classes were all 10-plus players. This is only his second 10-plus player draft class since then. He built this 10-player class without a 7th-round pick.
Buddy Moles, who's on the clock? You can see right below Chase, the on the clock graphic. Always let you know who's
Yep.
up.
Always let you know.
And
Patriots
were on the
right now,
clock.
220. And, we're officially in round 7.
Yeah.
Bearded Niner. I hope you win now. How epic will that be if Bearded Niner wins
That'd be legendary
the
stuff.
draft hat raffle? That would be nuts. All right. I'm going to do a YouTube short on this because this could pop off.
Kadoka, what time you guys doing the raffle? Right after we finish all the picks, we'll do the raffle. Had to be here to claim your prize, so if you have raffle tickets, do not leave.
Romeo! A $200 super chat. He said, man, I'm so stoked to put my little princess in her first Eagles jersey and Super Bowl gear. Her mama is going to hate it. Fly. Eagles, fly. All right, let's see here. Romeo!
Got to do a beer bong for that 200, Romeo. It's only right.
Romeo, can you please send me an email, bro? Or I'm going to send you one right now.
Romeo's going to win the jersey on Eagles and Niners. Romeo!
All right, Romeo, I just sent you an email. I sent it to the 7 Talon. And I just asked, what jersey does your daughter want? Because we'll send that jersey for your daughter for sure, my man. For sure. How about it? So we're up to 925 in Super Chats on Niners, 432 on Eagles. Good stuff. You know what's crazy about Cameron Williams? What did he do at the Combine? He was 317 pounds at the Combine, 334 at his pro day. And I'm curious, how do you go from having 34.5-inch arms at the Combine to 34 7/8 at your pro day? Are you just like, do you have just like leather straps that just like go around your wrists and you just stretch your wingspan?
Extra stretching.
How is that possible?
Just doing some,
Yeah. How is that possible?
That was probably Will Campbell. Just.
Yeah, Will Campbell. Make my arms longer, please.
I will say, I do remember at the
I don't want to look
Combine,
like a T-Rex.
there was like something weird going on with the arm measurements at the Combine.
Yeah, there was.
But like still, that's just weird. Romeo, I'm going to do a beer bong for that 200. It's only right. Got to show love to the huge ones. But also want to show love to every single one we get. And we got a super chat from Kadoka. $2. What time is in the raffle? Again, so yeah, I did answer this, but
Yep.
once all the picks are done.
Once all the picks are made. And before we sign off.
All right, we've had a few picks happen now. As the Texans are on the clock at 2:24. Patriots took Marcus Bryant. Jags take Jonah Monheim, center out of USC. Raiders take Cody Lindenberg, linebacker, Minnesota. And then the Seahawks, they send it. They say, forget the character concerns, the bad interviews. They take Damian Martinez.
Damian Martinez. Okay, interesting. Physical ball carrier. I do like what Seattle's done in this draft. I think they've had a really good draft. All right, so Niners coming up soon. Niners coming up soon.
Texans at 224, Cardinals at 225, Steelers at 226, then the Niners 227.
Da 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 da.
All right. You were gonna do a short, right? Or should I do
Yeah,
a
I'm
beer
gonna do
bong
a short.
first?
Yep. What were you gonna do?
I was gonna do a beer bong.
Oh,
for
you can do
Romeo.
your beer bomb.
All right, cool.
Yeah, son.
Yeah, son.
Yeah, son.
Yeah, Glow.
Chase is getting loopy, bro. Live for 6 hours, night 1. 6 hours, night 2. We've probably slept, I don't know, 5 hours the last 2 nights.
I was gonna say we've been live longer than the amount of sleep we've got,
That's true.
which is nuts.
Yeah. And today we've actually been live for 6:08, and we're at 2:23. There's 257 picks, 257 picks, and so we'll probably reach 7 hours live today. It's crazy. All right, Chip, get after it, my man.
Let's do it. This is what's keeping us awake right here, especially last night because the draft started so early this morning. Probably got got 6 hours of sleep. I think I got maybe 5.5. But we do it for y'all, baby. Gotta do it. Nobody picked Willie Lampkin, John Wallace.
Nope, nobody yet. That's John's guy, Willie Lampkin.
Yeah. All right, here we go. For the $200 super chat from Romeo. Let's do it.
All right, Niners on the clock. All right, here we go, Chip. Get it done. Get it done. Let's go.
Oh, man. It's getting to that point.
It is.
Ugh.
Let's go, Chip.
Ugh.
So hear me out. I think the Philadelphia Eagles may have ended up with 2 of the biggest steals in the 2025 NFL Draft, both in the 6th round. Texas offensive tackle Cameron Williams and Virginia Tech defensive end Antoine Powell-Ryland. Cameron Williams is a fascinating player. If he were to have returned to Texas and he declared for the NFL Draft late and he played well in 2025, he legitimately could have developed into a first-round pick next year. And he has fascinating size. A couple of years ago, he was over 370 pounds. Then he trimmed down 6'5", 334 at his pro day, 85-inch wingspan, and arms of nearly 35 inches. Needs to clean up penalties a little bit, but the potential is there to play tackle or guard. And then for Powell-Ryland, one of the most disruptive, productive players in college football last year, 19 TFLs, 16 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, and he's been doing it for a while.
This is interesting too, Chase. So prior to the draft, we got 29 of the Eagles' top 30 visits reported. And normally, they take guys that go on those top 30 visits with them, right?
Yep.
Now, we don't, know 100% all their top 30 visits, so can't say this for 100% certain.
Yeah.
But it seems that not a single of the Eagles' 10 draft picks made a top 30 visit this year.
Wow. So there was a lot of talk about them like bluffing their top 30 visits this year.
Very possible, yeah.
Because they were trying to throw people off. And some people had gotten wind that the prospects that the Eagles meet with as far as their pre-draft top 30s are often the players who they draft. And I think, in the last 2 years, I think it was 9 of 11 of their picks in the first 3 rounds or something crazy like that were on pre-draft visits to the Eagles. So when that happens, like shout out to Anthony DeBona. You know, we talked about him on the show, and he's been doing an awesome job covering the Eagles, both with the draft and outside of the draft. Like, that's a trend that he's been talking about the last couple of years. And there's no doubt, like, the Eagles probably saw that, and they're like, we got to throw teams off because we're just freely giving them information as far as who we like. So next year, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, and it's going to be interesting to see if they hit on these picks, because if they don't, have they gone away from their strategy that worked? That could be a concern.
I like this Panthers draft, man. Tet McMillan round 1, Nick Scorton round 2, Princely Unma. I just don't know how to say his name. I'm so sorry. Princely Umamilan, edge rusher round 3, Trevor Etienne
Did they get
round
Olu
4.
Olade? Oh no, that's the Titans. Yeah, never mind.
Trevor Etienne round 4, Lathan Ransom round 4, Cam Jackson round 5, Mitchell Evans round 5, Jimmy Horn Jr. round 6.
Yeah.
I'm glad they went Ted McMillan. I know there's a lot of split opinions on
Get
Ted
Bryce Young
McMillan.
another weapon, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and a lot of split opinions on him. I think he's going to be so good. Like, yeah, he might not have the crispest route running, or might not be the fastest guy, but he's the big body.
Yep.
He still does those things well. It's not like he's bad at those areas.
No, for sure.
The production was insane. The whole, like, pre-draft thing of him not loving football or whatever, like, that was ridiculous to me. This $2 super chat on Eagles from Arrowhead. This is funny.
What did he say?
Pull this up here in a sec. He says, thoughts on Dan Jackson. He's white and a bulldog. Oh, man.
He was a walk-on for his entire Georgia career. I know that.
Steelers pick is in. You know what that means. Niners are on the clock. Steelers went Carson Bruner, Washington linebacker. Who's still left? Anyone notable?
Yeah, let's take a look at the top players available.
Anyone notable? Oh, you know what? There's a player here at the top of our draft expert Tom Downey's big board that I would like.
Yeah.
The Niners here, but it seems like they're allergic to drafting offensive linemen, so maybe they won't go this route.
Uh-oh, I'm seeing that the Niners went offensive line. Logan Brown.
I would like that at this point. I would like that at this point. But, I mean, Tez Johnson's still there. They're not going to go with receiver again.
Jed York tweeting out the defensive coach's pass rush couldn't get there in time for this selection. I think it could be offensive line.
Come on.
And is it going to be Logan Brown?
It's got to be.
Please.
Gotta be. I mean, outside, like, you're not drafting Tez Johnson. I don't think they go corner again in Kobe Bryant. They're not going to draft another running back like Brashard Smith. They've already beefed up the D-line, so Fadil Diggs, Jared Ivey, I doubt it. LaQuinn Allen, another running back. Could go Seth McLaughlin here. McLaughlin or McLaughlin? I'm not 100% sure.
McLaughlin.
McLaughlin.
Jake Majors still available, the Texas center as well.
I should know McLaughlin's name. I did his interview with the Combine. I could see them going with him, going with a center. Finally get Jake Brendel out of there, huh? That'd be nice. She's got safety Hunter Wohler, defensive tackle. Yeah, these are all. Yeah, I imagine with the Niners being up right now, got to be Logan Brown or Seth McLaughlin. Oh, it's not. It's neither of those guys.
It's Rourke.
I'd be lying if I said I knew who this was off just that name. Let's see. The Niners. The Niners went quarterback. The Niners went quarterback. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. This guy sucks.
Curtis Rourke.
Oh.
Oh, gosh, dude.
Oh, God. Over Quinn Ewers? If you're going to take a quarterback, you're going to take Curtis Rourke over Quinn Ewers? They just do not want to draft linemen.
Oh, my God, dude. Curtis Rourke.
I need to see what the people grade this pick because I want to see the Fs flying in. Grade the pick.
Curtis Rourke.
F F F D F F A from Kovev. F F. Crispy giving it a G below an F. It's all Fs. It's all Fs.
Doing, dog.
Oh, look at the chat. All Fs.
Curtis Rourke.
Spam those Fs. Oh, we got an uptick in audience too. Over 500 people watching now, and they're all just giving Fs.
Look, if you're just joining the show, I can't believe this. The Niners have drafted Curtis Rourke. How is Jed York going to play with us like that?
What did he say?
He said the defensive coach's pass rush couldn't get there in time for this selection. And he's talking about them taking Curtis Rourke. Curtis Rourke.
They have 2 more picks.
Yeah, they have 2 more picks soon. So, yeah, I'll lead with the quarterback for sure, though. Yeah, appreciate you.
Oh, the chat's hilarious.
I can't believe this. I mean,
is this real? Like,
is this real, bro? Curtis Rourke? Not Quinn Ewers? Curtis Rourke?
like if you're gonna take a quarterback, at least take Quinn Ewers. He wasn't even. I don't even think he's in our database.
He is a 6-year college player. 6'4", 220. Big-bodied passer, easy thrower of the football. Ball comes off his hand with velocity and pace. Doesn't even sometimes need to generate torque from the lower half. Definitely a tough dude. 3-time team captain at Ohio. Good pocket mobility, sliding away from pass rushers. He's going to be 25 as a rookie. Fumbled 7 times in 2024. So many injuries. Left shoulder injury in 2020. Torn ACL in 2022. Right thumb in 2024. Tore his ACL in his right knee in 2024. Played through the injury with the heavy brace. And then missed most of the draft process undergoing surgery. I just, what? We're the top available quarterbacks, Chet.
I will say there's not a lot left.
It's got to be Quinn Ewers number 1, and it's not even close.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, only 3 left in our database, and Curtis Rourke is not one of them. I could show you. Number 4, there's no one. He's not even there.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to, go on a tirade about a 7th-round pick, but Logan Brown's there, and you don't take an offensive lineman? I like what the Niners have done defensively. I really do. They are completely remaking that unit. But to not draft a single offensive lineman is insane. Kadoka, R.I.P. Brock Purdy. I just can't believe it. They have, 2 picks left?
Yeah.
No offensive lineman at all? So they're going to have Ben Barch and Spencer Burford battle it out for left guard. Probably Jake Brendel again at center. And Colton McKivitz at right tackle. With Trent Williams old. And no clear backup swing tackle.
Kadoka, R.I.P. Brock Purdy. Sends it another 5. Purdy better get sandwiched.
Can we look at the Niners offensive line depth chart?
Yeah, let me get that.
Kadoka, dude, you make a good point, man. Purdy's about to get sandwiched, cutting 4s with no linemen. You are about to sign your quarterback to a contract extension of $50+ million per year. And you might go through this entire draft without taking an offensive lineman when right tackle, center, and left guard are massive needs for your football team. Are they just trying to troll us at this point?
And guess what? Look who the Dolphins take.
Logan Brown. Right?
Quinn Ewers.
Quinn Ewers. I like that. Tua stinks. Might as well have taken Sanders at this point. Yeah, Joseph Ehrenberg. He did go to Cleveland in round 5. You know, I was talking with my buddy Max McGee. Shout out Max. He was texting me, and he was like, do you think Shadur Sanders would be a good fit for the Niners? And I'm like, look, I just don't think Kyle Shanahan really wants to deal with the drama and the baggage of a backup quarterback. and if they took him, it would be a bad sign for Brock Purdy that things weren't in a good spot. If we're just talking about player and forget the name, right? If you were just to talk about the traits of the player, Shedeur Sanders is a Kyle Shanahan quarterback. Gets rid of the ball. He's accurate. He throws with anticipation. He's good against the blitz. He can create a little bit, but he's not too mobile. But I just don't think the Niners wanted to deal with that. Look, this is what the Niners' offensive line is going to be in 2025, most likely. They have no backup swing tackle. Sebastian Gutierrez got suspended. Austin Pleasant stinks. Or no, sorry. Isaac Alarcon got suspended. This is going to be the Niners' offensive line. I got to take a photo of this. I mean, I just... Oh. I just can't. Trent Williams is old. He's been injured, and his play is slightly declining. If he gets hurt, you have no backup plan at left tackle. If Colton McKivitz gets hurt, you have no backup plan at right tackle. Ben Barch and Spencer Burford are going to duke it out at left guard. And Jake Brendel, Matt Hennessy, and Drake Nugent are going to compete at center. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. The MySpace guy, could someone please justify this pick? I'm all ears. I can't. Dude's had 2 ACL tears. Big-bodied quarterback. Why not take a player with upside like Quinn Ewers? You fix his footwork. He was the #1 quarterback in his high school class. He played at Texas. He had 31 passing touchdowns in 2024. There's at least something to work with there. And you go Curtis Rourke? Jake on Eagles Now. Looks like you've been through it, Chase. Yeah, I've been through it, man. I just can't believe it. I can't. If the Eagles' defensive line went up against the Niners' offensive line, they would kick their ass. I gotta do a video on this. Logan Brown's there, nothing. We're at pick 232, no offensive lineman. Let me start off by saying this. I really like what the San Francisco 49ers have done in this NFL draft on the defensive side of the ball. That unit needed a turnover. They needed a makeover. And the Niners are bringing in a lot of really intriguing players on defense. And Robert Saleh's fingerprints are all over this draft class on defense. That being said, I am perplexed. I am flummoxed. We are sitting here at pick 233, and the 49ers have not taken an offensive lineman. They just selected Indiana quarterback Curtis Rourke over a player like Logan Brown. What is their plan along the offensive line? Trent Williams is old. Ben Barch and Spencer Burford are going to compete at left guard. Jake Brendel, Matt Hennessy, and Drake Nugent are going to compete at center. Don McPooney is a stud at right guard, but Nick Sakel is his backup. Colt McKivitz is at right tackle. He was better last year, but he's pretty average. And if Colt McKivitz or Trent Williams, who is old, his play is declining, and he's been injured a lot of late, were to get hurt, the Niners have no backup tackles and no backup swing tackles. Sebastian Gutierrez and Isaac Alarcon, who just got suspended, by the way, for PEDs, are the backup tackles at right tackle. And Austin Pleasance is backing up Trent Williams. At this point, are the Niners trying to troll us? They deserve credit for wanting to improve the defense, putting an emphasis on fixing what has been a porous run defense. But what are they doing along the offensive line? You are going to pay your quarterback $50+ million. And you're going to put him behind this offensive line. They're pinching pennies, getting cheap, and they're not building for the future along the trenches offensively. It is team building malpractice when you compare the Niners' approach to the offensive line to the Eagles' approach along the offensive line. And you have to build your teams inside out. I am just shocked that we're this deep into the draft and the Niners have completely ignored not just one position along the offensive line, the entire offensive line. It's not a sustainable way to play or win.
Kadoka. Curtis Rourke MVP season incoming. Oh, man. All right, we've had a few picks come in as the Packers are on the clock now. It's unbelievable. Bears, Kyle Monangi. Seahawks, Mason Richmond. Bucks take a chance on Tez Johnson, so he will be drafted. Receiver out of Oregon. Small guy who ran slow, but did have decent numbers. And then Jags, the Quinn Allen. So Packers on the clock. Man. Chat's very frustrated. No surprise. It is just a 7th round pick at the end of the day.
But it's the overall philosophy.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Curtis Rourke. Wow. Well, I see somebody in the comment section. Who was that? Chualur. Next week when you're on with Kruger, ask him why the Niners didn't draft an offensive lineman. Him and I agree. Him and I are offensive line guys. Him and I don't understand the philosophy. Manan guy, you're talking about the running back? Manan guy? Yeah, he's good. Again, deep running back class. All right, let me use the bathroom. I need to get my phone charger. You could take a look at best players available. Oh, Jags go Tez Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. I like that for Jacksonville.
Under 5'10", 190, 154.
Yeah, he is tiny. And he ran a 4.6 at the combine.
That's me.
Yeah, that's Chip. He's definitely quicker than fast. He plays a lot faster than that 40, but it is interesting.
All right. So we get the Packers pick in here at 237. They take Mykel Robinson, cornerback out of Tulane. So Niners will be up in a little bit at 249 and then 252. Jacksonville got LaQuint Allen, Syracuse running back. Manan guy. Gotcha. So, I mean, like, at this point, who's even realistic options for San Francisco? I mean, Logan Brown is still there. Maybe they can make everything right by taking Logan Brown. It wouldn't make everything right because, as Chase said, it's just a philosophy, man. But if Logan Brown is still there when they're up again and they don't take him, my gosh. They're going to take a kicker probably, honestly. They're going to take a kicker. You brought in Mac Jones, dude. Is Logan Brown better than what we have, or is just another theme quality player? I know it's a 7th round pick, but I think he would have a chance as a young player who can still get better. Like, he might not be better right away than some of these other tackles you have, but he at least has more promise to get better and be your long-term swing tackle. And who knows, maybe you can develop him into an eventual starter. You never know. Don't put that juju on us drafting a kicker. I'm sorry. I could see it happening. I could see it happening. You also have Seth McLaughlin, center out of Ohio State, still on the board. I feel like there's no point even talking about offensive linemen, though. Like, they're not going to draft one. They're just not. It's unbelievable. Maybe they'll take Xavier Restrepo. He's still on the board. My guy Jake Brenningstool is still on the board. Taking a Wisconsin lineman's never a bad idea. Joe Huber, guard. My guy Jake Brenningstool at a Clemson tight end. Things are looking good with Kittle, though, so play Rourke at tackle. I get the frustration, man. But it shouldn't take away from what's been, I think, a pretty good draft. Will Wilson, lineman in the 7th round. Were they better than what we have? Probably would have been drafted by now by another team. There's a reason that let them fall. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and say that
someone like a Logan Brown would come in and start, right? Like, obviously that's not the case, and he's still available here for a reason. But it'd still be a better pick than Curtis Rourke, man. At least get a guy and try to address the situation. Willie Lampkin. Exactly. I would have taken that over Curtis Rourke. Damian, I mean, shit, I'll play O-line. You might have to, Damian. You might have to. They still could take Logan Brown, though. You never know.
Kobe Bryant, good player. He's still out there. I don't know. The Niners are just trying to, like, be cheap along the offensive line, and I just disagree with that strategy.
Seahawks take Ricky White, the third receiver, UNLV. Cowboys take my guy Phil Maffa, Clemson, running back.
Oh, there you go.
I like that. I think he's a dog, man.
Still no ETN, right?
Trevor Etienne, you're
Yeah.
saying? He got picked.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, Trevor Etienne was picked.
Okay.
By what team picked Trevor Etienne? He went a little while ago. Let's see. Trevor Etienne, brother of Travis Etienne, of course.
Of course.
Panthers. He went in the fourth. He went
Ooh.
round 4, pick
Oh,
114.
wow. He went a lot earlier than I thought he was going to go.
Yeah. Phil Maffa, though. I like that for Dallas. I hate the Cowboys, but I like that for Dallas. He's a powerful runner, man. Banged up a lot, but a powerful runner. Bills take Caden Prather, Maryland receiver. Denver on the clock, 2:41. Niners coming up at 2:49 and 2:52.
Here we go. Closing time. We're getting closer.
Alling, what's up? Yeah, good point.
Owing! What's up, brother? Always good to hear from you, my man.
I wonder what Christian McCaffrey is thinking from Buddy Moles. Draft another running back, no lineman. It's like, yeah, CMC, you're good enough. You don't need no line. Just go figure it out.
Ridiculous. Jay, are we going to do a UDFA signing video? Of course we are. Yeah, we'll be in the studio tomorrow doing that. So be on the lookout for that on Eagles Now. Dennis Designs, you guys are exhausted, bro. It's a long, long 3 days. Because you think about it, I mean, we're basically pulling double shifts Thursday, Friday. And then here today, the turnaround's always really rough. Like, the NFL Network, they took a break during their coverage. They were doing shows from the set in LA, and the guys in Green Bay weren't even live for hours. Now Rich Eisen is finally back. But they'll also rotate people in. We're live every day, every round, every pick. And then the amount of videos that we're doing within that. When the pick happens, that's when we got to be at our best, man. Because I'm trying to give some really good analysis, and I get pumped up talking about these prospects. But then when you're just waiting around, waiting for those picks, Yeah, sometimes we can look tired. Just trying to conserve that energy at this point. Because we have to, after we go live, we're going to sign off and then do draft grades, which will be up on the channel. So be on the lookout for that.
Dessert. Broncos, Caleb Loner, Utah tight end. Rams on the clock. Draft is slowing down, man.
The RAS scores for the Eagles' 10 picks. And as we've talked about, in previous years, they really value the top 30 visits and the RAS scores. This year, the RAS scores of the Eagles' 10 picks. Jahad Campbell, 9.88. Ty Robinson, 9.89. Smile Mondo, 9.42. Drew Kendall, 9.2. Antoine Powell-Ryland, 9.18. But then the two defensive backs they go with. Mac McWilliams, 7.38. And Andrew Makuba, 5.12. Kyle McCord, Miles Hinton, Cameron Williams didn't do enough testing to get an RAS. Love this tweet from John Middlecoff. Quinn Ewers is about to kill about 10 more deer. He's got to get those deer in now because there ain't no deer in Miami. Caleb Launer, a basketball player at BYU and Baylor, gets selected by the Broncos here in round 7, 241. 4 catches, 54 yards, and 4 touchdowns in 2024. It's crazy. All of his catches were touchdowns. Played football and basketball at Utah. Is he the next Antonio Gates?
People are talking.
Seriously, though, Antonio Gates, Julius Peppers, Donovan McNabb, they all play college basketball. Alling! Go Birds. I'm saving some cash for future shows. Thanks for the dedication. We appreciate that, my man. And all good. I'm just glad that you're here hanging out, dude. That's all that matters, that you're here watching. Kelly Knock, hang tough, guys. Much appreciated. Hey, we're hanging. We are hanging. So many videos, so many YouTube shorts.
It's 2 raffle tickets for each of you guys there, Alling and Kelly Knock. Every 10 raffle ticket.
I didn't really think about this. If the Browns didn't trade out at 2, they could have had Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, they could have.
And if you're the Browns, I know you get that future first and you got other picks, but, why not try to make that happen? They were dynamite at Colorado.
It's all right, though. They got, I guess they got Mason Graham, yeah.
They doubled up at running back and they doubled up at quarterback.
Yeah, they got Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. Don't worry. Rams take Kanata Mumpfield. Receiver, Pitt.
And then Garrett Dellinger, the guard out of LSU, to the Ravens at 243. I really like what the Ravens have done. Robert Irwin, is this Steve Irwin's son?
I think so, yeah.
Good day, mate. You know what's actually crazy is how they do that.
Yeah, who gave him that card?
They get the card, they know the pick, they send the video back, all within 5 minutes. 5 minutes on the clock for all these picks. And
That
these
is
people are
nuts.
international, and they're getting these videos back. That's pretty nutty.
The draft is scripted. They filmed that weeks
The
ago.
draft is scripted. They filmed that weeks ago.
Man. Drew Nathan.
Andrew Nathan with the 5. Who would you like for UDFAs? I like Donovan Edwards, Raheem Sanders, Tyreen Powell out of Rutgers, to name a few. Great coverage, guys. Luke Leahy out of Iowa. How about Sebastian Castro out of Iowa? He was a safety who played with Cooper DeJean. He's good downhill, a little bit slow, not great in coverage. Did get an NFL Combine invite, but he could be fun. I like Donovan Edwards, though. You know, the Eagles didn't take any skill position players in this draft. No running backs, no wide receivers, no tight ends. They took a quarterback. Outside of that, they went real heavy defense and offensive line. And so I like Donovan Edwards if he doesn't get taken. He actually really surprised me at the Combine. I think he ran a 4.5. And he played awesome in big games for Michigan. Brugler had a 6th or 7th round grade on him. Let's see. Yeah, 5'11", 205. Ran a 4.44. There was never, like, insane production for him. His best year, 2022, 991 yards, 7 touchdowns. Played with some good backs. He was the first player in national championship history with multiple touchdown runs of 40 yards or more. I was at that game. He only started one game that year. Blake Corum was their starting back. So, yeah, I would like Donovan Edwards. I will say, I've been saying this for a while. I kind of said it in the preseason last year. Don't sleep on Will Shipley. He can play.
Oh, yeah.
4th round pick from last year. Chip knows him obviously well because he's a Clemson grad. Kane Angel, Chase, and Jake, do both of you think there should be another rival? To me, there should be rivals between Jags, Panthers, Bengals, Lions in the NFL. Wildcat battle. I like that. There was some like weird talk of people, you know, a few months ago. I don't think this will ever happen. But people were like, the NFL should get rid of divisions. Why would you ever do such a thing? Divisional football is awesome. Great for TV ratings, great for fans, great for teams to get up for some of those games. The familiarity between opponents leads to those games being very exciting. Can you imagine if the Eagles didn't play the Cowboys, Giants, and Commanders twice a year? Those are like historic games, awesome games. Kane Angel, though, a Wildcat division. That would be pretty wild. But, yeah, rivalries are great for football, and you lose that if you get rid of divisions.
Jason Hopkins, thank you for the 5 over on Niners. Thanks for the hard work, Chase and Chip. Thank you for hanging out. What's the super chat contributions from Scott? We're up to 948 on Niners.
Yep. 948 Niners, yeah. Romeo at the 300. He's the Super Chat MVP over there, and then 200 on Eagles. Let's see. Did Romeo email me back? There he is. So Romeo wants a Saquon jersey for his daughter, and then Colin Kaepernick for him. What's cool about Romeo, we've sent him so much stuff over time, and he just adds it to the man cave. All right. Pick us in for Detroit, Washington, New York, Dallas, New Orleans, Niners after that. Green Bay, New England, Niners again. And then that'll be the final pick for San Francisco. $52 away from 1,000 on Niners. Can we get there? If we get to 1,000 on Niners, I get to finish the beer boot here. 52 away. Rick Torres, what's up, my guy? Play Rourke at tackle. How much did Romeo contribute? He sent in a $300 super chat. Kyle McCord saying, I got a call from a 215 number. It was a surreal moment. You always dream about being the quarterback for the Eagles, but any team could have gotten me. Grew up going to Eagles games. He looked up to Donovan McNabb, went to St. Joe's Prep, won a state title. He would get sideline passes in first grade. He played at halftime of a Temple game at the Link. That's pretty cool.
Lions take Georgia receiver Dominic Lovett. And then Commanders, Arizona running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Giants on the clock at 2:46. Niners up at 2:49.
Eduardo wants 1,000 from Niners fans, but keeps talking about the Eagles. I guess you've missed us talking about the Niners all day, my man. Just went on a whole rant about their offensive line and Curtis Rourke. Mitchell Ray, $10. That's going to get you entered into the hat raffle to win a draft hat.
Yes, sir.
Niners draft hat for you there. You'll be in the running. Here's that Mitchell Ray super. Thanks, bro. We appreciate that. Let's do this. For the next 2 minutes, if you want to enter the hat raffle to win either a Niners draft hat or an Eagles draft hat, 50% off. $5 gets you in. $5 gets you in for the next 2 minutes.
I'm going to run to the bathroom before this Niners pick
You're
happens
good, brother.
here.
Dave Zobel, since we're drafting worthless, are we going to draft the kicker? You know, the only kicker I really thought was draft worthy in this class was Andres Borregales. But he was taken by the Patriots. Scott Bertle, what did Romeo contribute total? I think Romeo total was $350. He sent in a 300 and a 50, I believe. Scott, I just answered the question, my man. So let's see. Scott, we're still sending you a jersey, though, regardless. Now, I do have a question, Scott. Scott, you sent in the 200, so we're going to get you a jersey regardless. Okay, but you sent in the email from Susan Bertle. Still got you. And we're going to get you that Nick Bosa jersey, my man. I know you said originally a Kittle, but we got you with the Bosa jersey, bro. Yep. Oh, I acknowledged the email verbally. But yes, I can respond as well. Just sent you a confirmation. And then I got your address as well, Scott. Large, got your address. I see that you're serious on the shirt idea. That's awesome. Cool, cool. So we'll get you that jersey. Travel Specialist, $2 super chat. What are we going to do without an offensive line edition? You know, I was talking about the offensive line earlier, and I have a lot of concerns about it, Travel Specialist. Chip is in the bathroom, so I'm just reading your super chat right now verbally. But this is where things are. From left to right, Trent Williams, Ben Barch, Jake Brendel, Dominic Pooney, Colton McKivitz, right? I would say at left guard and center, there will be a competition between Ben Barch and Spencer Burford. And then at center, maybe there will be a competition. If there is, it'll be between Jake Brendel and Matt Hennessy. Matt Hennessy was a former second-round pick out of Temple who has been injured a lot, but the Niners are high on him. They liked him in the pre-draft. My concern is, one, the age with Trent Williams and the injury problems, of course. Colton McKivitz is really a pretty average offensive tackle. If one of them were to get hurt, the backup swing tackles, Austin Pleasance, Sebastian Gutierrez, and Isaac Alarcon, who will have a PED suspension this year. So they are so thin along the offensive line. Yeah. I think that makes sense, right? Because we'll do Eagles first. The grades. Yeah. Plus the quarterback pick. They'll have some juice there. Yeah. Let's see. Scott, what does the top super chatter get? So what Romeo wanted is a Colin Kaepernick jersey, and he gets one of our 49ers Report MVP footballs. So it always goes to the largest individual super chat. So Romeo sent in the largest one, but since you sent in a big-time super, we're still going to send you a jersey. So, yeah, Romeo wants the Colin Kaepernick jersey and the football.
Niners on the clock.
Cowboys pick is in here.
Giants took Corey Black, Oklahoma State corner.
Okay. Aiken Bisodi? Ha! Daniel Jeremiah called him Tommy. He wouldn't even use his name.
Just Tommy.
All right, let's see if this pronunciation's in here. Aking Basote. Tommy Aking Basote. 4-star recruit who went to Maryland. Jordan Phillips was the other defensive tackle at Maryland who was really good. And here we go. Niners pick is in.
It's an offensive lineman. Oh
Connor
my.
Colby, offensive lineman. Finally, at 249, they finally go offensive line. .65, 309, 5'11", 40-yard dash, short arms, 32 inches. So he is a guard. At Iowa, 50 starts, 37 at right guard, 7 left guard, 6 right tackle. First team All Big Ten player in 2024. He's a mean and aggressive run blocker. Does a good job steering on the move. Good accurate angles. Can climb in screens. He's experienced, quick into his blocks, likes to finish. Good player in his zone blocking scheme. Who's Greg Tellez? He's announcing the pick. So what we're going to do here on the Niners report, they have one more pick left, and we're going to recap the last 3 selections. So Curtis Rourke, Connor Colby, and then they have another pick coming up at 252.
We can make Willie Lampkin a fullback.
That's what Kruger has said a lot.
Revenite Master, please be O-line. 249 was O-line. He's spamming it.
49 for the 49ers.
There we go. Do it again. He says more O-line. Do it again. Patriots pick is in. That means the Niners are on the clock at 2:52. Patriots go. This is unbelievable. I can't believe we even have this in our database. A long snapper.
Oh, wow.
Julian Ashby.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Get on that video, Foot. The long snapper.
Why are you drafting a long snapper? Everybody wants Logan Brown. I will say, Connor Colby from Iowa. You'll take an Iowa offensive lineman. Oh, there you go. Sam said it wasn't in our database until 30 seconds ago. I mean, why would we have a long snapper in there? The Patriots drafted a kicker and a long snapper today. That is the most Patriots thing ever.
Yeah.
All right, Niners. What are you going to do at 252?
Yeah. 252 for San Francisco here coming up. Jed York. No one has suggested offensive line to me, but what the heck? Is what he said on Twitter.
What?
He said, speed this thing up. Let's do it.
Is Jed York watching the show? Honestly, this is a good tweet from Jed York, throwing it back to when the NFL draft was 17 rounds. Could you imagine if we were live for all 17 rounds of the NFL draft?
I know.
Niners pick is in. It is
a wide receiver. A wide receiver. Now, going back to Connor Colby, he did have a relative athletic score of 9.5. 5'11", 40-yard dash. George Kittle tweeting yes because Connor Colby went to Iowa. He does like the finish. And Junior Bergen, a wide receiver out of Montana, is the final Niners pick of the 2025 NFL Draft. So Junior Bergen is the selection here. We're about to talk about all three of the Niners' last three picks coming up. So for those of you coming on board here on the Niners Report, stay tuned. 5'9", 184, 4.53 40-yard dash. .48 catches, 542 yards, 3 touchdowns. Is he in our database? Junior Bergen? Okay. Yeah, shorter player. Shorter and ran a 4.5. From Billings, Montana, and went to Montana. All right. So 3 Niners picks to get to here. We'll do our Super Chat giveaways. And then we'll sign off so that we can do our draft grades. Yeah, Andrew, I did see that. No draft picks of the Eagles' top 30 visits. I think they got wind of that, and they said we can't be so predictable. So we'll see if Willie Lampkin gets taken. I think he's more of a UDFA guy because he's like 270 pounds at center. All right, let's do it. 600 people watching live. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. And here we go. Dennis, did I run today? I did not run today. Kelly, we'll see if we do a duck race. I think I only got one Venmo in, so I might just have to send that back to the lovely person who sent that in, but we'll figure that out after this. Here we go. Once again, welcome into the San Francisco 49ers Report. Chase Sr. here with you. Before we dive in and talk about the final 3 picks for the Niners in the 2025 NFL Draft, a reminder to subscribe to the channel. We talk all things Niners right here on the Niners Report, so don't miss our coverage. We just surpassed 160,000 subscribers, so join the movement. Lock us in for Niners shows every single day year-round. And in round 7, San Francisco had 3 selections, and their pick at 227 overall surprised me a little bit. I wasn't surprised that the Niners drafted a quarterback. I was just a little bit surprised it was this quarterback, Curtis Rourke out of Indiana. Quinn Ewers out of Texas was still on the board. He played at Texas. That is where Kyle Shanahan was a wide receiver. Steve Sarkisian has a lot of the similar offensive concepts as Kyle Shanahan. Quinn Ewers was so highly touted coming out of high school in Texas, where he was one of the top recruits and at one point the #1 overall recruit in the country when he went to Ohio State. And then he transferred to Texas. And while his results with the Longhorns were up and down, he put up a lot of production. He played in a lot of big games against stiff competition. I thought he ran that offense pretty well. And Quinn Ewers got lackadaisical with his footwork. But if you clean that up, there's something to work with there with the size and the arm strength that Quinn Ewers has. He's one of those throwers where he's kind of a flick of the wrist guy, where you see some of the velocity of the football coming off his hand. And if he develops some lower body mechanics and works on that, I do think that Quinn Ewers can have a bright future as a backup and maybe a starter at some point. I personally thought he should have gone back to school, but he decided to go to the NFL Draft, and he got selected right after Rourke by the Miami Dolphins. And so if I was running the show, I would have gone Quinn Ewers over Curtis Rourke. This is a pick that just doesn't make a lot of sense to me at all. The Niners are set at quarterback, right? You have Brock Purdy, you have Mac Jones, and now Rourke will battle it out with Tanner Mordecai to be QB3. But Rourke is a player who is 24 and a half years old already, 6'4", 220. With Indiana last year, he battled through injuries. He's tough as nails. He has a big body. He has a strong arm. He did complete 69% of his passes for more than 3,000 yards, 29 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. But the age and the injury history, that's what's concerning to me. And as far as him being a scheme fit, he's not too mobile behind what is an offensive line that I think is very concerning. And I'm just not sure if he's a good scheme fit, and I just would have gone offensive line over Curtis Rourke. Now, good size, good frame, does have the football IQ. So maybe that's something that Kyle Shanahan really likes. He can read and beat defenses with being a cerebral guy and having it in between the ears. He lacks a little bit of velocity. He does have a little bit of a slow release, but he does have a long injury history. He played on a partially torn right ACL last year, put a brace on it, but he also tore that same ACL back in 2022. This is a guy who was in college for 6 years. He started off at Ohio, and he was there for 5 years. And then he transferred to Indiana for his final season. And as far as the injury history here with Rourke, left shoulder injury in 2020, torn ACL on his right knee in 2022, wore a brace on his right knee in 2023, right thumb injury in October of 2024, had to get surgery on that, sidelined him for 1 game, and then again tore his ACL on his right knee in August of 2024. Then he played through the injury. So a huge credit to him for playing through that injury for his final college season, but he did miss most of the draft process after undergoing surgery in January of 2025. Wasn't asked to work through a ton of progressions while at Indiana. He has pretty average foot quickness. Sometimes he'll play poised, but then his eyes will come down and he'll look at the rush to see if that is incoming. But big-bodied passer, ball comes off his hand pretty solid. He will be aggressive in trying to fit balls into tight windows. He throws the deep ball with some timing and touch. He's willing to stand in the pocket and deliver the ball before taking a shot. 3-time team captain at Ohio. And so, high character guy. But I personally would have gone with Quinn Ewers. Younger player. I think he has more upside and less of an injury history, although Quinn Ewers himself has had to deal with some nagging injuries from time to time the last couple of years. Really what it comes down to is me just prioritizing offensive line over quarterback, and then wanting to take the better quarterback in my eyes in Quinn Ewers over Curtis Rourke. So your one-word reaction to this pick, I was surprised by the player. I wasn't surprised that the Niners went quarterback. You know, in the pre-draft, I was talking about Will Howard or Kyle McCord as quarterbacks who I would have liked to have seen picked by San Francisco. McCord got drafted by Philly. Will Howard got drafted by Pittsburgh. Niners go Curtis Rourke. Sound off with what you think down in the comment section right now. Couple more picks to get to, but we do want to get to our sponsor, Chubby's. Thank you to Chubby's for powering our NFL draft coverage today and throughout the weekend. My fellas out there, April is here, but this ain't the time for fooling. It's the time to let those thighs breathe. Whether you're playing a round of golf with the fellas, hitting up a beer garden, or visiting an actual garden, going to a lake or ocean, spending some time in the beautiful outdoors, Chubby's has you covered for all of the good vibes that warm weather brings. They also, in addition to their great shorts, have polos that demand attention. Those killer shorts that will show off the fact that you've been hitting leg day. If you want to hit up the pool or the beach, they have a great swim collection, and they will be your new favorite swim trunks for those sunny days. For everything non-water related, their original shorts provide that classic look with a fresh vibe and a modern fit for everywhere shorts. At the end of the day, look, I'm trying to help you out, and Chubby's is trying to help you out as well. Your wardrobe deserves a springtime upgrade. So to sweeten the deal for a limited time, Chubby's is giving our listeners 20% off your order with our exclusive code CHAT. All you have to do, go to chubbyshorts.com/chat, use that code CHAT, and you get 20% off to save on their shorts, swim trunks, polos, button-up polos, shirts, and more. Skies out, thighs out. Get swagged up. Look good, feel good with Chubby's today. As for the other Niners selection in the 7th round at 249, we celebrated this one when we were live here on the show. The Niners finally drafted an offensive lineman in Connor Colby out of Iowa. I went on a rant after the Niners drafted Curtis Rourke, and I'm like, what is San Francisco doing? They hadn't taken an offensive lineman in the entire draft until 249 overall. And so we're looking at a starting offensive line going into next year that is going to be Trent Williams at left tackle, older, injury prone, play declining a little bit. Ben Barch or Spencer Burford at left guard. Jake Brendel or Matt Hennessy at center. Dominic Pooney, a stud, at right guard. And Colton McKivitz, who's a very average tackle, at right tackle. He improved last year, but he's still average. The issue is you are not elite by any means at center. I like Ben Barch and Spencer Burford, but you could have gotten a major upgrade in this draft at left guard. And if Trent Williams or Colton McKivitz get hurt, you still don't have a legitimate backup tackle at any of those positions, and you don't have a legitimate swing tackle. Austin Pleasance, Sebastian Gutierrez, and Isaac Alarcon are your top backup tackles. That is an issue, and it makes no sense when you're about to pay Brock Purdy $50+ million per year. He's going to be running for his life potentially. If some injuries happen up front, the Niners are in a bad spot. With Connor Colby, there are some things to like. George Kittle, of course, put his stamp of approval on this pick because George Kittle went to Iowa. Colby has good size, 6'5", 3/4, 309 pounds. He earned a 9.5 relative athletic score on a scale of 0 to 10. He's a very experienced player. 13 games played last year. 77.1 overall Pro Football Focus grade. Gave up 2 sacks. He is a good run blocker who fares well in outside zone and on the move. That is the Kyle Shanahan offense. He has the mean streak and finishes extremely well. He has definitely had some issues with pass blocking. He can lunge and get himself into trouble. But what you will like about Connor Colby, good run blocker, good scheme fit, can get out in space, highly experienced, 50 games started in his college career, and like any Iowa offensive lineman, he likes to finish, put you into the ground, and he does have a mean streak about him. And as you can see, a beautiful mullet. The athletic Stain Brugler on Colby gets himself in trouble with timing, pad level issues, but as one would expect from an Iowa offensive lineman, experienced, quick into his blocks, loves to finish. He is a potential backup in a zone blocking scheme. So that is the lone offensive lineman that the Niners added in the draft. I imagine they'll try to bring in some offensive linemen as UDFAs, and we'll give you a UDFA video tomorrow. And then lastly, the Niners drafted Junior Bergen, a small school wide receiver. The second wide receiver who they took in this class. I had him as a UDFA and honestly pretty deep on the UDFA list. He's a smaller player, 5'9", 184 pounds, and not that quick. 4.53, 40-yard dash. His production last year, not crazy. He grew up in Billings, Montana, and so he went to Montana, 48 catches, 542 yards, and 3 touchdowns. He did in 2021, of note, have 118 carries for 493 yards. The Niners might like that background as a guy who can run the ball, and those are running back carries right there. But his carries did go down his final 3 seasons. As for a little scouting report on him, let's see if we can find one here. Smaller guy, 36th pick, obviously, in the 7th round. He was one of the all-time great players with that Montana program. Associated Press All-American. He does have kick returning, punt returning, wide receiver experience. And he was named to the East-West Shrine Bowl 1,000 preseason watch list. tied for the most punt return touchdowns in NCAA FCS history with 8. So he's a good punt returner. And now holds the Montana school record for average yards per punt at 16.71. Pretty impressive. So special teams value here with this player and Junior Bergen. So the Niners picks in totality, and by the time that you're watching this, following the NFL draft, I am going to be putting out a draft grades video. We'll go in depth on all of these players. This is the Niners 2025 draft class. Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, Upton Stout, CJ West. First 5 picks, all defense. All of those players have a history of being good against the run. Jordan Watkins, 4-3 wide receiver from Ole Miss, explosive player. Jordan James, a running back out of Oregon, outside zone fit. Marquis Seigel can play multiple positions in the secondary, safety out of Kansas State. Curtis Rourke, the quarterback out of Indiana. Connor Colby, offensive lineman, Iowa. And Junior Bergen, wide receiver, Montana. That is the Niners draft class. Who is your favorite pick so far for San Francisco here? Let me know down in the comments section. Thanks for supporting our draft coverage. Plenty of great content to come. UDFA video tomorrow. Don't forget to hit that sub button right here on the Niners Report. Still about 400 people watching live on Niners, more than 100 on Eagles. Dennis Design said, got to check Venmo. Let's see. Let's see. I had Jose Delgado and Eric send in 2 $20 Venmos. Jose, I'm going to send you your $20 Venmo. Jose, I got you there. And then Eric Pullman, I'll send you your Venmo as well, my dog. We'll call it a tie between you two. Interesting here, Chris Kosera compared CJ West to DJ Jones. And, you know, we were thinking maybe the Niners could sign DJ Jones in free agency, and then ended up getting, I think, $12 or $13 million per year. And so CJ West will cost a fraction of that. Adam Schefter said, my draft grade is in. Green Bay, Wisconsin gets an A. The people, the city, the venue were all superb. That's really cool. The NFL is just totally king. All right, let's raffle off our draft hats. We're going to go Eagles first.
It's raffle time, baby.
Let's see who gets the draft hat here. Giving away the draft hat.
Oh, you know what? I didn't add a Romeo for his big super. Let me add him real quick.
Yeah, add 5 there for Romeo. Look at that. Chip doing it on the fly.
It's too easy. Shuffle him up.
Oh, I like that.
All right.
All right, Romeo.
Let's do it.
We got you added. See what we got here. It's going to be Elijah.
Elijah.
All right, Elijah gets the draft hat. Congratulations, Elijah. Sent in a couple of big-time super chats over the weekend. Curtis Rourke probably won't be cleared for practice until the start of training camp. Okay. All right, Niners. Look at these submissions here.
Yeah.
Let's see who wins the draft hat here.
Let's go.
It's gonna be Buddy. Is Buddy Moles still here? I hope so.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Buddy Moles deserves it. Buddy Moles was definitely helping to pace us in Super Chats. And so, day 3 MVP, Romeo, he wants a Kaepernick jersey. And then draft hat will be Buddy. And then we also have the jersey for Scott Birtle. I got you there, Scott. Scott Birtle. Buddy, can you shoot me an email, please? Buddy, my email is at the bottom of the screen, chase@chatsports.com. Send me an email with your mailing address so that we can get that draft hat sent to you. Chase@chatsports.com so that we can get that draft hat sent to you. Just waiting for your confirmation there, buddy, and then we'll sign off. We're $40 away from 1,000 in supers on Niners.
Come on.
Last call. Can we get to 1,000 in supers so that I can finish this beer boot? The draft is done. All 7 rounds. All 257 picks. Today, almost 8 hours of live coverage. Why did Isaiah Bond go undrafted? Some legal issues. Sergio Frosto Chase. What's up, Sergio? Morxius said, I've seen Jordan James be a problem. Yeah, good scheme fit for what the Niners like to do. Astro Monkey, what a day. Jacob saying, what's up, Chase? Sergio, who should we get as a UDFA? Willie Lampkin, athletic center from North Carolina.
DJU is signing with the Chargers.
DJU to the Chargers.
I haven't seen anything for Eagles.
Xavier
or Niners.
Restrepo didn't get drafted either, did he?
No.
Xavier Restrepo.
I'm seeing all these.
He's
UDFA.
available. Donovan Edwards, a good running back, available. Wow. Some good players, man, who didn't get taken. John Lynch said, the Niners intended to target more offensive linemen, but ended up drafting one. There were a number of times it just didn't align, and we didn't want to force things, bruh. All right. I think we're good, right?
Gave away the jerseys.
Jerseys,
Yeah.
raffle. Can we get to 1,000 in supers? 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
The 2-minute shot clock is on. Can we get to 1,000 in supers? We're 40 away. 2 minutes. 2 minutes on the clock until we sign off for our draft coverage. And then we got to keep recording. Astro Monkey Duck Race. We only got 2 Venmos, so I sent back the Venmos to those who sent them in. Not a lot of people biting the bait, wanting to compete in the Venmo 50-50. All right, let's see. Desmond Watson, the 6'5", 464-pound behemoth, is signing with the Bucks.
Ugh.
Can we get to 1,000 in supers? Approaching 8 hours live here on the show. Two minutes, dose. Connor Colby. Let's see.
All these UDFAs being reported, nothing for the Eagles or Niners. Keep checking.
Junior Bergen. All right, let's see.
Oh, Donovan Edwards signed with the Jets. So former Michigan running back Donovan Edwards. On the cover of last year's NCAA football game, went undrafted. Signing with the Jets. Former Clemson receiver Bo Collins played at Notre Dame last year, signing with the Giants. Let's see other notable names here, UDFAs. Chase mentioned Desmond Watson. Former NC State offensive lineman Tim McKay, who was projected as a mid-round pick before he tore his pec at his pro day, signing with the Commanders.
Okay.
Gets $275,000 guaranteed.
That's like similar to what Evan Anderson got last year from the Niners. That's like good practice squad money.
Oh, I just saw Tez Johnson. Where's he going?
Ooh, Tez?
Oh, he was drafted by Tampa Bay.
Oh, late? Okay. Very cool.
I do remember that, actually. I do remember seeing that.
All right. We're signing off. Oh, wait. Oh! Jesus Velez officially gets us to 1,000.
That's awesome.
That is awesome, awesome stuff. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Jesus, Jesus. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Jesus, Jesus. Jesus Velez. We finally polish off the beer boot. Thank you, brother.
Let's go.
Thank you, brother. Jesus. Thank you, my man.
Wow. We're coming up on an
Ah.
8-hour live show.
Wow. All right. We're signing off. A sincere thank you to every single person who tuned into our draft coverage from Thursday through Saturday. An incredible 3 days. We broke records here as a company, broke records here at Chat Sports. 6 hours Thursday, 6 hours Friday, almost 8 hours today. What we do would not be possible without all of your support. Those of you who don't send in super chats, it's totally fine. You're legends, you're real ones, and we thank you so much for just hanging out here with us. The job that we try to do, we want to give you the most informative, most insightful, most entertaining, most thought-provoking shows right here on YouTube. What we do is obviously different, creative, and unique, but when it comes down to it, it's about talking football, hoping that you learn something, hoping that you enjoy the content. It's about the community of everybody that we bring together in every pocket of America and worldwide. So for Chip, thanks to Chip, he makes the whole show go. Here with me every day, every round, every pick. For all of you who tuned in, again, thank you so much. Draft grades coming up on the channel, and we're heading out. Have a great rest of your Saturday. Have a great rest of your weekend. Please watch our draft video, and we'll catch you soon. 2025 NFL Draft, it is officially complete.